It was night outside, the stars were twinkling in the sky, and there was a huge mansion in the yard. A tall girl with pink hair, dressed in a long dress, ran down the corridor of the mansion. She ran to the door of the room in which the young owner of the mansion lived. The girl was scared. Diane Redford was dead. She failed to protect her ward. The cause of death was columbine poisoning and loss of a large amount of blood. The girl was terrified. It reminded her of Sunfish, a game where you have to keep the sunfish alive. The difficulty was that it could die from almost anything. It was a time when virtual reality games were filling the entire world. And now the girl was playing one of them, which has recently been driving the entire female sex crazy, the Master of the Monster Mansion. The game takes place in a cursed mansion. First, it was necessary to choose one of the 7 angel boys. He had to be protected from the evil spirits that inhabited the mansion, and then raised to be a real hero. According to rumors, the quality of the game has improved due to the change of developer. Even purely visually, the game has become simply luxurious. The quality and drawing have improved. Players can choose a specific role for themselves: maid, teacher, saint, huntress, distant relative. There were many roles. The girl, who never really liked games, couldn't resist and became hooked on it. She started playing as a maid of the mansion. Of the 7 owners of the mansion, she chose Diane Redford, a charming boy with silver hair. But this boy did not live up to the girl's expectations. He looked very much like a sunfish. His cute face was to her taste, but he was such a softie that he could die from anything. The girl was warned about this at the very beginning of the game, but she still chose Diane because of his beauty. She wanted to find out for herself why he was called an impregnable fortress. And she didn't retreat from her goal. Her salary was spent on the game just like that. Once Diane managed to die because of several cats, the girl saw several dozen stupid deaths of Diane. And only then was he able to live to the age of 12. And now he was already a 16-year-old boy. The end of the game was very close. But he suddenly took and died while the girl was not around. She told him 100 times to stay in bed, which was a safe zone for him. But he just went out somewhere. Death was glad that the boy was finally dead. The girl stood silently and looked at her, holding a gun in her right hand. Death told the girl that from now on she would be alone. Death wanted to kill her too. The heroine did not lose her composure. She rushed towards Death and asked who she was thinking of threatening here. Having reached the main menu of the game, the girl thought that it was time for her to quit this game. She resigned herself to it and decided that it was probably not her destiny to complete her game. She was sure that this attempt was the last one. She wanted to give up. But then suddenly, she remembered Diane Redford's face. She tried to pull herself together and promised herself that this time she would definitely finish. The heroine remembered Diane, who lay unconscious with his mouth slightly open. She realized that now she was not ready to leave him for anything. The girl touched his cheek and asked Diane not to worry, promising that next time she would definitely protect him. The girl had sworn off this not for the first time. This game had drawn her in so much that she could no longer switch to another. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice saying that he would leave it to her then. The girl did not understand what was happening. She thought that it might be a system error. Soon, a maid, a tall young girl, appeared before Lynn's eyes and told Lynn to pass. Lynn didn't understand if a glitch had sent her back to the very beginning of the game. The maid informed Diane that the new teacher had arrived, but he was outraged that she was late. Lynn was confused. She was supposed to be a maid, not a teacher. Lynn entered the room and saw Diane standing near the window. He turned and asked Lynn how she could be 5 minutes late. He didn't understand what kind of attitude this was, and how Lynn had the courage to do this. Lynn was captivated by Diane's beauty, even though she was seeing him for the 44th time. The maid apologized to Dane and said that the preparations took longer than expected. The maid asked Lynn to greet the young master and told her that from that day on, she would be serving him. The maid asked Lynn for her last name. Lynn said the word exit instead of her last name to exit the game. Even though the game was visually good, it never forgave system errors. Nothing happened. Diane took the command to exit for the surname Lynn and asked if she was from the north. Lynn told him that was not a surname. She did not understand why nothing happened. At this point, Lynn realized that if this was the first scene of the game, then Diane might die soon. Lynn picked up the vase and pointed it towards Diane, asking him to bow his head. Lynn threw a vase in his direction. Diane managed to dodge it. The thing was that in the first scene of the game, the maid was supposed to turn into a monster. Diane was scared and didn't understand what was happening. Instead of a maid, a monster was sitting opposite him. Lynn looked at the wall and saw swords there. She thought that she could kill the monster with these. But first, she covered Dane with a cloth so that not a drop of blood could fall on him. The monster with red eyes bared its teeth and was ready to attack Diane. Lynn reached for the sword, saying that there was only a little bit left. She swung her sword at the monster. It was easy for her. She had already gone through this episode 43 times. Lynn killed the monster. That was it. The first test was passed. Lynn stood there and didn't understand what was happening and why this horror wasn't covered up. In the normal game window, the monster fell to the floor without any signs of life. This time, the entire floor was stained with dark scarlet blood. Lynn couldn't believe that the game didn't blur out this. She herself was covered in blood. Diane crawled out from under the cloth and asked if the monster was dead. Lynn said that the monster was dead. Suddenly, corpse flowers began to bloom around the lifeless body of the maid. They were not called that for nothing. They literally blossomed on the corpse. If a person dies, a red flower will bloom. But if a frost dies, the flowers turn black. It all seemed too realistic to Lynn, the maid who turned out to be Drizzle. The smell of blood and corpse flowers. And that mistake situation, when she promised Diane that she would protect him next time. Lynn, remembering the words about it, then falling on her shoulders, put the puzzle together and realized that she had somehow ended up in the game itself. Soon, Lynn and Diane were sitting at the table drinking tea, surrounded by many maids. One of the maids told Lynn that the bedrooms would be ready soon and asked her to wait in the living room. Lynn asked her not to rush. Lynn glanced at Diane, who sat and stared silently at one point. She asked the maid to hurry up with preparing the bedrooms. It seemed to her that Diane was in shock. Lynn said goodbye to the young master and stood up from the table. Usually, she would immediately move on to the next episode. But now, she didn't understand how much longer she would have to stay here because of the error. She tried to open the settings, the map, the supplies, exit the game, but nothing worked. Besides, she didn't understand whether Diane was afraid of her now, because she wasn't scary at all. Lynn realized that her boy was now scared to death. Lynn turned to the maid and asked her to bring a vase filled with sacred water and hot tea. The maid handed Lynn a cloth soaked in water and told her that she could wipe her face with it. Lynn reached for the rag, remembering that it was stained with blood, and thanked the maid. Lynn was speechless. It was the first time she had seen scenes of violence in a game that weren't glossed over. Lynn told Diane that she thought they should start over and get to know each other. Then someone entered the room. This person was interested in what was happening in the room. It was the angel from the second room, Minuel. He heard that the angel from the seventh room had a teacher, so he came to meet her. Minuel was an unusually handsome boy. He regularly appeared in shots taken by other players. He was the most popular character, whom everyone willingly took into education. Every time Lynn failed with Diane, Minuel was the one she wanted to replace him with. Minuel immediately asked if it was true that the new teacher had killed Moros. From the look of Lynn, he realized that this was true. He acknowledged that she was a good teacher and asked her name. Diane got angry and asked Minuel why he needed his teacher's name. Minuel didn't understand why Diane was so upset, because he just asked for a name. Lynn held the cup of tea in her hands and didn't understand what had suddenly happened to the atmosphere in the room. Minuel asked Diane if he was afraid that his first teacher would be taken away from him. Minuel told Diane that if he were in his place, he would be afraid, because they were not birds of a feather. Minuel asked Diane which of them the teacher would choose if she was asked to make a choice. Diane remained silent and looked angrily at Minuel. Lynn watched Diane's reaction. She was touched and didn't understand if Diane was so afraid of losing her. Minuel walked up to Lynn and greeted her, then asked her if she would be his tutor. Diane couldn't stand it and told Minuel that this was nonsense and that Lynn was his teacher. There was tension between Diane and Minuel, and Lynn stood there, unsure of what to do. Lynn tried to calm them down, asking them not to quarrel and to disperse amicably. Diane believed that if Minuel was jealous that Lynn was his teacher, then he should be jealous in silence. Diane, Minuel, and Lynn sat down at the table. The situation was still tense. Then Minuel called Lynn. She turned and looked at him with a questioning look. Minuel asked Lynn to answer his question, but it was important to him that she answer honestly. Minuel asked Lynn who she wanted to choose initially. Minuel was sure that Lynn wanted to choose him because he was very popular among the new teachers, and he felt that Lynn chose room 7 only because it was available. Diana felt hurt by Minuel's words. He bowed his head and looked at the floor. Lynn was ready to burst into tears. Mentally, she told Dane that he was the best. An angry Lynn told Minuel that she chose Diane because she wanted to. Diane was surprised by these words. He was grateful to her. Minuel, however, did not believe that Lynn had originally intended to choose room number 7. Diane was not popular among the players because he was difficult to train. Minuel looked at Lynn and asked her who her second suitor was then. Lynn picked up her cup and brought it to her lips, saying that Diane was in second place. Minuel was very surprised and asked Lynn who the third contender was. Lynn smiled and calmly replied that Diane was in third place too. There were moments when Lynn thought about changing the character, but such thoughts only lasted for a split second. Although Diane remained Lynn's #1 priority, she liked the other children too. Lynn told Minuel that no matter how many times she was asked to choose, she would always choose Diane. Lynn had already chosen him 43 times, but each of those times he died. Minuel stood up and said that he thought he understood what was going on. He thought that Lynn was blind since she chose Diane. Minuel turned away from Lynn and told her that this idiot, as he called Diana, was now her problem. Minuel left, leaving Lynn and Diane alone at the round table. Diane looked at Lynn and asked sheepishly if he was really her original choice. Lynn was touched by Diane. She couldn't do anything with this cutie. Lynn looked at him and said that it was true. She wanted to choose him from the very beginning. Diane was surprised. Lynn was also incredibly happy that her baby was no longer afraid of her. Lynn decided to introduce herself to Diane again. They never really got to know each other properly. She told him her first and last name, Lynn Dorchester. Dina smiled at Lynn and asked her to take good care of him. Lynn was about to leave. Diane didn't understand why Lynn was acting like a maid if she worked here as a teacher. Lynn realized that her baby was very smart. She spent so much time playing the maid that she completely forgot that now she was already a teacher. Lynn told Diane that she just felt more comfortable that way and asked him if he was uncomfortable. Diane shook his head and told Lynn that she could behave however she wanted. Lynn didn't understand what kind of role this was. A teacher. It was the first time she had heard of it, but she didn't want to ask Diane. Diane looked at Lynn with trust, and therefore she was afraid to disappoint him by not knowing how to play the role of a teacher. Lynn decided to find out later whether this was a new option or a mistake. Now she was interested in the maid who ended up being Moros. Diane admitted that he was very surprised then, because he had never seen Moros so close before. Diane asked Lynn excitedly if she thought he was scared. Lynn said that she had never even thought of such a thing, and she was sure that Mr. Diane would never be afraid of something like that. Diane said that he was not as weak as he might seem, and then he was just surprised, so he couldn't do anything. Diane told Lynn that if something like this happened again, he would not let anyone hurt her. Lynn was delighted by such words from Diane. Her heart seemed to jump out of her chest. Lynn thanked the young master and told him that he was as lovely as a fairy. Diane was surprised and confused by the words Lynn said. He asked her what she was talking about. Lynn was embarrassed that she accidentally said it out loud. She apologized to Diane and told him that he was just really cute, and she couldn't stop thinking about it. Lynn was delighted by Diane's embarrassed face. She was upset that due to a mistake, she could not take a photo of him. The maid came into the room and told Lynn that she would show her to her room after tea was over. Diane stood up and told Lynn that he wanted to rest, so she could go, but Lynn suggested that they sit for a little while longer. Diane began to push Lynn out of the room, saying that he wanted to be alone now. Lynn smiled and said that she would go to her room then. She wished Diana a good rest. Lynn entered the players' room. Everything was the same as in the last game. The system still did not respond to Lynn's requests. Lynn was wondering when this error would be fixed. After 48 hours, the system automatically returns players to the real world. Lynn didn't understand whether she would really have to spend so much time in the game. Besides, time in reality and in the game flows differently, and thus it turned out that 48 hours in the real world is about 2 weeks in the game. Lynn fell onto the bed. She hoped that the error would be fixed faster, because after the weekend, she had to go to work. Lynn remembered the words she heard before the crash. Now she didn't understand if it was really all a simple mistake. Lynn thought, what if this wasn't so? Then she didn't understand what to do at all. Lynn stood up and thought that she needed to occupy herself with something. Otherwise, unnecessary thoughts were creeping into her head. What bothered her was that everything felt so real, as if it were a reality. Lynn walked over to the mirror and looked at her face. It was immediately clear to her that she was in the game. Lynn was glad that at least this mistake didn't affect her face in any way. She struggled with the settings for a very long time. It was very difficult for her to adjust everything to these numbers. Lynn decided that she needed to look around the room first. Lynn noticed a suit. She had never seen it before. Lynn thought it was a special uniform for teachers. Lynn looked at the other corner of the room. It was empty. Lynn didn't understand why he wasn't there. Lynn was trying to find the suitcase that each player receives at the beginning of the game. Usually, the suitcase lay on the bed. It appeared as soon as the game began. The suitcase contained various tools, weapons, and special reference books. Lynn wanted to find some information in it about the role of a teacher. Lynn didn't understand what to do. She thought that she could try to behave like a regular teacher. Lynn thought that this was a special uniform for the teachers, but since there was only one pair, this was unlikely. This was the first time in all 43 episodes that she had heard about such a role. She didn't understand if they really added a new option. Lynn hoped that this wasn't the reason for the error. Lynn remembered her tools. Some of them had a limited lifespan. Lynn was ready to organize a riot against the developers if they did not correct their mistake. Lynn hung up the suit she had found and thought that the suitcase was still worth finding. Lynn walked down the corridor in complete despair. She couldn't understand whether the suitcase had really fallen through the ground. Lynn hoped that at least the maids would help her find this suitcase. Lynn approached the maid and asked her about the suitcase, but she said that she had not seen it. Besides, the maid told Lynn that the suitcase should have been in her room. Lynn was worried by the sight of the maid. She was shaking as if she could harm her. Lynn didn't understand where the reference book and weapons had disappeared to if the maids had said that they had taken all her things to her room. Lynn walked further down the corridor, and suddenly something round rolled under her feet. It was a case. Lynn took it in her hand. She did not understand where it could have come from. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Lynn. Looking at this person, she was very surprised. In front of her stood a young boy holding a large red book in his hand. It was the angel from the first room, Ruska. Lynn thought that other angels could only be encountered if you went through episodes with them. Plus, she had already seen Minuel. Lynn thought that it could also be due to a mistake. Lynn gave Rusku his case and, smiling, asked him to be more careful next time and not to drop it again. A woman appeared behind Ruska. She looked angrily at Lynn and asked him to move away from her child. Then Lynn realized that this woman had been here all this time. Lynn walked up to the woman and said she just wanted to help Rusku lift the case. The woman became angry and said that she didn't care what Lynn wanted to do because she was able to take care of her child herself. The woman pointed to the case and asked Lynn if she thought it was okay to give something like that to a child. Lynn was confused. She didn't understand whether this woman was trying to accuse her of something. The woman turned to her child and said that it was time for them to go. Ruska and his escort left. Lynn turned around and looked at them again. Sometimes Lynn forgot that they were all just simple characters from a game. Here Lynn realized that she had never seen this girl before. She seemed too angry to her. Lynn knew all the characters in this game that were not under the player's control, but she saw this woman for the first time. Meanwhile, what is happening outside the mansion? Lynn walked through the forest. She was looking for something and was sure that it was here. Lynn touched the statue that stood in front of her. A moment later, she found what she was looking for. It was a pistol. Lynn was actually supposed to find it in episode 10, but she'll need it faster. Coming out of the forest, Lynn noticed two guys running somewhere. They laughed loudly and talked about how Chesvy had fallen into the pond. Lynn was surprised. She didn't understand who Chesvy was. It was the first time she heard this name. Lynn decided that it was time for her to return, since she had already gotten the weapon, and she was sure that Diane was already tired of waiting. Lynn thought it was the drizzle again. She was glad she went to get her weapon in time. Then a fair-haired guy appeared in front of her, in completely wet clothes. The guy recognized Lynn. He had already heard about her as the teacher from the 7th room who arrived today. Lynn was horrified, because she almost attacked him, thinking that it was Drizzle. Lynn smiled at the guy and said that it was true, and it was really her. The guy combed his hair with his hand and smiled at Lynn. He was quite tall. Lynn didn't understand if this was another new character. It was unexpected for her. Looking at his body, Lynn doubted that he was a simple worker, but she didn't understand why he was covered in seaweed. He approached Lai Nam and said that he was glad to meet her. He admitted that he was a little surprised that someone would take in the angel from room 7. The guy smiled and asked Lynn what she was doing here. Was she really lost? Lynn said that she really was lost because she couldn't tell him that she went to get weapons. The guy told Lynn that he understood her perfectly because their mansion was huge and its size could drive you crazy. The guy asked Lynn if she would mind if he gave her a little tour of the area. Lynn pretended to be happy about it and told the guy that she was all for it. But in fact, Lynn didn't need any tour. She already knew everything here. Over the course of 43 episodes, Lynn managed to learn every corner of this mansion. Lynn told the guy that all his clothes were wet and asked if he wanted to change, but the excursion could wait. The guy said that he really did look unsuitable. He said that he was getting a ball out of the pond that the kids had managed to throw there. He also said that, fortunately, it was hot outside, so the clothes would dry quickly. Lynn and the stranger went for a walk around the area around the mansion. Then the guy remembered that he had forgotten to introduce himself. He told Lynn his name, Chesvy, and said that he had come here almost a year ago. Lynn looked at Chesvy and thought that he was even more handsome up close. She told him her name. Chavez told Lynn that she had a very beautiful name. Lynn thought that Chesvy was another character she was seeing for the first time, and she wondered what his role was. Chesvy, noticing that Lynn was lagging behind, turned around and asked if he was really walking fast. Lynn was confused. She said that everything was fine. Chesvy told Lynn that he heard how she defeated Moros on the first day, and he thought it was amazing. Lynn smiled and said it was just a drizzle, but Chesvy told Lynn that she killed him single-handedly, and that was enough to impress. In this game, monsters and evil spirits are constantly hunting for angel boys. Evil spirits here are called demons, which in Latin means devil, while Moros means corpse, death, and destruction. And they are all as dangerous as their names. Lynn dealt with Moros easily because this episode was a training one, especially since she was going through it more than once. Lynn thought that outside characters shouldn't know about this because they would hardly understand her. Chesvy realized that the rumors were true after all. They said that Lynn had taken an elite course before going to the mansion. Lynn heard about the elite course for the first time and didn't understand what it was. Lynn asked if there were rumors that she was from the elite. Chesvy said that everyone was interested to know who dared to take over the 7th room, and since little was known about Lynn, all sorts of servants were born in the mansion. Chesvy said that, nevertheless, the rumor that Lynn had defeated Moros was true. Lynn laughed. She could not argue and say that it was due to a mistake that was not being corrected. Lynn didn't understand if the caregivers had to go through some kind of training or if they weren't interviewed like the maids. Chesvy told Lynn that in general, the other caregivers were very interested in her. Chesvy told Lynn that if she really belonged to Alita, she should be familiar with the teacher from the 4th room. Now only this teacher belonged to Stella. Lynn didn't understand what Stella was. She thought it might be the name of an elite group. Chesvy turned to Lynn and said that she should know that there would be a welcome dinner tonight in honor of her arrival. Lynn nodded, but in fact, this was the first time she had heard about it. Chesvy told Lynn that in that case, they could chat some more. Lynn smiled and looked at Chesvy, saying that she agreed and thought it was great. Then someone suddenly approached Chesvy and Lynn was surprised. It was Minuel. He asked Chesvy what they were doing here with the new girl. Lynn looked into Minuel's eyes, which seemed to ask what she was doing there. Lynn was confused. She understood that this thorn was not changing. Minuel ordered Chesvy to get moving, because Minuel still had a lot of things to do. Lynn did not understand whether Chesvy and Minuel knew each other. Minuel turned around. Chesvy told him that he was already on his way and followed him. Lynn didn't understand why Minuel needed Chesvy. She wondered if he was his tutor. Chesvy turned to Lynn and said he would show her around a little later. Here Lynn decided to ask Chesvy if he was also a teacher. Chesvy turned to Lynn and said that he was Minuel's tutor from the 2nd room. Lynn stood and looked out the window, thinking about how quickly today had flown by. Lynn remembered Chesvy. He seemed handsome to her, but at the same time, he was somehow strange. At the time, Lynn didn't pay any attention to it at all, as she was too happy about the appearance of new characters. Lynn thought that since she had already gotten the necessary weapons, it was time for her to return to Diane. Lynn walked towards Dana, remembering him as her kitten. Here Lynn's fantasy was interrupted by someone. She was walking down the corridor when someone called her. Lynn turned around and noticed the maid running towards her. She told Lynn that they were in big trouble. The out-of-breath maid began to say that the problem was with the young master, Diana. Lynn was stunned. She realized that the story was beginning. Worried about the young master, Lynn burst into his room. Diane was lying on the bed, Lynn asked him what happened to him. Diane said that everything was fine, and he was just a little bruised. Diane asked Lynn where she had been for so long, since he hadn't seen her in the room. Lynn began examining Diane's swollen leg. She told him that she couldn't find the suitcase, so she looked for it. She didn't understand how he managed to get hurt in such a short time. Diane said he had fallen slightly and hurt himself, but he thought it was nothing since no one had died. Diane was exactly the kind of character who could get hurt by anything, but Lynn thought that at least today they would avoid any misfortunes, since she had just killed Moros. Lynn told Diane that from now on, she would always be there to protect him from any troubles. Lynn knew that Diane's leg was hurting, so she asked him to wait a second. Lynn tore off a rose petal. The bandages had already slipped, so Lynn decided to bandage them the way she had been taught. There were also some advantages to Diane's constant injury to herself. For example, during the game she improved her first aid skills quite well. There was a doctor in the game, of course, but he was as useful as a goat's milk. It was the first time Diane had seen bandaging like that, but it seemed to him that Lynn was doing quite well. The mistake had nullified all of Lynn's achievements, so now her healing skills were somewhere at level 1. Lynn decided that in that case, she would be better off starting to heal the maids to re-level her healing skills. Lynn asked Diane if he had fallen while walking to her room. Diane, hesitantly, said that was true. He wanted them to go to the welcome dinner together. Lynn told the young master that she would go with him anywhere, but today he needed rest more than anything. Diane was horrified. He asked Lynn what kind of rest she was talking about, because Diane said that he was fine. Lynn told Diane that if he really wanted to go, she shouldn't stop him, and asked him what he preferred, crutches or a wheelchair. Lynn chuckled. Diane said that he didn't need either. Diane said that this way everyone would know that he was injured, and he also didn't want to seem weak. Lynn understood that Diane really wanted to look stylish in the eyes of other boys. Diane asked Lynn if in this case she might still go alone. Lynn didn't know where she would go without him. Diane told her that everything was fine and she could go alone. Diane said that, besides, this dinner was organized in her honor, and she could not miss it, because there would be no more dinners like this. Lynn felt sad. Diane spoke about it in a trembling voice. She knew how he really felt. Lynn really wanted to go to this dinner, but she had already been here for the 44th time. Lynn was sure that if she didn't go now, she wouldn't lose anything. But for Diane, this was the only chance. Lynn didn't even want to think about the fact that Diane was the only one who still didn't have a caregiver. Lynn understood that today's welcome dinner was especially important to Diane. Diane sighed and said he felt like he had no other choice. Lynn looked at Diane and said that she would still take him with her. Diane was shocked by this news. He didn't understand if Lynn was serious. Lynn told Diane that he didn't want others to think he was weak and that this was the best option. Lynn said they could just announce that she was happy to be his teacher, which is why she hugged him all the way to the cafeteria. Diane asked Lynn what she was talking about. He didn't understand her at all. Diane asked what kind of nonsense this was. Lynn said she thought it would be wonderful. Diane said he was totally against it. Lynn pretended to be hurt by his abrupt refusal and told Diane that it was very heartless of him. Lynn asked Diane if he wanted to change his mind. She promised to take good care of him. Lynn thought it was a brilliant idea, but Diane refused. Evening came. It was dark outside. The yard was illuminated by the moon and the light from the windows. Lynn walked through the corridors of the mansion towards the dining room. Lynn was sad. She thought that she would have calmly walked Diane to the dining room. Lynn was sad. Diane looked very depressed when he let her go alone. She also remembered his words that there would be no more dinners like this in the mansion. Lynn wanted them to go together, but there was nothing to be done since he didn't want to appear weak in front of the other boys. For Diana's sake, Lynn was willing to go to dinner, and afterward, she was going to come back to him. All the teachers were gathered in the dining room, which meant that she would be able to find out something from them. Lynn began to open the doors to the dining room and slowly enter. Lynn thought there were too many people here. She didn't understand if they were all teachers. Lynn said hello. Everyone turned to look at her. She realized that the teachers here were all new. Lynn greeted Chevy. He was glad to see her. Lynn looked in the other direction. There sat Ruska, who was with that same woman. Next sat another angel, accompanied by his tutor. Lynn was surprised. She didn't understand if this was really a welcome dinner. The atmosphere was too inappropriate. The boy smiled and asked Lynn if she was the teacher from room 7. The boy's name was Vivi. His teacher reprimanded him, but Vivi didn't understand why he couldn't even say hello. Lynn said that he was right and introduced herself as the teacher, Diana, from room 7. Lynn was grateful to this beautiful child because now she could breathe normally. Lynn walked around Vivi's chair and sat down in the empty seat. Lynn was confident that she could take one of the available seats. The girl sitting opposite Lynn asked her if she really decided to show off on the very first day. The girl was interested in why Lynn came to dinner looking like that. Lynn was confused. She explained that she put on what was hanging in her closet and asked what was wrong. Lynn thought that this was a normal form. Now Lynn didn't understand if she had made a mistake. The man supported the girl, saying that first it was the drizzle, then the outfit, and it seemed to him that the teacher from room 7 liked to stand out. The man swirled the wine in his glass and asked if maybe he was wrong now. Lynn thought that even if she had made a mistake with the outfit, there was no need to tell her about it in such a tone. She did not understand why everyone was so hostile. She suggested that they introduce themselves to each other first. Everyone looked at Lynn, and she said that she thought everyone already knew who she was. But the thing is that she still didn't know any of them. Here Lynn remembered Chesvy and clarified that she didn't know anyone except him. One educator noted that it was permissible for Lynn not to know any of them, since the elite were not interested in ordinary educators. It was a woman with green hair. She looked at Lynn with hostility and waited for her confirmation. Lynn didn't understand what this girl was talking about. After all, this was Lynn's first time as a caregiver in the mansion, and it was obvious that she didn't know anyone. Chesvy said that Stella may have other rules. He heard that their rules are quite unusual. Chesvy said that it was likely that Lynn was not like them, and that they knew little about this mansion. Chesvy said that this was just his guess, and asked Lynn if he was right. Lynn confirmed Chesvy's words. Lynn remembered that there was some school that trained educators, and most of them were hired from there. Now Lynn understood why the other teachers saw her as their enemy, but she wasn't going to explain or apologize. She didn't understand, even if it was due to low self-esteem, other principles. Is this really how pious educators behave? Lynn didn't understand how this couldn't be considered an indicator of their incompetence. Chesvy turned to Mr. Raven, asking him what he thought of Lynn. Chesvy felt like Lynn didn't recognize him. Chesvy reminded Raven that when they talked earlier, he mentioned that Lynn was Stella's. Chesvy said that among those present was one of the educators from Stella. Lynn realized that it was Raven. Lynn looked at Raven and asked him if he was the teacher from Stella. Lynn didn't understand what was going on, because a player who chooses the role of a caregiver by default becomes part of the elite. Lynn needed more information to understand how it works. Lynn turned to Raven and asked him if he had heard of her. Raven told Lynn that he only heard her name and that the conversation was not serious. The girl sitting next to Lynn interrupted Lynn and Raven's conversation, offering to introduce themselves to each other. Raven said that in that case, they had best start in order. Lynn was surprised that the girl was able to change the subject so easily. The teachers began to introduce themselves one by one. Ruska, the angel of the first room, quiet and reasonable. His teacher, Marian, is a beautiful woman with a cold expression, more like a parent. Minuel, the angel of the second room, is an egoist with a rude and willful character. His caregiver, Chevy, a caring man with beautiful purple eyes, gives the impression of being a slightly indecisive and lazy person. Vivi, the angel of the third room, a boy associated with cotton candy, is good-natured and sweet. The teacher Evgenia is an intelligent woman, and it is better not to neglect the rules in her presence. Leo, the angel of the fourth room, gives a cheerful impression. His personality is really bright and hyperactive. The teacher, Ravon, is a cunning man who may be a member of Stella, but that's just a rumor. Serge, the angel of the fifth room, calm and obedient, looks like a very gentle person. Teacher Olivia is a very beautiful woman, with a striking appearance. However, she doesn't seem to like the Stella people. Jay, the angel of room 6, looks smart because of his glasses, but is a bit clumsy. Educator Gilbert, his personality is quite difficult to describe, but he gives the impression of a gentle person. And also Diane, the angel of room 7, a tiny white kitten, the cutest and cutest in the whole world, with silver fur and sparkling ruby red eyes. Tudor Lynn, a customized appearance of pink eyes and purple hair, symbolizes the result of her efforts, tears, and blood. Lynn didn't understand if that was all. She was sure that she wouldn't remember it the first time. Lynn figured that the bugs should be fixed before their next meeting, so she decided not to worry about it. Lynn was brought a plate with the main dish. The main dish of the day was fillet steak with chimichurri sauce, and the maids set the plates on the table. They tried their best to prepare for the welcoming event. Lynn reached for the plate and began to carefully lift its lid. As soon as she opened the lid, everyone was horrified. One of the maids couldn't even stand on her feet. They didn't understand what was happening and where it came from. Nobody understood what it was. But the thing is that there was a flower of death on the plate. The flower of death that blooms in the places where a person dies in the game. But the one on the plate is not the flower of death. It is some other white flower, only painted red and looks like a corpse. Whoever did it, the joke wasn't funny. And Lynn said the welcome to the Redford mansion was very interesting. Lynn picked up a fork and began to eat her dinner. Lynn brought the flower to her mouth to eat. Everyone was horrified. Olivia asked Lynn what she was doing, why she was eating it. Lynn asked Olivia what was wrong and whether other teachers usually ate this. Lynn said that she thought it was one of their main, maybe a little strange dishes, and also asked how she could not eat it if they tried so hard for her. Lynn thanked everyone for such a welcoming treat. She said that since it was from the heart, it would be rude to refuse the treat. Lynn smiled at everyone and said that they could be sure that she would be just as kind to them. In any case, the beginning of the 44th attempt to complete the game seemed very fun to Lynn. Lynn returned to her young master's room. Diane was surprised. He asked Lynn why she was there. Was the reception over? Lynn said she wanted to return quickly because she was afraid her little charge would be lonely. Lynn thought she was rushing, but the atmosphere there was so intense that it was hard to swallow. Diane stood up and said that he was not lonely, and that he felt great even when he was completely alone. Lynn asked him if this was really true, since she felt sad without him. Lynn asked Diane if she had had dinner. Diane hesitated. Lynn walked over to Diane's plate, thinking that they might have been playing a joke on his dish too. Opening the dish, Lynn saw that Diana's dinner was fine. There was steak in it. Lynn told Diane that his food looked great and invited him to have dinner together. Diane asked Lynn if she hadn't eaten at the reception. Lynn told Diane that she wanted to eat with him, so she was in a hurry. Diane said he wasn't particularly hungry, but since Lynn was asking for it, he was willing to have dinner. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound came from Diane's stomach, and Lynn heard it. Diane began to convince Lynn that it was not what she thought. Lynn told Diane that she knew that sound was from Sweet Diane, and he asked Lynn not to call him that. Lynn brought the dessert to Diane. It was the very cake he had asked for. Diane noticed that Lynn had brought 2 pieces, as he had requested. Lynn said that he could have both if he wanted. Diane told Lynn that he couldn't eat those pieces alone. Diane placed the plates next to each other, using the pieces of cake to form a heart. Lynn looked at this cutie and realized that no one knew that he could be so cute. And it was all thanks to the chef. Lynn assumed that Diane had asked the chef to make the cake into a heart shape. Diane said he was just curious what would happen if the pieces were put together. Lynn started hugging Diane, saying that she liked him too, and that she was the happiest person in general. Lynn was sure that out of 44 attempts, this one would be the one she would remember best. Morning came, and the maids began to get out of bed. The bell rang in the corridor. The maids came out and headed somewhere. It was time for morning prayer. All the maids gathered in the great hall, and the priest stood before them. The servants' work is rather routine. Before breakfast, they gather in the chapel and pray. After the prayer, everyone is blessed with holy water from a silver tray. This is intended to recognize the moros among the people. A rumor spread among the maids that the water was useless because the teacher from the 7th room killed a maid who turned out to be moros, which means that no one suspected her. This morning, it was especially noisy. Everyone was discussing something. The new teacher, Lynn, was the most talked about. People were wondering if she was really from the elite. Besides, she killed moros on the very first day, which meant that Diane from the 7th room now also had a chance to survive. 2 girls, Sarah Rose and Betty, were walking and talking to each other. Betty asked Sarah if she was in charge of room 7. Betty worked in the kitchen all the time and had not had the opportunity to meet the new teacher. She was interested in what Lynn was like, whether she was difficult. Sarah said that it was only her 3rd day on the job, so she wasn't sure. Betty asked Sarah if Lynn hadn't asked her for anything. Sarah told how Lynn said she had lost her bag, so she lent her these clothes. Betty realized that Sarah really didn't know anything, so she left her alone. She left, wishing Sarah bon appetit. Sarah sat at breakfast with a sad look. She understood that she did not want more. She thought that she needed to finish quickly and prepare water for washing. Sarah Rose found a jug and prepared water for Lynn to wash herself. Suddenly, someone came up to Sarah Rose and snatched the jug of water from her hands. Sarah asked the maids what they were doing. The girl pretended not to understand what was going on and said that she had to go, as her mistress was waiting for her. Sarah didn't understand what was happening, because she had prepared this water for her mistress. The girl asked Sarah if she couldn't give in just once. She felt like Sarah was talking as if she had been robbed, but she thought it was normal since they were colleagues. The girl told Sark that she should be happy that Room 7 finally had a teacher. The girl asked Sarah if she thought that the gentleman from the 7th room and the gentleman from the 1st were equal. Sarah Rose had been working in this mansion for a week now, and there was a certain division into classes here. Those who were confident that it was their master who would survive in this mansion and achieve success turned their noses up and looked down on others. They put on colored ribbons symbolizing their master's rooms and then twirl them under the noses of the other workers. Here, Sarah Rose was unlucky. When she arrived, the only free room was the 7th. Sarah walked to the door of her room and called Lynn, saying that she had brought water. Lynn didn't respond, so Sarah started knocking harder, but nothing happened. Sarah apologized and opened the door to enter the room. Before she had time to step over the threshold, a tablecloth flew at her. Sarah didn't expect this, so she was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Eventually, Sarah couldn't stay on her feet and stumbled, falling to the floor and starting to scream. Here, Sarah was caught by Lynn, who asked Sarah if she was hurt. Sarah Rose was agitated, her voice trembling as she apologized to Lynn. Sarah noticed pink, mysterious eyes in front of her, a face that made a tender impression. Sarah realized that in front of her was the teacher of the 7th room. Lynn asked Sarah if she was very scared. Lynn thought that she shouldn't have opened the window so wide. Sarah began to tell Lynn that everything was fine. Holding out the jug, she said that it was water for washing. Lynn thanked Sarah Rose. Sarah was surprised. She thought that Lynn was too young to be a teacher, but Sarah was confident that Lynn was doing her job well. Although the people from the Redford mansion were wary of Mrs. Lynn, Lynn noticed Sarah looking at her and asked Sarah if she had something on her face. Sarah was confused and immediately told Lynn that there was nothing wrong with her face. Sarah felt awkward. She realized that Lynn was not at all like what others said about her. Lynn was completely confused because the game was still full of bugs. Because the system wasn't working, Lynn wasn't even warned that Sarah Rose was coming. Usually, the game would warn that someone was coming, and the player would receive a timely notification with instructions. Usually before Sarah Rose arrives, Lynn gets a system notification window. It was proposed to improve the efficiency of the employees working in the Redford mansion. Lynn needed to make a good impression on the maid of room 7. If Lynn completed the task and gained the required level of trust, the maid would give Lynn a hidden task. Lynn didn't understand how she could complete this task if the system wasn't working at all. Lynn began to wash her face. Washing her face with holy water was a mandatory procedure. Besides this, the Redford mansion had a whole series of unusual rules. The mansion was always filled with monsters, so every day you had to wash your face with holy water. A bloody gold button, when found, it was not allowed to be picked up. It was necessary to step on it with the right foot. If you encountered a woman in black while walking down the corridor and in front of the purple rooms, you were not allowed to ask her questions. The window had to be closed before going to bed. At midnight, some entities would start knocking on the windows, and they should never be opened. Although the rules were created by the developers to give a darker atmosphere, if all the rules are not followed, it will lead to a decrease in the player's power, and he may turn into an evil spirit or monster. The book of rules was hidden in the bag, but both the clothes and the books were missing. It was the 44th game now, and Lynn was sure that, having played it so many times, she had already memorized everything. Lynn thanked Sarah Rose for lending her her clothes, and Lynn promised to return them by the end of the week. Sarah was a little surprised. She told Lynn that if she suddenly needed anything else, she was ready to help. Lynn thought that it seemed like Sarah preferred to keep her distance, as Sarah believed that their relationship should be limited to that of a mistress and a maid. In previous games, they both took on the maid position at the same time. Sarah Rose was Lynn's roommate and the closest person to her. Lynn understood that in this game they were in different castes, but she hoped that they could re-establish the old contact. Lynn told Sarah that everything was fine. She asked Sarah if she knew what was wrong with her evening dress, since the other teachers had made some bad comments about it. Sarah said that choosing the right clothes is very important, Because others judged the rating and ability of education by it, the shirt is only used if the educator has the right to leave the mansion. Lynn only paid attention to two words, rating and mansion. Now she understood why they all reacted that way yesterday. Lynn didn't understand one thing. Since when did the rating evaluation function appear in the system? Lynn realized that there was still a lot of unknown here. Sarah noticed Lynn's puzzled look and asked if everything was okay. Lynn replied that everything was fine. There are actually a lot of things that Lynn would like to ask Sarah Rose about, but the game is about to begin. Lynn walked down the hallway and thought that she should deal with the purple room first. It was the third day of Lynn's stay at the Redford mansion. That night, the young master was supposed to catch a fever for an unknown reason. A charlatan doctor gives out a powerful medicine, the quality of which leaves much to be desired. Despite this, the heat does not subside. And just at this time, strange rumors began to spread throughout the mansion. Every night, the workers hear the sound of children's footsteps in the purple room. And the previous evening, one of the maids notices Diane wandering around the room. And already that night, Lynn is looking after the sick Diane. Just the sight of Diane makes Lynn's mood drop and her determination grow. That's when she decides to check out the purple room alone. According to the plot, this was supposed to happen tonight, when Diane becomes ill. This was already Lynn's 44th attempt, but she still couldn't let her kitten get sick. Lynn noticed a bloody button under her feet. She thought that if this time was different, then maybe she could change the storyline a little more. Lynn stepped on the button with her right foot. Lynn thought that there was no point in worrying. Then she would find out whether Diane was sick or not. Lynn burst into the young master's room and wished him good morning. Diane was frightened by Lynn's sudden arrival. Diane sat down and asked Lynn irritably why she didn't knock before entering. Lynn smiled and apologized to her kitten for scaring him. Lynn, noticing Diane's agitated look, immediately realized that he was hiding something again. Lynn didn't know what he was hiding, but he was acting extremely suspicious. Diane asked Lynn why she was looking at him like that. There were many dangerous things in this mansion. Lynn thought that the goods he was hiding might be just as dangerous, and Diane would get into trouble. Lynn couldn't help but check what Diane had. She started to approach him. Lynn pretended that Diane's blanket was dirty, and she had to look at the stain. Soon, Lynn said she needed to change the blanket. Diane became nervous and resistant. Lifting the blanket and seeing what Diane was hiding, Lynn froze in surprise. Under the blanket, next to Dane, there was a small envelope from which some green peas rolled out. Diane was very scared and started making excuses to Lynn. Diane explained that sometimes he just wants to eat beans, so he saves them for later. Diane said he wanted to eat the beans now. He tried to put them in his mouth, but couldn't. Lynn was surprised. She said that her lunch also had beans, and she didn't like them, and since Diane loved them so much, she was ready to bring them to him. Lynn told Diane that even though she was an adult, she disliked beans so much that it made her sick. As a child, she tried to train herself to eat it, but only began to hate it more now. If she tries just a little, then everything is fine. Lynn told Diane that therefore, if he didn't like beans, he could just not eat them, because he should enjoy every meal. Diane asked Lynn if he would upset her if he didn't eat the beans. Lynn said that of course not, and such a trifle could not upset her. Lynn told Diane that she liked the young master just the way he was. Lynn asked Diane to just relax while he was around her. Diane was extremely happy that Lynn became his teacher. He liked her very much. Lynn was thrilled that Diane said he liked her. She never thought he would say things like that to her. Lynn was sure that being a teacher was the best thing that could happen in her life. Lynn originally thought that a maid was the best role for female fans, but as it turned out, being a maid was nothing compared to being a caregiver. Lynn was so lost in thought about the young master that she didn't hear what was happening behind her at all. Soon Lynn finally heard the noise and, standing around the corner, began to carefully observe what was happening. The maid apologized to Madame Marian. The girl said that she did not do it on purpose and promised that she would be more careful and would not make mistakes again. Lynn looked at the woman. It was Marianne, the teacher from the first room. Marianne was very angry with the maid. She swung her hand and slapped the girl. Marianne screamed at the girl that she had done such a terrible thing, and now she dared to ask for forgiveness. Marianne was angry at the girl because she almost killed her precious child. The maid begged Marianne to spare her life, but Marianne was not sure that the girl had any say in the matter. After all, the maid had deliberately changed the medicine he was supposed to take every day, and Marianne didn't consider it a mistake. Marianne thought the maid was too self-assured. before the player could choose who they wanted to play as. The characters were given explanations where Ruska was sensitive. This is probably the reason why Marian was so sensitive when it came to Ruska. Marian decided to give the maid another chance. She sent the girl to the Devil's Flower Garden right now. The maid had to hold out there until tomorrow morning. Then Marian promised to forgive her. The maid, realizing what awaited her, begged Marian not to treat her like that. Lynn was horrified by what she heard and saw, and she became curious about what the Devil's Flower Garden was. Lynn had never heard any mention of the Devil's Flower Garden before. Out of curiosity, Lynn thought she should follow them. Only at such moments did Lynn remember that the game's genre was horror. Lynn was determined to follow the maids, and she decided to take a weapon with her just in case. After all, sometimes the game would break into a real shooter, filled with a bunch of different monsters. Lynn was sure that she was ready to go there, but something was stopping her from doing so. Ever since Lynn left the room, there had been a naughty kitten following her. She knew him too well, so she noticed him right away. Diane came out to Lynn and said that he wanted to ask her to make sure to knock next time. Lynn didn't understand why Diane was here alone. It was strange to see a child walking alone in the corridors at this hour. After all, now was the time when all the angels attended classes according to their personal schedule. Diane left, and Lynn first ran to catch up with those maids who went to the Devil's Flower Garden. After a couple of stairs and corridors, Lynn managed to catch up with those same maids. Lynn followed them. The maids approached the door. Lynn couldn't remember if there was such a place behind the mansion. The maids left. Lynn went to the door. The screams of that girl could be heard from it. She begged not to do this. The girl asked to spare her. The maids were standing at some doors. Lynn was sure that this door had never been here. Lynn realized that this was the flower garden they were talking about. The place seemed rather creepy to her. The door opened and black fog began to come out. Lynn stood there and thought about how there were no smells coming from there at all. Besides the sheer discomfort, Lynn definitely felt something ominous. On the other hand, Lynn was happy, because now there were new locations, new characters. Lynn walked to the door. She mentally asked Mr. Diane not to worry, and promised to return soon. At this time, someone was standing behind Lynn. As Lynn was about to open the door, the boy ran out. Lynn was glad that he finally showed up. Lynn turned and greeted Minuel, smiling. She asked him if he was out for a walk too. Minuel looked at Lynn with surprised and slightly frightened eyes. He greeted Lynn. Minuel asked Lynn why she was pretending if she knew he was going to her. Minuel asked Lynn if she even knew what this place was. Lynn replied to Minuel that of course she knew that it was the Devil's Flower Gardener. Minuel was surprised and asked Lynn if she was really going to go there anyway, and Lynn asked what the problem was. Minuel began to get angry. He did not understand why a person from the elite did not know about such things. Minuel asked Lynn, since she knew he was coming to her, did she really want to see his reaction? Minuel considered the new teacher to be completely fearless. Minuel began to tell Lynn about the devil's fury, about what could be seen in the garden. Before he could say anything, his eyes suddenly filled with fear. Minuel suddenly began to fall backwards, and Lynn, seeing this, immediately rushed to his aid. Lynn managed to grab Minuel's arm, preventing him from falling to the ground. Lynn placed Minuel on her lap and asked him to explain what was happening. Minuel only asked for help, saying that he was fainting. Minuel's hands seemed too hot to Lynn. She didn't understand why everything happened so suddenly. Then Lynn had a feeling, as if it had already happened. Lynn brought Minuel into the room. Next to him sat a doctor, who said it was a cold. Lynn also noticed that Minuel's symptoms were exactly the same as Diane's in the original game. The doctor said that he would give him medicine and tell him how to take it, and he also said that after Minuel woke up, he would need to drink a lot of water. Chevy turned to the doctor and thanked him for his recommendations. Minuel's teacher leaned over to him and tried to wake him up, telling him that he needed to take his medicine. Minuel opened his eyes with difficulty and raised his head. Chevy understood that he was having a hard time, but he reassured Minuel that he would feel better after the medicine. Chevy brought a spoon with the medicine to Minuel, who drank it. Immediately after taking the medicine, Minuel began to cough as if he was choking. Chevy was worried about Minuel's condition. He monitored his breathing, tried to get him to answer his questions. Chevy said that if he had known about this, he would have treated Minuel even better. But Lynn did not understand whether Chevy really thought it was fatal. From his reaction, it seemed as if Minuel was seriously ill. Lynn decided to support Chevy by telling him that Minuel would definitely get better, because he had already been given medicine, so she thought that Minuel would get better after sleeping. Chesvy was thrilled that Minuel had been fine in the morning, and then suddenly he fell ill. Chesvy had heard that even a common cold could be fatal, but he didn't think it would be this severe. Lynn asked Chesvy if Minuel had never gotten sick before. Chesvy said that Minuel has never been sick, as he has good immunity, health. This is his greatest advantage over others. Lynn found this moment very interesting, especially how Chesvy exaggerates Minuel's merits. And Chesvy's reaction seemed feigned to Lynn. He was repeating himself. She noticed a discrepancy here, especially if this was Minuel's first illness. Lynn thought that it was just her imagination. Besides, she also worries when Diane is ill. Lynn told Chesvy that she thinks that it is not quite an ordinary cold. Lynn asked Chesvy if he had any ideas about this, like if something unusual had happened. Chesvy thought for a moment, but could not say anything, so he turned to Minuel. Lynn asked Minuel what could have happened that made him suddenly fall ill. Minuel said he didn't know. Lynn asked him to think again. She suggested that he might have broken one of the mansion's rules. Lynn suggested that Minuel might have quietly slipped out of the room and done something forbidden. Minuel looked away. He excitedly asked Lynn how she could think he could do something like that. Lynn looked at Minuel and asked if he was there in the purple room. Lynn was sure that Minuel had heard some rumors and was curious, so he had sneaked in so quietly. Minuel would no longer be able to deceive Lynn. Because she had gone through this episode so many times, Minuel did not argue and admitted that he had gone there. In this episode, rumors of the purple room spread throughout the mansion. The reason why each of the children ends up going there depends on the character of each of them. This was the consistent plot of the first episode. Lynn was sure that the reason Minuel went there this time, and not Diane, was probably because the system was broken. Chesvy looked at Minuel and asked him why he ran out of the room in the middle of the night. Chesvy had many more questions for Minuel. For example, why he went to the purple room. Minuel asked him to stop, promising to tell everything. Minuel said that Lynn was right, and he had indeed heard rumors and was curious. Lynn thought that his cold was getting the better of him because Minuel was so worried. Lynn found out what she wanted. There was no point in scolding him further, since it would worsen his condition. Lynn turned to Chesvy and said that Minuel needed rest, offering to leave him alone. Chesvy quickly agreed with Lynn. He asked Minuel to rest, saying that they would talk later. Chesvy and Lynn left the room. Chesvy didn't know whether Minuel would recover or not, but Lynn had no doubt about it. Because they already knew what the problem was, all that was left was to find a way to solve it. Lynn invited Chesvy to go to the purple room together. Chesvy wasn't particularly happy with this proposal. He stood and looked at Lynn, waiting for an explanation. Lynn suggested meeting at the entrance to the pavilion at 12 o'clock. Chesvy was still trying to dissuade Lynn from going to the purple room. Lynn didn't think that the medicine would help Minuel. She thought that first she needed to figure out the source of the problem. This casting must be done with one of the NPCs. Previously, Lynn did it with Sarah Rose. But since there are new characters now, Lynn wanted to go through the quest with one of them. Chesvy reminded Lynn that they didn't even have a key to get into that room. At this point, Lynn took a key out of her pocket and showed it to Chesvy, telling him that she had already taken care of that. Chesvy asked Lynn if the employees had just given her the key to the pavilion, but Lynn replied that she hadn't even asked them. Chesvy didn't understand anything. He had a lot of questions for Lynn, but he just stood and silently looked at her. Lynn may have been a bit over the top, but there was no other way she could have gotten through this episode. Lynn told Chesvy that if he was so afraid of the rumors about the purple room, he didn't have to worry because she would be able to protect him. Lynn was confident that she had some experience left, since this was already her 44th playthrough of this episode. Chesvy, after thinking for a moment, agreed with Lynn and said that they would then meet at midnight. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Lynn was approaching Diane's room. Everything was going well. Chesvy agreed to go with Lynn, and Diane was healthy. Entering the room, Lynn said that the kitten should already go to bed. Entering the room, Lynn noticed that Diane was not alone. 2 angels from other rooms were sitting with him, Vivi from the 3rd room and Leo from the 4th. Lynn thought that they came to Diane to play. Vivi stood up and told Diane that it was late and that he and Leo would go to their rooms. As they approached the door, the boys said goodbye to Lynn and said that they would come to see Diane again. Lynn was happy that her kitten had made friends. Lynn wondered if this is how parents feel when they meet their child's friends for the first time. Lynn asked Diane if he always brought his friends over when she wasn't around. Diane said he wasn't close enough to the boys to call them friends. Lynn was glad that Diane was finally getting along with someone. Lynn suggested that next time they bring the boys during the day so they could have a snack together. Diane asked Lynn if his friends had interested her. Lynn nodded her head happily. Diane was confused and told Lynn that these boys already had caregivers. Diane added that their caregivers have been watching them for over a year and that they have a close bond, so Vivi and Leo will not abandon them. Lynn smiled and told Diane that then he and the boys had something in common. Lynn told Diane that they would spend more than a year together and never separate. Diane turned away from Lynn and told her that he was ready to go to bed. Lynn put Diane to bed and wished her master good night. Lynn came out of Diana's room. She was happy and calm, and that everything was fine with her master. On the other hand, Lynn felt very sorry for Minuel, so she and Chesvy are going to find a way to cure him. While walking down the street, Lynn noticed a man harassing a maid. The man offered the maid a walk, but she refused the offer. Lynn looked at the girl. She knew her. This maid was famous for her beautiful appearance and unimaginable arrogance. And this man left an extremely unpleasant impression on Lynn. It was Ravon from the 4th room. The girl started yelling at Ravon. She was wondering why he was so impudent, and in her anger, she kicked him with her foot. Ravon grabbed his leg where the maid had hit him. The girl told him she was leaving, but Ravon asked her to stand. Here, Ravon noticed Lynn. He felt awkward that she saw all this. He began to tell Lynn that she had misunderstood everything and the maid was just embarrassed, and it didn't even hurt him. Lynn asked Ravon if that was why the maid beat him so much, but Ravon, running away, said that he was just unlucky. Lynn entered the mansion. The lights go out at 11 o'clock at night. She needs to wait a little before she can walk around freely. The clock struck 11 o'clock, and Lynn was sure that the lights had already been turned off. She started to go out into the corridor. It was dark there. There was no lighting. Lynn thought that everyone had already left. She was confident that she would succeed. Lynn could only wait for Chesvy. She hoped that he would come. At first, she thought to go for him, but she didn't know where his room was. Lynn already thought that Chesvy would not come, but she hoped that he would not abandon her to her fate. Although Lynn didn't think he was the type to leave ladies alone in gloomy haunted houses, he was the one who supported her at the welcoming reception. And when Minuel was feeling ill that evening, Chesvy was worried about him. So Lynn was confident that if Minuel's health depended on their sortie, then Chesvy would come. Lynn took out the key and was about to open the pavilion, but then she felt uneasy. Lynn had a feeling that there was someone next to her, and it was definitely not Chesvy. Lynn pulled out her gun and turned around sharply, with a frightened Ravon standing behind her. Lynn's gun was pointed right at Raven's face, and he asked Lynn in fear what she was doing. Ravon asked Lynn if she was crazy. He asked her to put that thing away from his face. Lynn asked Ravon why she should do this. Ravon was afraid that she really wanted to shoot him. He started saying that she wouldn't get away with it. Lynn laughed and said it was just self-defense, especially against a man stalking a girl in the night. Lynn also told Ravon that he should have been prepared to take a bullet from the start. Under normal circumstances, NPC characters cannot harm the player. But this is a buggy game, so Lynn didn't know what to expect. Lynn is facing a completely unfamiliar character now, so she needs to be careful. Ravon began to ask Lynn not to make mistakes, saying that it was just a misunderstanding and that he was not a bad person at all. Ravon promised Lynn that he would explain everything and raised his hands to show that he had nothing. He asked Lynn to listen to him. He said that if she shot, she would not be able to come back here anymore, because she would be imprisoned. Lynn asked Ravon if he didn't know that it wasn't a problem for her, since he was also from Stella. Lynn thought that he was lying about being an elite, so she wanted to test him. Ravon said that of course he knew. Lynn thought it was all pointless, and he was only agreeing because the trigger was pointed at him. Ravon looked at Lynn and asked her if she was really one of the elite. Lynn immediately asked him the same thing. Ravon said that of course he was from the elite, and he was asking because he had never seen her before. Lynn asked Ravon why he was following her. She said that he better explain himself if he didn't want to get a bullet in the forehead. Ravon got nervous. Ravon grabbed Lynn's hand and asked if she thought he was incapable of anything. Lynn didn't understand what was happening, how the new NPS could resist her. But Lynn wasn't about to give up. She kicked Ravon and told him that apparently he had multiple lives. Ravon fell to the floor and started telling Lynn that he just wanted a relationship. Lynn expected to hear anything from Ravon, But not this. Ravon didn't understand what was wrong with him just wanting to date. He said he never thought he'd meet a witch like Lynn here. Ravon said that Sora sent him a letter asking to meet here at midnight. She acted a little strange, so he was curious. While Ravon and Lynn were talking, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Lynn looked at the door. Ravon asked her why it closed so suddenly. Ravon became nervous and demanded an explanation from Lynn about what was going on. Lynn told Ravon that it was none of his business. She didn't understand why she had to go through this quest with him. Lynn knew they wouldn't let her out until she finished the episode, but Lynn still didn't understand why Ravon was with her. Suddenly, someone knocked, and Lynn and Ravon turned their attention to the door. Ravon felt uneasy and didn't understand what was happening. Lynn asked him to calm down, saying that it was Chesvy. Lynn and Ravon walked to the window, and Chevsy's clear silhouette was visible behind it. Lynn told Chesvy that all the windows and doors were closed and asked him to wait while she and Ravon tried to open something. Chesvy stood on the other side of the window and did not understand anything. Lynn guessed that he did not hear her. Lynn tried to show Chesvy with gestures that the door was closed and that he needed to wait. Chesvy nodded his head, and Lynn calmed down and thought that he understood her. Ravon thought that Lynn came here to secretly meet Chesvy. Chesvy had always been a loner before. Lynn asked Ravon what he was thinking. She didn't understand why she was locked here with such a pervert. Ravon didn't like that Lynn called him a pervert. He said that he was also unlucky with such a witch. Lynn told Ravon that he could then leave, since no one was holding him back. But Ravon said that he couldn't leave the girl alone in such a terrible place. Lynn noticed that Chesvy looked tense. She thought it was because she invited him with her and then dumped him. Ravon considered himself unlucky. He just wanted to meet that maid. Lynn asked him if he was sure that she sent the letter, because the girl looked at him with disdain. Ravon told Lynn that she didn't know anything and that the maid called him because she wanted to meet alone. Ravon laughed and told Lynn that he thought she was just jealous of them, and he also said that Sora was cute and wonderful. Ravon realized where Lynn was going and asked her why she was heading to the purple room. Hadn't she heard what everyone was saying? Then Lynn saw something, which gave her confidence that they were already close to the room. Then a woman suddenly approached them and asked Ravon and Lynn if they had seen her child. Ravon was scared and stared at the woman. Lynn looked at him with regret. It was the woman mentioned in the rulebook, whose questions could never be answered, who still asked where her child was. Lynn knew she wasn't supposed to answer, so she decided to quickly rush past her. But Ravon ruined all her plans. He spoke to the lady and said that she scared him a lot. Ravon asked the woman what she was doing there at such a time. He said that he was not having any luck meeting ladies today. Ravon said that he knew all these rumors about ghosts were ridiculous to the extreme, and apparently Miss Marian had such an unusual appearance that the workers of the mansion began to invent all sorts of nonsense. Raven said that at first glance it may indeed seem like a ghost, but he knows that in fact it is their colleague. Lynn told Ravon that it wasn't the teacher from the first room and that he shouldn't jump to conclusions. Ravon told Lynn that he was not that stupid and knew that it was Marian. Even though her face was hidden by a scarf, he was sure that it was her. Ravon asked the woman what she said about the child. Was she really looking for Ruska? But the woman simply asked him if he had seen her child. Lynn angrily told Ravon not to talk to that woman. Ravon did not listen to Lynn and told the woman that he had not seen Ruska. Lynn thought that Ravon had completely lost his fear. He decided to leave while Ravon distracted the lady. According to the rules, if the player answers 3 of her questions, he will fall under the curse. Therefore, when exploring the purple room, the player begins to experience hallucinations and difficulty breathing. The woman asked Ravon a second question, what he wanted, a purple ribbon or a yellow hat. Ravon asked if he could buy both. The woman asked the same question again. If you don't answer the question directly, she will ask it again and again. Ravon told the woman to take both, and she asked him again what he wanted for her child, the purple ribbon or the yellow hat. Ravon asked the lady why she was asking again. Ravon thought Ruska would like both, but since he wanted one or the other, he said the purple ribbon would probably be better. At this time, Lynn was looking for the key to the purple room. It was in the crack near the 4th candle. Lynn found it. Here the woman asked Ravon the 3rd question, whether he would rid her child of the scarlet flowers on his body. Here Ravon asked Lynn about what she had told him, that it was not Miss Marian. Lynn told Ravon that she had warned him right away. She had told him not to answer her questions and everything would be fine. Lynn had asked him to hold the door instead. Raven looked at Lynn and asked her if she was serious now. The purple room of the Radford mansion. The short description of it says that a little boy lived here. However, he died due to an accident. Fans of the game have a guess that the woman wandering near the purple room is the child's mother. Then, Ravon ran into the room and asked Lynn to hurry up, since the woman would not leave him alone. Lynn opened the drawer in the nightstand and thought that it really was time to wrap things up. Moreover, Lynn already knew where the thing she needed was. This thing was a purple ribbon. Lynn told Ravon that she was done, and he suggested that she get out of there to be on the safe side. The woman asked Ravon why he wasn't answering her, since she had asked him a question. Then the door slammed shut, and Lynn heard him shouting at the woman not to touch him. Lynn was disappointed in Ravon. She had asked him to hold the door. Lynn stood in the middle of the room and couldn't understand whether Ravon was capable of this too. Lynn walked out into the hallway and angrily asked Ravon if she hadn't asked him to hold the door. Raven didn't understand how he could hold the door if this woman didn't leave him alone. He said that he did everything in his power. Lynn told Ravon that she needed to do something else and that the doors were opening in 5 minutes. Here the woman suddenly left Ravon with a question and told him to give it back to her. At the last stage of the quest, a chase begins. But since it was the first episode, Lynn thought it would be easy. The woman asked Lynn to return her purple ribbon. The despair and pity in the woman's voice made Lynn feel like a criminal. But Lynn had to put the tape back in place. It had to be taken to the 4th floor. The ribbon had to be placed next to the chrysanthemums, and then the quest would be completed. The woman caught up with Lynn and tried to grab her by the shoulder. She almost took the ribbon, but Lynn managed to put it on the chrysanthemums. The woman was so close to Lynn that she noticed her red hair, which was covered by a scarf. Suddenly, the corridor lit up. Lynn covered her face with her hands. The woman screamed. Looking at the girl, Lynn noticed that she was not wearing a headscarf. She really did look a lot like Marian. Then a scene appeared, where this woman was standing next to her child and putting a purple ribbon on him. Then, for some reason, this child dies and ends up among the corpse flowers. After this, the woman, out of grief, puts that same black scarf on her hair. Lynn noticed that this scene, while completing the quest, was different from the one shown before. The thing is that the faces of the characters in the scene seemed more detailed to Lil. Lynn walked down the stairs, thinking it was just a new update. Here Lynn met Chevy. She asked him if he had seen Ravon. Chevy replied that Ravon had run away almost in tears as soon as the door opened. Lynn was sure that Ravon was probably scared to death, because he had hardly encountered anything more terrible than an insect before. Chevy came closer to Lynn and asked her why she didn't wait for him, since they had agreed to go together. Chevy thought that the teacher from room 4 was more interested in Lynn than he was. Lynn was confused, because she wasn't interested in Ravon at all. Chevy told Lynn that he plucked up his courage and came to this terrible place for her sake. However, she chose to go with Ravon instead, which upset Chevy. Lynn asked Chevy in surprise if he really thought she was in a relationship with Ravon. Lynn said that she hadn't planned on taking Ravon with her at all, and Ravon claimed that he had come to meet someone. Lynn asked Chevy if he had seen anyone there while he was waiting for them. Chevy said that he was there alone the whole time, but Lynn confirmed that the maid lied to Ravon to get rid of him. Lynn said it took longer than she expected, but she got what she wanted. She handed the flower to Chevy and asked her to give it to Minuel to make him feel better. Lynn said that it would be enough to simply put the flower under the pillow. Here Lynn asked Chevy if he had heard anything about the ghost of this place. Chevy admitted that he had only heard about it in passing and that it was nothing concrete. Lynn was surprised, because every second person here was chatting about it. Chevy admitted that he doesn't go into details because he's afraid of ghosts. Lynn realized that there was no point in asking Chevy any further about this. Chevy took Lynn by the hand and suggested that they hurry, since Minuel was already waiting for them. Chevy entered Minuel's room. He was lying on the bed. He was surprised that Chevy came so late. Chevy told Minuel that he had brought medicine for him. Minuel, realizing that Lynn had helped him get the medicine, said he thought it wouldn't help. Chevy asked Minuel not to speak so hastily, putting the suitcase on the bed. Chevy asked Minuel if he recognized this thing. Minuel immediately stood up and asked Chevy where he got it from. Chevy told Minuel that he was good at being useless. Minuel began to get angry. He didn't understand what Chevy meant at all. Chevy told Minuel that he was too frivolous to think that he could be so easily deceived. It was Lynn's suitcase, because Lynn had hurt Minuel's pride by not choosing it. Minuel borrowed her suitcase just for a short time. Minuel's act was impulsive, so he soon became scared and did not know how to get the suitcase back, so he hid it as best he could. Minuel was surprised that he was caught so quickly. He tried to convince Chesvy that it was just a joke. Chesvy reminded Minuel that on the day Lynn came, he said that he wanted to change the teacher. Chesvy asked Minuel how much he disliked him. He said that it was not so, and he just wanted to make fun of Diane. Chesvy asked Minuel if he really wanted to be kicked out of the mansion. First he was a nuisance, then he stole things and lied. Lynn thought that Minuel was sick because of the ghost, but in reality it was a pure bluff, and Minuel would be punished for it. Chesvy asked Minuel why he broke the rules knowing he could die. Did he really think he would get away with it? Minuel looked at Chesvy and asked him to help him at least once, but Chesvy only told Minuel that he had already spoiled him. After some thought, Chesvy finally agreed, telling Minuel that this would be the last time. Chesvy was so bored with everything that he wanted to leave Minuel, but now it seemed to him that this time it would be fun. Chesvy told Minuel that he could be sure that if his antics continued, he would not turn a blind eye to it. Chesvy showed Minuel the hydrangea flower that Miss Lynn had given him, but since Minuel didn't need the flower, Chesvy decided to keep it for himself. Chesvy was confident that things would get much more interesting in the mansion from now on. Sarah Rose informed Lynn that her suitcase had been found. Someone had left it at the door of her room. Sarah Rose was so worried that they couldn't find him anywhere, and then he literally appeared right in front of their noses. Lynn thanked Sarah Rose for looking for him all this time. Now Lynn could return Sarah Rose the clothes she borrowed. Sarah Rose told Lynn that she was honored to help her. The position of a tutor was much higher than Lynn thought. Sarah Rose was so glowing that she lent her clothes. Looking into the suitcase, Lynn found a book with a raccoon on the cover. It was the game manual that Lynn had been looking for, a large black book with a picture of a raccoon on it. Lynn was sure that her life would be much easier now. Looking at the book, Lynn couldn't understand if it always looked so shabby. Lynn decided not to think about it, because the most important thing is knowledge. She decided to start with the content. The content included many points: an introduction to the mansion, its purpose and needs, general rules, the work of the staff, advice on overcoming emergency situations. When Lynn toured the Radford mansion, she found no differences. Soon, Lynn began studying the chapter on introducing caregivers. Lynn was finally able to find out more. The section talked about the role of caregivers, the rules, status, tasks, and precautions for caregivers. First, the role of the caregiver. There are 7 chosen children living in the Radford mansion. The role of the caregiver is to protect and care for the children, all for the sake of their ward being able to grow up worthy. At this point, the inscription was interrupted by a spot. It was also worth remembering that in the mansion, the educators were also looked after. The book had been used a lot because it had a lot of ink stains. The goal of the educator is to balance the child's physical and mental abilities. The child needs to receive an academic education and do physical exercise. And also, an education in the arts is important. Lynn thought that these were just ordinary character stats in the game. The child was prohibited from disclosing information received at the institution. If a student receives physical harm outside of disciplinary methods, points are deducted from the teacher. Once a month, a rating ceremony is held. If a teacher is found to be unqualified, he will be removed from his position and expelled from the mansion. It was recommended to keep a daily diary of the educational methods and their results. This could affect the final assessment during the rating ceremony. Lynn heard about the rating ceremony for the first time. She didn't know what it was. She also hadn't heard about the teacher being declared unqualified and expelled. And Lynn also didn't understand how to keep a diary. After all, if she keeps a diary about Diana, it will look like she is an inadequate stalker fan. After reading the book, Lynn thought that it was high time for her to go to Diane. Soon Lynn and Diane were sitting down to breakfast. Diane didn't understand why Lynn was eating so quickly. He asked if she was in a hurry. Lynn was at a loss and didn't know how to tell him about it, because in fact, all this was because of him. Her hair was pulled back from her afternoon classes, and Diana's white shirt matched her dark gray overalls perfectly. But especially every time he ate, he looked like a hamster. Lynn wished she could tell him about it. Otherwise, he would think she was weird. Lynn told Diane that he was right and that she needed to go somewhere after breakfast. Diana was curious about where Lynn was going. She told her that Minuel felt unwell yesterday, so she was going to visit him. Lynn needed to make sure Chevsy put the flower under Minuel's pillow. She also wondered if it worked at all. Diane asked Lynn what was wrong with Minuel, if he had gotten hurt while walking. Lynn told Diane that this was not entirely true, and that Minuel had a normal fever. Diane said that Minuel had never been sick before, so he felt like he had a strong immune system. His health was an advantage over others. Lynn noticed that Diane was talking exactly the same way Chevsy had on the day Minuel was sick. Diane stood up from his chair and told Lynn that in that case, he would go with her. Lynn thought it was cute. She thought Diane was going to meet a friend. Diane didn't like the fact that Lynn called him cute. He asked Lynn not to talk about such things. Lynn smiled and said that it was true, and he himself knew that she was not lying. Lynn and Diane reached Minuel's room. Minuel came out of the room and asked why they decided to disturb him so early. Diane told Minuel that he knew he was sick, but he thought Minuel was already better, while Lynn thought the flower had worked. Minuel looked at Diane and asked him what kind of flowers they were. Diane replied to Minuel that since he had not been greeted, he had decided to bring flowers. But Diane felt that Minuel did not need them now. Then Minuel noticed that there were purple flowers in Diane's bouquet. He remembered how Chevsy showed him the flower from Lynn, and then took it for himself. Minuel cried out that he hated purple flowers. Diane told Minuel that if he didn't want to accept them, he could just say so. Diane brought these flowers because he was worried about Minuel, and he immediately started getting angry. Diane and Minuel stood and looked at each other angrily. Lynn, realizing that a fight could start, decided to change the subject. She asked Minuel about Chevsy. She was interested in where he was. Yesterday, he said that he was going to visit Minuel. Minuel said he didn't care about Chevsy and had no idea where he was. Then Diane turned and asked Lynn when Chevsy had managed to tell her that. Lynn explained to Diane that because Minuel was sick, she had to meet with Chevsy for a short time. Diane asked Lynn if it was true, and she was spending time with Chevsy. Lynn was confused. She didn't understand whether her kitten was jealous of her. Lynn walked up to Diane and hugged him, telling him that he didn't have to worry because Mr. Dane would always be her first priority. Minuel couldn't watch this. He drove Lynn and Diane away and asked them to hug somewhere else. After shouting at them, Minuel slammed his door shut. Diane didn't understand why Minuel was so angry, because Lynn was so worried about him. She came to visit, and this is how he thanked her. Considering they were both candidates, Diane didn't want to think badly of Minuel, but he just didn't understand his behavior. Lynn turned to Dane and asked him what he had just said. Diane didn't understand what she was talking about. Lynn said that she was talking about candidates. Diane repeated that he was a candidate for something, but Lynn couldn't hear it. After the word candidate, Lynn heard some kind of creepy sound. She didn't think she had misheard twice. Lynn decided not to think about it and suggested that Dane plan their day. Time passed. The boys were sitting in the classroom. Vivi noticed that Diane was sitting alone again. Minuel suggested that they leave him alone and let him sit alone. Minuel said that, judging by the expression on Diane's face, he was thinking about his teacher. Leo said that he would also like to have such a beautiful teacher, because even Raven's name doesn't sound very good. Diane, hearing their conversation, said that everything was not so, and he just liked the view from the window. Vivi thought that this was not the case, because earlier Diane asked the guys what they thought about Lynn and asked for advice on what kind of gift he could give her. Diane stood up and shouted at them to be quiet, as the teacher had already arrived. It had not been a week since Lynn had appeared at the Radford mansion. Diane still had the feeling that he had known her for a long time. He thought it was because she was very friendly. Lynn was Diane's first teacher, and he considered himself very lucky. In fact, if he hadn't found a tutor before his birthday, he would have been kicked out of the mansion. Lynn showed up just as Diane was on the verge of being expelled. Then Sarah Rose came and congratulated Diane, saying that Lynn had chosen room number 7. Diane thought it was a dream. He didn't believe that anyone would want to take care of him. It got to the point that Diane didn't remember at all how he lived before, without Lynn. Minuel then gave Diane advice that he should make a good impression on Lynn on the first day. Minuel thought that Lynn would think that Diane was weak and would choose a stronger child, so he advised Diane to show her best side. At first, Diane didn't think to listen to Minuel, but he was popular among the teachers, so his words still carried weight. Therefore, when he first met Lynn, Diane tried to look stern and stronger to hide his insecurity. Then Diane pretended to be angry with Lynn because she was a whole 5 minutes late. Even though Diane was rude, he really wanted to thank Lynn for choosing to be his caregiver. He was sure that if he did that, Lynn would become suspicious. Diane was afraid that he would bore Lynn on the first day, so he held back his tears and the urge to grab Lynn's hand. But when Diane injured his leg, and even when he couldn't eat the food he didn't like, Lynn was on his side. He was very grateful and happy that Lynn became his teacher, so Diane prepared a gift for her and really hoped that she would like it. Meanwhile, Lynn approached Chevy's room and knocked. Lynn couldn't find him. She had to borrow the manual from him. She wanted to make sure that her manual was no different from the others, because the further she read her manual, the more words were covered in ink. Chevy didn't answer, but the door was open, and Lynn knew it was impolite to break into someone else's room like that, so she wanted to think that she was forced to do it. Lynn swung the doors open and walked into Chevy's room. Then Dean noticed Chevy sitting in a chair, and Sora standing next to him. This is the maid, famous for her beauty and arrogance, whom Rovan was courting. Lynn was confused. She couldn't say anything. Then Chevy asked her what she wanted. Lynn replied that it was nothing like that, and leaving the room, said that she would not disturb. There were always romantic elements in the game, but for Lynn, it was a surprise. The arrogant maid and the calm Chevy, she found it strange. Then Ravan approached Lynn and said that she was exactly the one he was looking for. Ravan asked Lynn if she could talk to him alone. Lynn said that she couldn't talk alone because she was busy at the moment and asked him to speak like this. Ravan asked Lynn about yesterday. He asked if it was a dream. Lynn asked what he meant, that she almost shot him or that he ran away from her, scared of the ghost. Raven frowned and said that he was now convinced that it was not a dream. Now Ravan realized that he really did live in a mansion full of monsters. Lynn asked Ravan if he really wanted to go back to that place again and make sure the ghost was still there. Then Chevy came out of the room and called Lynn. Chevy asked Lynn why she came in. Lynn stood and thought that she needed to at least move away from his room. Lynn started to say something. Chevy assumed that she came to talk to him. Lynn didn't know what to say that she left, because he was doing something she shouldn't have seen. Then Sora came out of Chevy's room, and Ravan immediately saw her. Ravan looked at Sora and asked her what she was doing in Chevy's room. Ravan got angry, glaring at Chevy. He walked up and grabbed him by the shirt. Ravan began to demand an explanation from Chevy. He wanted to hear what Sora was doing in his room. Ravan still thought he had a chance, but it seemed he had tired the girl out so much that she was in a hurry to leave there. Then Sora turned and looked angrily at Lynn. Lynn didn't understand what was going on. Lynn thought it was because she had interfered with her and Chevy. Chevy asked Ravan what he thought a maid would be doing in someone's room. Ravan shouted that this is exactly what he was asking. Ravan even stopped using formal speech. Chevy told Ravan he didn't know what he thought, but a maid's job was to clean other people's rooms. Lynn had an impure thought. She didn't think that they were just cleaning there. Chevy said that he didn't even know what else Sora could have been doing there. Ravan exhaled. He again began to think that no one stood between them. Here Chevy switched to Lynn. He again asked her why she came to him. He apologized for the misunderstanding and invited Lynn to come into his room. Lynn smiled and told Chevy that she would not be going into his room. Chevy told her that such a harsh answer hurt his heart. He didn't understand if Lynn was thinking something indecent. Chevy said that Sora just woke him up. Lynn smiled at Chevy and told him that he didn't have to explain himself to her. Chevy said that maybe it was for the best, because he accidentally broke the glass. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Lynn. Lynn said that she wanted to borrow the manual. Chevy asked what it was about. Lynn was surprised and said that it was some kind of guide to the mansion. Chevy said he didn't know anything about it, and then Ravan intervened. He said that before moving into the mansion, everyone receives a brochure with brief information about the mansion. Chevy said that it was a long time ago, and he most likely forgot. Ravan was confused, because Chevy moved into the mansion a couple of months before him, so he could not have forgotten. Chevy promised Lynn that he would look for leadership for her. Chevy asked Lynn why she needed his manual. Lynn explained that hers was a little corrupted, so he read some phrases. Chevy told Lynn that since it was so important to her, he would throw all his efforts into the search. Then Ravan said that he could lend Lynn his leadership. Raven said he knew it by heart, so it just gathered dust on the shelf. But Lynn didn't care whose manual he borrowed. Raven said that the problem was then solved and suggested returning to the previous topic of conversation. Ravan wanted to talk to Lynn about what happened to them yesterday. Lynn agreed to talk and said goodbye to Chevy. As they walked down the hallway, Ravan advised Lynn not to get too involved with Chevy. Lynn asked him since when he cared about her relationship. Ravon said that he just wanted to warn her since she didn't know. Ravon said that Chevy is very lucky that he is not out yet. He looks like a conscientious and decent person, but in reality, he is a real bastard. Ravon thought that Chevy would soon be evicted from this mansion. Ravon asked Lynn if he noticed that Chevy was very different from them, the elite people, but Lynn was sure that he had nothing in common with her. Lynn asked Ravon not to misunderstand her, but not to put her in the same line with himself. Ravon was furious. He didn't understand whether Lynn was now against him. He asked Lynn if the time they spent in that horrible pavilion hadn't brought them closer together, and Lynn didn't understand how his escape could bring them closer together. Ravon began to make excuses and try to prove to Lynn that he had not run away. Ravon remembered and told Lynn that he wanted to tell her something else. Ravon asked not to tell the teacher from the first room about the ghost they met. Lynn wondered if Miss Marian and the ghost had anything in common. Ravon, approaching his room, reminded Lynn that he had promised to give her his guidance. He threw the book to Lynn and asked her again not to say anything to Miss Marian. Lynn thanked him for the information because he told her not to do it. She wanted to do it even more. Lynn found Miss Marian and went up to her. She called her sister from the first room and said hello. Miss Marian asked Lynn with displeasure how she addressed her. Lynn asked Marian that, since it was older than her, then could she be called that? Can we call Marianne the sister from the first room? Marian didn't even listen to Lynn, but she couldn't back down. For Lynn, this was a chance to learn about the mistake in the game. Lynn assumed that Martin had decided to take a walk with the maids and said that it was good because the weather was simply wonderful. Lynn asked Miss Marian where the maid she had recently punished was. Miss Marian's maids looked at each other with displeasure. Lynn continued to pepper Martin with questions about when the girl would return to her job or if she was simply out on an errand. Lynn also started talking about the purple room. She asked Marianne if she knew that a woman in black robes was wandering around there. And that woman's hair was a deep scarlet color, just like Marianne's own. Miss Marianne turned to Lynn and asked what she meant by that. Lynn was glad. Marianne was caught. She finally saw from her the reaction she wanted. Lynn said that she had recently been to this pavilion and had personally seen this ghost. Lynn said that she was interested in the rumors and decided to see for herself, but it turned out that they were not rumors at all. The game was originally intended to be a walker. For example, when you find something, your stamina increases by 2 levels. Lynn was sure that in real life things would be much more complicated, but she was in a game, so a bad relationship did not contribute to the development of the plot. Lynn was sure that since Marianne was reacting like that, she knew something, so she decided to ask her about it. Lynn also said that there is another rumor associated with a ghost in the pavilion. Supposedly, in the middle of the night, you can hear the footsteps of a small child. Dean said that the child was a boy with black hair. Marian tried to hit Lynn, but she blocked the blow. Miss Marian said she had been told that Lynn was an elite, but now she thought she had been lied to since she had been able to stop the blow. Lynn asked Marian to be careful, because she might accidentally hurt someone. Marian ordered Lynn not to talk about the previous owners of the first room in front of her. She thought that Lynn had no manners. Then Lynn became interested in which previous owners they were talking about. Marian told Lynn that she could pretend not to understand as long as she wanted, but she shouldn't expect her to believe it. Miss Marian called Lynn cheap and considered her tricks cheap too. Lynn pretended not to understand what tricks were being talked about and was simply telling what she saw. Lynn asked Marian if there had been a black-haired boy and a red-haired teacher living in the first room before. Miss Mary thought this was ignorance. She did not understand how Lynn had got into the mansion at all, not knowing the rules. Maria told Lynn that maybe others believed in her innocence, but she would not believe it, and Lynn was just another cur. Lynn was delighted with the words that came out. The plot became more aggressive. Then Mr. Ruska began to approach the ladies. The maids asked him not to come close, and he asked Marianne and Lynn the reason for their quarrel. Lynn told Ruska that they were not arguing, and that she had just come over to say hello. Lynn realized that Ruska was reading and said that she thought that Marian had gone out for a walk. Miss Marianne became angry and asked if Lynn didn't remember her telling her to stay away from her child. Marie placed Ruska next to her and asked Lynn to stop pretending to be friendly. Lynn said that she was trying to make friends since they lived in the same mansion, and she was also interested in why Marian had switched to formalities, since she had just spoken to her informally. Miss Marian told Lynn that this could have a bad influence on the student. Just like Lynn's presence in the mansion, Marian told Lynn that she had better leave. Lynn was surprised that Martin used formal speech to educate Ruska. She thought that Marjan was only concerned about his health. Lynn said she was good at raising children. Someone came up to her from behind. It was Chesvy, asking Lynn if he could join in the attempt to make friends. Lynn noticed that Chesvy was all wet and asked what happened. Chesvy said that the ball fell into the pool and he was getting it out, since children always ask him for things like that. Marian turned towards them and said that this was very irresponsible. Sometimes Chesvy's behavior confused Marian, but she understood that it was none of her business. Marian took Ruska by the hand and suggested that they leave there. Chesvy stood there, not understanding whether Marian had just insulted him. Lynn said that it looked like it. Chesvy asked Lynn what she thought Marian meant, and Lynn suggested that it was because children often played by the pond. Lynn said it could be dangerous, so Marian found it unacceptable. Chesvy said that Marian reproached him for this every time. Lynn asked Chesvy if this was not the first time. However, she had thought about it since their first meeting. His muscular body did not give her peace. Chesvy said that he warns the children, but they do not listen, and he cannot stop them by force, so the game ends the same way every time. As he spoke, Chesvy stood wringing out his shirt. Lynn felt like the game had created this character exactly to her liking. The main part of the gameplay is the protection and upbringing of children, but it also ranks high among the stimulants of romance. If the character is developed in appearance, then most likely you can start a relationship with him. Chesvy interrupted Lynn's thoughts. He was embarrassed by the way she was looking at him. Lynn, judging by his reaction, realized that Chesvy was indeed one of the love characters. Lynn smiled and told Chesvy that all she thought was that he was very handsome. Lynn was sure that the developers spent a lot of time customizing his character. Chesvy told Lynn that he was very glad that she liked it, and that she could watch as much as she wanted. After standing for a while, Chesvy asked Lynn if it would be better if he took off his shirt. Lynn didn't even expect this. She asked Chesvy to take off his shirt if possible. Chesvy started to unbutton his shirts, and Lynn started to stop him, saying that she was joking. Chesvy asked Lynn if it was really a joke. He said that if it was, he was sorry. Lynn laughed and told Chesvy that he scared her, but Chesvy said that he was actually quite shy. But if Miss Lynn asked for something, he would even be able to contain his awkwardness. Lynn told Chesvy that Mr. Diane's classes would soon end, and that she had to go. Now was definitely not the time to be seducing NPCs. Chesvy offered to take Lynn with her. He just needed to meet Minuel. Lynn agreed and tried to think about cats. Then Lynn remembered that Chesvy had said that he had been in the mansion for about a year. Lynn asked Chesvy if he could remember when Miss Marian arrived at the mansion. Chesvy understood what Lynn was trying to achieve. She was simply interested in Miss Marian. Chesvy said that 3 seasons had passed since Miss Marian arrived here, which was less than a year, 9 or 10 months. Lynn thought that since the ghost of the purple room turned out to be the teacher from the first room, it was hard to even imagine how long she had been wandering there. Lynn asked Chesvy if he had seen the previous owners of the first room in that case. Chesvy replied that of course he had. Lynn asked Chesvy to tell her about the girl who was the teacher. Chesvy, after a short silence, asked Lynn why she was interested in this. Lynn laughed and said she was just very curious, and Chesvy believed it. He asked Lynn what exactly she wanted to know about that girl. Chesvy told Lynn that he might not be able to give her all the answers to her questions. Lynn asked to tell Chesvy what the real story was. She wanted to know everything as it was. Lynn asked what the relationship was between Miss Marian and the room's previous teacher. Chesvy said that they were actually sisters, Miss Marian being the eldest. And Ruska, this is the twin brother of that boy. Ruska became the owner of the first room after his brother's death. Lynn found this strange, since past and present couples were related by blood. They were also connected by the pain of losing their brother and sister, and now Lynn knew the reason why Marian was reacting so strongly. It was indeed ignorant to tell Marian about her deceased sister. If someone had done that to Lynn, she would have responded differently. Lynn felt like she was being too sympathetic to the game characters. After all, it was just a game. To complete it, she needs to find out all the secrets and get hidden quests. Moreover, the new update was really big, so Lynn wanted to leave all the empathy and take everything from the characters. Lynn told Chesvy that she was sorry and asked if the frost was the cause of their deaths. Chesvy said it was not. Chesvy said that the teacher defended her child to the very end. Lynn didn't understand who killed them if it wasn't Moros. She tried to find out from Chesvy. Here, Chevsy told Lynn that he needed to go the other way, and they would see each other later. Chevsy started to walk away from Lynn, going up the stairs, but then Lynn called out to him. Lynn had one more question for Chevsy that she wanted to know the answer to. Chevsy turned to Lynn and asked her what question she wanted to ask this time. Lynn wondered who Chevsy thought it was that had presented her with the death flower at the welcome dinner. Chevsy told Lynn that he thought she already knew the answer to her own question. Ruska walked and asked Marian why she didn't like the teacher from room 7. Miss Marian turned to Ruska and told him that this was not true at all. Marian remembered Lynn telling her about the ghost near the pavilion, the purple room, and the girl with scarlet hair. Marian didn't care whether Lynn was naive or pretending, but even so, Lynn didn't arouse any hostility in her. Marian took Ruska by the cheek and thought that she should protect him even more diligently. Marian told Ruska that it seemed he had been in the sun too long. She suggested that he return to his quarters. Ruska needed to take some medicine. Marian took Ruska by the hand and led her into the chambers. She had heard stories about the pavilion, but she thought it was all stupid nonsense. She recalled how Lynn told her that she herself had personally seen a ghost in that pavilion. Marian thought that if Lynn was telling her the truth, then she should go and check. Marianne still had something she wanted to say to her sister, whose name was Marine's. The girls were talking about the fact that one of the maids had disappeared from the first room. It was the girl who was sent to the Devil's Flower Garden that disappeared. That maid's things were also missing, one of the girls said, and the other told her that Thomas had seen another maid take them to the incinerator. The first maid was curious as to why that girl was punished. The maid with green hair said that it seemed like she had switched Mr. Ruska's medicine. The green-haired girl said that it was probably unintentional. Miss Marian was strict, so she couldn't leave it without punishment. Then the maid asked the second girl to give her the detergent. The maid took it. Wanting to thank the maid, the girl turned around and saw Lynn next to her, who was wearing a maid's outfit. Here the girls were confused. They had never seen Lynn before and could not understand whether she was really a maid. Here Lynn asked the girls if the maids from the first room often served their sentences in the Devil's Flower Shop. The maid thought that Lynn was new. She said that Miss Marian needed Mr. Ruska to be completely safe because she was very worried about him, and that rarely happened. The girls heard that if you enter the flower garden, it will suck out all the life energy from a person. Not a single one has ever returned safe and sound. Lynn asked if Miss Marian was so strict. Then why was everyone so eager to move to the first room? In addition, Lynn heard that Mr. Ruska was seriously ill and there was no cure for it. The maid said it wasn't just about health. The first room always got the highest rating in the rating ceremony. The green-haired girl supported her partner because this was only one of the criteria. Lynn could not understand the next word again. Lynn did not understand what they were talking about. The maid said that employees who have been working there for years say that the couple reminds them of old times. Lynn asked them what happened to them because she had heard that it was not the frost that killed them. The maid standing nearby realized that Lynn had also heard about it, and she said that in fact the couple had been killed by someone living in the mansion. They say that someone killed the boy, Luis, and Marines couldn't cope with it and committed suicide. Another maid said she thought Luis had been attacked by frost, but Miss Marines had been killed. Lynn didn't understand how much of this was true. Another maid said that she felt sorry for the teacher from the second room. The green-haired girl didn't know anything about it. The teacher of the second room was Chesvy. The maid told her colleague that there was talk that Mr. Chesvy and Ms. Marines were in a relationship, and Lynn was surprised. Here the girls began to gossip about all the male teachers. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they completely forgot about the new girl, and when they came to their senses, she was already gone. Lynn was satisfied. The best way to get any information was to talk to the maids, so in the previous games, she chose the role of a maid. Firstly, it was possible to spend endless amounts of time with Diane, and secondly, with such a job, it was much easier to move around the mansion without being noticed. After all, the real goal of the game was to learn the history of the troubles of the smallest spots. During this day, Lynn learned quite a few unbelievable facts, such as the Devil's Flower Garden or the murder of the duo from the first room. The story became much more complicated. Lynn thought that there might be a quest to find the killer in the mansion. She already had some guesses. And also the relationship between Chesvy and Marines. Now Lynn understood why Chesvy was so modest. After all, even the beautiful Sora was interested in him. The maid said so, but he didn't care. But Lynn was already sure that Chesvy and Sora had some kind of secret relationship. It turns out that Chesvy is a male character with a sad past. Here Lynn met Sarah Rose. She was scared and asked Lynn about what happened. Sarah Rose didn't understand why Lynn was dressed like that. Sarah Rose didn't understand if she had forgotten to prepare Lynn's clothes for today. Lynn smiled and said that she just liked the maid clothes. Sarah Rose couldn't believe it. Lynn said it was true and asked Sarah Rose if she would tell anyone about it. Lynn said that the maid's clothes were so comfortable that she wanted to try them on again. Sarah Rose told Lynn that the uniform suited her very well. Lynn went up to Sarah Rose and straightened her ribbon, which had become crooked. Sarah said, confused, that she could straighten it herself, but Lynn said that she would help since Sarah's hands were full. Lynn walked up the stairs and hoped that she wouldn't meet anyone while she was walking in this uniform. But then, as luck would have it, Lynn noticed Ravon. Ravon was perplexed. He asked Lynn why she was dressed like that, since her suitcase had been found a long time ago. Lynn told Ravon that he saw something he shouldn't have. Ravon didn't understand what it meant and asked Lynn not to come near him. Lynn pinned Ravon against the wall and told him that he should have just walked past because he should have been trained in such things. Ravon was scared and asked Lynn what she was going to do now. Ravon told Lynn that he didn't know what she was planning, but he could always help her and he was on her side. Lynn put her foot between Ravon's legs. He didn't understand why she was doing this. Lynn wanted to cover his mouth. Rayon realized that Lynn had put on an apron for a reason, so he asked her what she was investigating. Lynn realized that Ravon was not as hopeless as she thought, and he realized that he was right. Ravon asked Lynn if the rumors about the caregivers from Stella were true. The caregivers from Stella are really different from the usual ones, special agents with their own mission in the mansion. All this time, Ravon thought that all these rumors were just nonsense. Lynn didn't understand what kind of special agents they were with their mission, so Lynn decided to pretend she didn't know anything. Lynn asked Ravon if he knew the saying that the less you know, the longer you live. But Ravon didn't know anything and was sure that such a saying didn't exist. Lynn told Ravon that he himself had not come to this part of the mansion with the best intentions and asked him whether to tell her this out loud. Ravon refused. Lynn told him that he himself should understand everything. She suggested that he explain in more detail. Like then, near the pavilion, Ravon said that he understood everything and his mouth was shut. Lynn wanted to know more about Stella, but decided that was enough for today. Besides, she thought that Raven understood everything. Lynn advised him to be more careful in the future. Lynn decided that if Ravon didn't blab, she would leave him alone. Lynn walked and did not understand why Ravon was following her. Ravon realized that Lynn deliberately ignored him and told Marian about the pavilion. Raven heard that Miss Marian even raised a whip to Lynn. He did not understand what she was thinking. Ravon said it was reckless, especially for a member of the elite. Lynn was convinced that Ravon was still a chatterbox, but she didn't understand where he had managed to pick up rumors from. Lynn told Ravon that she would still have to explain something to him. Raven asked Lynn what she wanted to explain to him. Lynn said it was just a warning. She hoped Ravon wasn't trying to get her into trouble. Ravon didn't understand what Lynn meant and why she decided so. Lynn said that last time in the pavilion, he began to suspect that he was related to the previous couple from the first room. And since Ravon had been in the mansion longer than she had, Ravon even knew what the connection was between the couples. So Lynn believed that he had deliberately not told her anything, hoping that she would still go to Miss Marian. Lynn told Ravon that she noticed that there was absolutely no respect for newcomers in this mansion. Lynn told Ravon that she was now so uneasy that her hand was reaching into her pocket, and Ravon was afraid that Lynn might take out a revolver. Raven said he couldn't be entirely sure, since he had never seen the previous couple from the first room either. Ravon said he just thought the ghost looked like Miss Marian, so he asked her not to tell her anything. Ravon asked to believe him and said that there was no evil intent in this. Lynn told Ravon that something was wrong with what he said. Lynn, of course, understood that it was not Ravon's fault, because it was she who hurt Marian in order to move the plot forward. Lynn was sure that even without the bugs in the game, she would have reached Miss Marian. But Lynn still wanted to tease Ravon. She pretended to have a weapon in her hands. Then Olivia suddenly appeared behind Lynn and called the fourth room teacher, Ravon, to her. Olivia asked Ravon what he was doing here with the maid. Lynn noticed that with Olivia's surge, she liked his suit. She even wanted to buy one for Diane. Then Olivia saw that the teacher from room 7 was standing next to Rovan in place of the maid. Lynn turned and greeted Olivia. She asked her if she and Mr. Surge were going for a walk. Olivia asked what the two of them were doing there. Olivia was also embarrassed by the clothes that Miss Lynn was wearing. Olivia said she would have been happy if Lynn had been an ordinary maid from room 4. But now she was interested in what they had done here. Rovan began to tell Olivia that she was wrong, but she was outraged that they did this right in front of the child. Olivia told Ravon that now he was completely unworthy of the status of a teacher. Olivia had no idea that Ravon was really like that. They had discussed the teacher from the 7th grade together, and now they had come together. Olivia left, saying that she couldn't let Serge watch this any longer. Lynn asked Ravon if they had been misunderstood. Lynn hated misunderstandings as much as Ravon did. Lynn asked Ravon what Olivia said about their discussions about her. Ravon began to nervously say that Olivia was lying, and this was in a fit of anger to hurt her. Then Lynn heard a scream and decided to go check. Lynn told Ravon that he could wait if he was afraid, but Ravon said that he would go with her. The scream came from another part of the corridor where Lynn and Raven were. There, Lynn and Raven noticed a maid who turned out to be Morosum. Olivia was fighting with her. Now Olivia was most angry at Moros and the fact that she had dirtied her dress. Olivia couldn't understand how Moros dared to do this. Olivia swung and hit Moros with her cane. Lynn, looking at this, thought that Olivia was doing well. Moros tried to fight off Olivia and get to Serge to kill him. Olivia, noticing that the frost was reaching out to Serge, hit him even harder. Olivia swung her cane even harder and hit her with frost. Olivia couldn't understand how the frost had the nerve to attack her child. Lynn thought that she would have to do without the revolver now, since there was too little space. Lynn, leaving her room in the morning, took a knife with her, thinking that she would need it. Now Lynn ran towards the frost and was glad that she had taken her knife with her. To kill a Moros, a small knife is enough. Lynn ran up to Moros and threw a red cloth over his head, which distracted him. Olivia yelled at Lynn to keep the transformed maid in place. Now Olivia pierced the Moros's belly with her cane. The tip of the cane was sharpened so much that it killed the Moros without any problem. Lynn held the maid's corpse in her hands and was glad that she didn't even have to get her hands dirty. Here, Olivia turned her attention to Mr. Surge, who had been standing nearby the whole time. Olivia ran up and began to examine her sweet boy, asking if he was in pain or if he was hurt. Lynn told Olivia that she had a good stick, but she needed to pierce right away, not hit. Olivia looked angrily at Lynn and asked her what difference it made to her whether she beat Moros or killed him. Ravon advised Olivia to thank Miss Lynn, since she saved her, while Olivia asked Ravon to shut up, since she didn't ask for help at all. Ravon asked Lynn if she heard it and advised her not to interfere next time. Ravon said that if they don't have enough strength next time, they will die. Lynn told Ravon that the next time something happened to him, she would remember his words. Then Lynn heard sounds from another part of the corridor and realized that there would soon be a lot of people here. Lynn knew that her cover would be blown then, so she said that it was time for her to go. Lynn walked down the hallway, heading to her room to quickly change her clothes. On the way, Lynn met Sarah Rose, who was just looking for Miss Lynn. Sarah Rose approached Lynn and said that she had received a letter. The letter was from the Secretariat of the 44th World Central Service, Stella. Lynn wrote that it was confirmed that she had arrived safely at the Redford Mansion on September 5th, Central Universal Time. However, they found that there were problems with the arrival of the escort, so they sent out a backup leadership, which will arrive on the 15th of September at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The escort's name is Rafael Cardigo. Lynn was asked to wait for him to arrive at the mansion. At the bottom was written the code of Rafael Cardigo, red oranges. Diane sat in his room and didn't know what to do. He knew this place and couldn't warn Lynn about it. Diane went to bed, deciding that he would go during class. Soon, Diane and Lynn were sitting at the table, Lynn telling him that she would be staying in town later today. Lynn didn't understand Diane's reaction, because he was happy about this news. Lynn was confused and asked Diane if he was so tired of her that he was glad when she left. Diane said that it was because this was Lynn's first time going outside the mansion. Lynn said that it was nothing special, since it was her first weekend. Diane told Lynn that he had no idea she got so tired. Lynn approached Diane and asked him not to worry, as she would only be there for a short time and would be back in the evening. As she left the room, Lynn thought that Diane's reaction was too strange. She felt like Diane was up to something. Lynn had hoped that she would finally be able to rest, but now she couldn't leave him. The system was still experiencing glitches, which could result in another drizzle. Considering that Lynn is an expert in this game, she knew roughly when the next mob would appear. But the storyline is very different, and finding a Moros disguised as a human is very difficult. Moros, hidden in the form of a human, still behaves like an ordinary person, right up until the moment when he completely turns into a monster. Moros is difficult to identify until he reveals his identity. Fortunately, the game is designed to be completely safe while teaching your child. Lynn was used to waiting for Diane during lessons, but Stella's affairs could not wait. Lynn didn't understand what else would change, because this was just the beginning of the storyline. But first, Lynn needed to leave this mansion. Lynn said goodbye to Diane and left the room. She walked down the hallway of the mansion. Here on the way, Lynn met Chevy, who asked her where she was going. Lynn said she needed to go into town to buy some things. Lynn was delighted with Chevy. He was handsome even early in the morning. Chevy asked Lynn if she needed an escort. Since it would be her first time in the city, Lynn replied that she could handle it herself. Lynn reminded Chevy that he had promised her a tour of the mansion, but that time it hadn't worked out because of Mr. Minuel. Then Minuel got angry at Chevy and told him that since he was a teacher, it was his duty to educate his ward. Chevy asked Lynn to let him make up for that incident. Lynn said that today she would still go alone. She would need to stay late. Chevy asked Lynn if she would take him with her next time. Lynn replied that next time for sure. Chevy saw Lynn off and wished her a safe journey. Lynn had a strange feeling. It was the first time this had happened to her in a very long time. Lynn turned to Chevy and smiled, telling him that they would see each other soon. Lynn rode in the carriage and was soon told that they were almost there. Lynn didn't know how much time had passed. She didn't understand if the teleportation system was still working even with the broken system. She didn't remember what happened after she got into the carriage. Loading the location took much less time. For some reason, Lynn had a headache. She understood that this should not be happening. At this point, the coachman, an elderly man, entered the carriage and apologized to Lynn for waking her up. Lynn said that the carriage was comfortable, which is why she fell asleep. Lynn thanked the coachman for waking her up. Lynn entered the building and told the man that she would wait for him there, and he wished her a good time. Lynn noticed that nothing had changed here at all. She needed to buy a few potions just in case, a couple of suits for every day, and something homely. Even though the system has stopped paying money for completed tasks, she still has a salary. Lynn was paid 500 Zen as an advance, and she was an excellent teacher. If Lynn had a high alchemy skill, she would be able to make potions herself. But due to the system update, the points were cancelled, and Lynn couldn't even make a regular cold potion. Right now, Lynn needed to focus on what she already had. She was confident that some bugs wouldn't stop her from protecting her kitten. Lynn was willing to do anything for Diane. She walked up to the counter and asked if they had any blood oranges. The saleswoman said that of course they had them, because they were a treasure from the city. Lynn didn't know what that code meant, but she took a couple with her just in case. Lynn noticed that these oranges looked very much like apples. Then the coachman asked Lynn if they could go back. Here, Lynn again felt the same headache that happened on the way back. Lynn was angry at the system. She was sure that the developers would definitely get their fill from it. One joy for Lynn was that Diane was probably waiting for her. She entered the mansion and said that she was back. Then the teacher came out to Lynn and said that Diane had disappeared, asked for time off during the break, and still hadn't returned. Lynn dropped the basket of red oranges from her hands in surprise. Lynn started screaming that this couldn't be happening. She asked how long Diane had been gone. The teacher said that Diane had gone out about an hour ago, and she immediately found this odd, since he had never asked for time off before. The teacher said she checked every bathroom in the mansion, but Diana was nowhere to be found. Then Sarah Rose ran into the room. She was glad that Lynn had already returned. Sarah Rose said that the other maids saw Diane at the entrance to the Devil's Flower Garden. Lynn remembered that the maid from the first room never returned from that place. Lynn thanked Sarah Rose for the information and ran to find Diane. Sarah Rose didn't understand whether Lynn was going to go there, because it was dangerous, but the maids had already told Lynn about it. Then they said that if you go out the back door of the mansion, there will be a gate on the west side. But they said that it was better not to go there. The Devil's Flower Garden sucks out all the life energy, and it is impossible to return from there alive. Lynn thought something was wrong with this flower bed, but now her cat was there. Lynn was sure that Diana must be scared there alone right now. Lynn ran through the yard, through the thickets of grass, and did not understand whether the gardener was not there. She called Diana all this time, but there was no answer from him. Here Lynn noticed something tall in front of her. She thought it was trees. Suddenly Lynn heard some rustling. Coming closer, Lynn realized that these were not trees, but flowers. Lynn didn't understand if it was normal for them to be so big. It didn't even obey the laws of beauty. There were also footprints under Lynn's feet. The size of the foot, the pattern of the sole. These were Diane's footprints. Here Lynn saw Diane, who was sitting in the middle of the clearing. Diane, seeing Lynn, was surprised. He asked her how she got here. Lynn told Diane that they would talk later, but first she decided to take him home. Taking Diana in her arms, Lynn didn't know where to go next. Obviously, they could just go back, but there was no road, and Lynn thought that some curse might be preventing them from returning home. Then Lynn began to hear voices, asking her why only she, someone's daughter, died because of her, and she survived. Diane, noticing that something was wrong with Lynn, asked her what was wrong, but Lynn remained silent. Lynn looked at Diane and noticed someone's silhouette next to him. Lynn realized that this place was not called the Devil's Flower Garden for nothing. She also realized that Diane couldn't hear the voices that she heard. Lynn heard the voice again. It was saying that it turned out that the first daughter was adopted. That is, the biological one died, and the adopted one survived. The voice said that there were rumors that something happened when they both tried to escape. The voice asked if the older sister had intentionally killed the younger sister. Lynn stood up and froze, dropping Diane from her hands. She could faintly hear his screams. Then Lynn felt someone start to tug hard on her arm. Lynn woke up. Chesvy was standing in front of her. Lynn, seeing him, was very surprised. Lynn asked Chesvy what he was doing there. Chesvy started trying to explain everything to Lynn. Diane screamed that he was still there and asked Lynn not to cling to him as he couldn't breathe. Lynn loosened her grip and apologized. Diane said that everything was fine. Looking at Lynn, he asked what was wrong with her. Lynn had a blank look. Lynn didn't tell Diane anything and simply said that everything was fine. Chesvy explained to Lynn that Sarah Rose told him that Lynn had gone to the Devil's Flower Garden. Lynn asked Chesvy if he had come to help her out, since Lynn had heard that if you entered here, you wouldn't be able to get out. Chesvy asked Lynn how she came here knowing about this. Lynn said that she couldn't leave Diane here. Chesvy followed into the flowers and told Lynn to follow him. There was an exit nearby. Lynn didn't understand where Chesvy was leading them, because the flowers were even thicker on this path. Diane told Lynn that the flowers had moved closer. Lynn didn't understand what Chesvy was talking about. Lynn asked Diane to close his eyes until they got out of here, and she suggested that Chesvy hurry up. Dean thought this place was very creepy, and the flowers were sucking out all their energy, while Chesvy turned to Lynn and asked her what the rush was for. Lynn noticed that Chesvy was about to touch the leaf. She tried to warn him that they shouldn't be touched. But as soon as Chesvy raised his hand and pointed his finger at the flowers, they immediately moved away from them. Lynn was confused. She didn't understand what happened. Did the flowers really run away? Lynn asked Chesvy what kind of flowers they were. He replied that he didn't know, but said that it was possible that they couldn't absorb their energy. Here they had already approached the door. Lynn was glad. The door turned out to be closer than she thought. Rather, Lynn, Diane, and Chesvy came out of the Devil's Flower Garden, and everyone was already waiting in the yard. Ravon was surprised at how lucky Lynn was. Tears were streaming from Sarah Rose's eyes. She was worried about Lynn. Ravon asked Lynn how her master was feeling, if everything was okay with him. Lynn asked Ravon if he really thought he would get rid of them already. Ravon got nervous and said that was not the case at all. Chesvy said it was strange that they were able to come back. It seemed to him that something strange had happened. Chesvy laughed and said that the flowers saw Miss Lynn and just ran away. Ravon looked at Chesvy in surprise. Chesvy looked at Lynn and said that this was why they were able to get out of this terrible place. Lynn didn't understand if the flowers hadn't run away because Chesvy had touched them. Why didn't he tell her what really happened? Lynn was sure that Chesvy knew that she could reveal the truth. Ravon told Chesvy that he was lying because there was no way that flowers could just run away, or that a man pointing a gun at others was just an angel in the flesh. Ravon couldn't understand how any of this was even possible. Here Lynn realized that the Devil's Flower Garden absorbed negative emotions. Chesvy asked Lynn what she would do if they absorbed her energy, and she became one of them. Here Lynn was surprised and asked Chesvy what she meant by, she would have laid down for one of them. Chesvy laughed and told Lynn not to worry, as he was just joking. Chevsy told Lynn that she just looked like she was going to go there again someday. At this point, Diane joined in the dialogue between Lynn and Chevsy and asked Lynn what Chevsy was talking about. After all, they just miraculously escaped from there, and she's going there again. Lynn looked at Diane and asked him why he went there in the first place. Diane said he was in no danger there. Lynn didn't understand what that meant. Perhaps because the children were still pure. Lynn told Diane that she understood this, but still tried to find out from him why he went there. Diane took something out of his pocket and said that it was a rare seed that only grew in the devil's flower garden. He heard that beautiful flowers grew from them. Diane told Lynn that she was always kind to him, and he wanted to give her something that no one else could. Diane thanked Lynn for being his caregiver and handed her the seed. Lynn was delighted that her kitten had gone to such a dangerous place to give her a gift. Diane asked Lynn if she would accept it. Lynn said of course, and said that she was very grateful to him and happy with such a gift. But Lynn asked Diane what would happen if he got hurt. She would be unbearably sad. After all, the best gift for Lynn is the health and happiness of her master Diane. Lynn asked Diane to take care of himself from now on. She said that being his teacher was truly a reward for her. Here, Chevsy interrupted the conversation between Diane and Lynn. He said that there was a large insect flying around below. Lynn turned around but couldn't see anything. Diane was looking at Chevsy at that time. Chevsy looked at Lynn's hand and told her that he would remove it now. Chevsy tugged at Lynn's hand, causing Lynn to drop the seed that Diane had given her in surprise. Lynn and Diane tried to catch the seed but failed, while Chevsy just watched them. Then suddenly, on the side where the seed fell, there was a powerful blow. Lynn picked up Diane and dragged him away from the place. Diane didn't understand what happened. Lynn called Chevsy and asked him how he was feeling. Chevsy smiled and said that he almost got it all. He asked what happened. Did the seed explode? Lynn said the seed didn't explode. It just took root. If Chevsy hadn't knocked the seed out of Lynn's hands, he and Diane could have at least gotten hurt. Lynn thought there were too many coincidences already. Chevsy smiled and asked Lynn if everything was okay with her and Mr. Diane. Lynn told Chevsy that they were both perfectly fine. Chevsy asked Diane if he heard about these seeds from rumors. Diane said that it was. He had heard that it was quite a rare thing. Chevsy asked Diane who told him that. Diane stood there wondering what to tell him. He actually heard about these seeds from Vivi. Soon Diane fell ill. Lynn was restless. She was constantly with him. Lynn asked Diane how he was, saying that he needed to take his medicine. Diane looked at Lynn and said that he was fine and attributed his condition to anxiety. Lynn still stood her ground and said that it would be better for him to take his medicine now. Lynn went to get the medicine. She knew that maybe Vivi told him about the seeds. Lynn felt like it was done on purpose. Lynn felt like this stupid game had seriously turned this little angel into a little devil. Lynn knocked on Dr. Conrad's door, introduced herself, and said she was there for some medicine. Lynn entered. There was a disgruntled doctor sitting in the room. He asked Lynn why she entered without his permission. Lynn apologized for her actions and told the doctor that she needed medicine for her fever. The man said that the workers at this mansion were completely impolite. He even thought about quitting because no one could leave him alone. Lynn didn't understand what he was doing all this time. She thought he was the most useless doctor. Lynn managed to get the medicine from the doctor. She was lucky that she could tell the difference between the bottles. Night had fallen, and Lynn was still sitting by the sick Diane's bed, watching him. Diane told Lynn that she could go and rest now, since he just had a fever. Lynn told Diane that usually when someone is feeling bad, they feel lonely. Diane said he was used to it. He was afraid that Lynn might get sick. Lynn told Diane that she was lonely too today and asked if she could sleep with him. Diane allowed Lynn to stay with him. Lynn had never taken this game to heart before, but this time, Lynn noticed that the characters behaved more humanely. Lynn understood that since all sorts of horrors were happening already in the first episodes, she needed to be careful at all times. She's seen Diane die many times in all the time she's been playing this game, but she still couldn't get used to it, to the fact that Diane could die. Lynn promised Diane that he would get better very soon. Diane had already fallen asleep, so he didn't answer her, and Lynn didn't sleep a wink that night. Memories of the Devil's Flower Garden did not give her any peace. Then someone approached Lynn and said that he heard that her child was sick. Lynn recognized the voice, but the man said he didn't know Diane was so weak. After all, it's impossible to count how many times Diane has felt unwell. It was Olivia. She said she wasn't surprised that Diane hadn't had a caregiver for so long, because he was too much of a hassle. Olivia asked Lynn to be honest with her and asked if there was another room available besides room number 7. Would she transfer there? In any case, not all the children in this mansion are destined to become. Lynn again did not hear this word. Olivia thought that Lynn was probably upset because she could not take Mr. Surge into her care. Lynn tried to ignore Olivia, but what she just said really hurt Lynn's feelings. Lynn told Olivia that she didn't want to be Surge's teacher at all. Olivia was surprised. Lynn told Olivia that she was wrong about why Diane had been without a caregiver for so long. Lynn said it wasn't a health issue at all, because every child deserves love. Lynn asked Olivia where her competence was if she was indulgent towards one child but devalued others. Olivia was confused and asked Lynn what she was even talking about. Lynn asked Olivia not to talk about her child like that and said that next time she would not just let it go. Lynn left. Olivia stood and thought about what Lynn had just told her. Lynn was angry. She didn't understand what Olivia thought of herself. Lynn was thinking that it would be unpleasant if her kitten heard something like that, when suddenly water spilled on Lynn. There was a maid standing upstairs, and she told Lynn that she didn't know she was standing there. The maid shouted to Lynn that she had been cleaning and had accidentally knocked over the bucket. Lynn chuckled. She was sure that the maid did it on purpose. Lynn didn't understand whether she should thank the maid for the fact that the water wasn't dirty. Lynn realized that everything has its advantages, and so she was able to cool her ardor. Then Chevy came up to Lynn and asked her how she was feeling. Minuel stood next to them, not understanding what this maid had allowed herself to do. Minuel asked Chevy if he had seen it. Lynn told Minuel that she thought the maid did it by accident, and Minuel asked Lynn if she really believed that. Chevy asked Lynn if she didn't deserve an apology for that. Chevy thought it was unacceptable that the maid left immediately without an apology. Chevy said that he knew this maid and asked Lynn if he should bring her. Minuel told Chevy that the maid needed to be brought and that she should never have been let go. Minuel told Lynn that he was not on her side, but that the maids simply needed to be taught politeness. Lynn thought that the maid's face was familiar to her. She thought that these were Marian's maids. She heard that the maids from the first room were very rude. Lynn thought that it was revenge for that conversation with Marian. Minuel asked Lynn how she could have allowed this to happen. He thought Lynn was too kind. After all, any other teacher would have made a scene long ago. Chevy began to wipe Lynn's face. Lynn looked at Chevy and told him that she could do it herself, and Chevy said that he was almost done. Lynn noticed that it was very hot outside. Chevy said that this was good and meant that she would not get sick. Chevy asked Lynn if he should give her his clothes. Lynn replied that everything was fine and her uniform was not see-through, but if she put on his clothes, then he would have nothing to wear. Chevy smiled and said that he would simply return to his quarters. Minuel did not understand since when Lynn and Chevy were so close. Minuel asked them why they were doing indecent things right in front of him. Chevy told Minuel that there was a spider on him. Minuel started to get nervous and look for it. While looking for the spider, Minuel dodged a flower pot, which fell to the ground and broke. Minuel looked at the pot and did not understand where it fell from. Chevy told Minuel that he was lucky, because just a little more, and he would have been in big trouble. Minuel did not understand how Chevy could call it luck, because he almost died. Minuel said he didn't know where it fell from, but he couldn't let the person who did it get away. Minuel ordered Chevy to get up and find out what it was. Chevy took Minuel and told Lynn that they had to go. Lynn asked them to be careful. Lynn remembered the time Chevy knocked the seed she was holding out of her hand. Lynn realized that Chevy had saved them in the same way that time, and it seemed strange to her that Chevy was hiding the fact of his rescue. Today was the day the escort from Stella arrived. Lynn was already there. She saw the carriage and the man who was looking for her. Lynn asked him where the guest himself was, because the carriage was already here. The man explained to Lynn that the guest said he would not leave until Miss Lynn came. Lynn was late. The Redford bell rang. It was already 5 o'clock in the evening, but Lynn did not understand why the guest did not come out. Lynn smirked and remembered that the guest said that he would not leave until she came. Lynn did not understand whether he was some kind of boss. Lynn approached the carriage. She decided that let it be as he wanted. Lynn approached the carriage and bowed, asking for forgiveness for her lateness, then introduced herself. No one got out of the carriage. Lynn asked if she should open the door. A tall, yellow-haired man got out of the carriage and said that only 10 days had passed, and Lynn had already forgotten about the hierarchy. He considered this to be ignorance. After all, Lynn knew that he would arrive soon. but she was still late. Lynn stood and looked at the man, thinking that he was her type. The man said that because of her, he waited an hour, 2 minutes, and 48 seconds, and Lynn realized that he was a bore. Lynn addressed him by name, Rafael Cardigo. Rafael asked Lynn how she dared to address him by his name. Lynn was confused. She didn't understand what was wrong with this. Rafael walked past Lynn and said it didn't matter. He asked to be taken to a less crowded place. Lynn didn't understand if Rafael had really hated her so quickly for calling him by his name, so Lynn suggested going to the living room. Rafael looked angrily at Lynn and asked if she really wanted him to go to such a place. Lynn walked behind him and didn't understand what he didn't like. Lynn thought that he was not picky, but simply avoiding something. Rafael said that even the air here was unpleasant, and there were a lot of poor people here. Lynn didn't understand who had prescribed his character. Rafael asked Lynn if she had become proud after being chosen as a teacher, and even called him by his name. Rafael asked Lynn where her manners were, and asked her not to forget that she was just a butcher, even if the Archbishop treated her well. Rafael asked Lynn why she stopped responding to her escort's messages once she arrived at the center, even though he was told that even ignoring protocol, she was using everything Stella had given her. Lynn didn't think Rafael was to be trusted. She stood there thinking about those strange terms, Archbishop and butcher. Rafael said that he was sent as a new escort. He asked not to forget to keep in touch with them in the future. As Rafael grabbed Lynn by the shoulder, she became confused and clenched her hand into a fist out of habit. Lynn instinctively hit Rafael in the face. Then, realizing what had happened, Lynn apologized to him, saying that her hand had risen on its own. Rafael got angry at Lynn and asked her if she had gone crazy. Lynn said she was just scared. Rafael didn't understand how she dared to hit him. Lynn said he was just not polite enough. Not far from Lynn and Rafael, a suitcase fell, from which medical instruments fell out. Lynn and Rafael immediately noticed that someone was standing not far from them. It was the mansion's doctor, and he immediately said that he had seen nothing. The doctor quickly packed the instruments back into the suitcase, and as he ran away, told Rafael and Lynn that they could continue. Rafael was angry. He thought that Lynn had created a complete disgrace. Rafael told Lynn that she knew he was now the new escort, and asked if she was planning to rebel. Lynn said she didn't mean to. Lynn remembered that the letter had said exactly that, about a backup escort. Lynn began to touch the shoulder that Rafael had touched. The place was hard. A system window suddenly appeared in front of Lynn, saying that the system had started loading. Lynn thought about the system window. She thought that the escort that Stella sent. This is literally a game guide. Rafael told Lynn that even though she called herself a teacher, she needed a teacher herself. Rafael told Lynn that he would forgive her this time because he was not in his world, and asked her to remember that she was just lucky, because if they were in the organization, he would have at least broken her leg for this. Lynn didn't understand how Rafael could threaten the player. Lynn didn't understand if that meant he was a mob. She thought he was a love interest. There was nothing about threats from men in the game's genres. Lynn looked into the system. A lot of time had passed since the last system window. Access to the information of the simultaneous connection was obtained. The current location was determined. Access to the user profile was approved, and language synchronization was now enabled. Lynn decided to look up information about Rafael. He was 24 years old. Position, second-level investigator of the World Central Secret Service, Stella of the 44th World, was a representative of the nobility, the third son of the Cardigo family. Rafael asked Lynn not to forget her duties anymore, not to miss reports on what was happening in the mansion, and not even try to be willful. Rafael was arrogant, selfish, narcissistic, and had 2 nicknames, the Supreme Devil and the Archbishop's Puppet. Now, Lynn decided to check her profile. She noticed that the information there had also changed. She was 23 years old. Her job title was Stella's third-level investigator, the matron of the Redford Mansion. She was the adopted daughter of Archbishop Rick Dorchester. She was optimistic, intuitive, and versatile. She was nicknamed the Butcher. Lynn realized that judging by the divisions, Stella was not an ordinary educator academy. Lynn was embarrassed by her nickname. She didn't understand whether she really looked like a butcher. Dean remembered Ravon saying that the caregivers from Stella were different from the regular ones, and each of them had their own mission in the mansion. Lynn realized that Ravon's words were not empty talk. Lynn became curious. Lynn's current assignment was to investigate the Radford Mansion. There was no time limit. and she also had to give Raphael a red orange. Everything was clear with Lynn's oranges, but not with the investigation in the mansion. Raphael began to tell Lynn that if she suddenly encountered a sinner who would decide to interfere with the plans for which the mansion was being built, then someone interrupted him. Her maid, Sarah Rose, ran to Lynn. Sarah Rose was 21 years old. She was a maid of the 16th world. She was friendly, assertive, and inquisitive, and she also had hidden potential. Sarah Rose told Lynn that she had been looking for her in all the living rooms. She had urgent news for Lynn. Sarah Rosa told Raphael that there was a problem with the carriage, so they wouldn't be able to take him back. Lynn asked if there really wasn't another carriage in this mansion. Sarah Rose said that there was only one carriage in the mansion. Lynn asked Sarah Rose to find a carriage outside the mansion, but she said that no carriage would reach the mansion within an hour. The area around the mansion was indeed difficult, with only trees and fog. It was strange that only one horse was allocated to such an area. Sarah Rose said that therefore the gentleman would have to stay here for some time, and she had already prepared a room for him. Raphael had no choice but to stay in the mansion. Sarah Rosa asked Raphael if he was by any chance a priest. Raphael told her that she was right. Sarah Rose was happy, because where she came from, finding a reverend was pure luck. Raphael said that there was nothing surprising in this. He did not understand what a priest was doing in the lower world. Lynn tensed up. If he continued to throw such words towards Sarah Rose, then he would have to deal with her. Although he and Sarah Rose were not as close this time, they actually spent a lot of time together. Lynn asked Raphael if he thought he should watch his speech. Raphael asked Lynn what she was talking about. He thought she wanted to say that he should use softer language. Lynn told Raphael that he was here on a special mission, so he should act like an honored guest. Raphael asked Lynn what difference it made if the system itself chose more appropriate expressions. Lynn didn't even know that such a function existed. Lynn said that for some reason her system wasn't working, and said that at some point his system might also stop choosing less rude phrases for him. Dean asked Raphael what he would do then, since there could be a serious leak of information. Raphael asked Lynn if she really thought he was stupid. Lynn was confused. Lynn smiled and told Raphael that she was just clarifying. Lynn realized that she needed to speak carefully with Raphael and smile more often to complete the picture. Raphael asked Lynn to stop smiling and asked if she had prepared the thing that was mentioned in the letter. Lynn told Raphael that the blood oranges were in her chambers. Raphael was glad that Lynn had at least managed to deal with something. Lynn was glad that she had bought them after all, and Raphael said that the Archbishop loved all sorts of curiosities, so he would be happy. Raphael admired the Archbishop, and judging by Lynn's profile, she is his adopted daughter. But Raphael does not show her any courtesies, which means that Lynn does not have the best relationship with the Archbishop. Lynn stood and looked in the mirror. There was something on her back. She didn't understand if it had really grown in completely. Raphael just touched her. This thing could not be noticed without touching the place where it was located. Lynn wondered if it would come off if she hit it with something. Lynn couldn't wait for the system to fully boot up. Lynn decided to find out about a quest that involved investigating a case at the Redford mansion. The quest was long-term. It was Stella's order. Lynn had to identify the system of the Redford mansion of the 18th world. Lynn was assigned as one of the key figures of the Pandora project, whose duties included protecting the children and monitoring the caregivers. And she also had to find the sinner who followed Stella against her will in the mansion and destroy him. Lynn realized that she was one of Stella's Secret Service investigators, and now she needed to contact them if she found anything in the mansion that related to the service's affairs. Besides, Lynn needed to find the sinner. Then Lynn noticed something else in the system. Lynn had to find the sinner. If she failed, she would be given 1 point of disappointment with Archbishop Rick Dorchester. She would be banished from Stella, and she would die in disgrace. If successful, Lynn would gain 1 point of respect from the Archbishop and be promoted to first rank, dying with honor. Lynn thought that this was another system error, because no matter what she did, it was useless. She would still die. Lynn wondered if Stella herself had sent her a window in advance with a message that she would not survive after the mission. Lynn thought, what if the guide is from Stella? It's an internal game system. Then Stella herself might not know that she can die. From behind the door, Sarah Rose told Lynn that Mr. Diane was waiting for her. Lynn said that he was already on his way. Diane heard that a reverend had come to the mansion to thank Lynn for her help. Diane thought Lynn was very kind and felt sad that he was bothering her over trifles. Diane told Lynn that he would take the medicine himself. He asked Lynn not to worry about him and asked her to mind her own business. It seemed to Lynn that Diane's spirits were lowered not so much by the rumors, but by what had happened in the flower garden. Lynn asked Diane who told him this anyway. She was ready to deal with this person right now, with the man who broke Diana's heart, so that he would never dare say anything nasty to him again. In fact, Lynn was with Evgenia, who believed that Vivi could not have done such a thing because he was a kind child. Evgenia believed that Lynn had no evidence, and she did not believe simple words. Eugenia considered Lynn shameless for slandering her child. Lynn was seething with anger. Diane asked Lynn what she had planned. Lynn told Diane that he could rest easy and stay in the room, and Lynn promised that his tormentors would not bother him again. Diane didn't want to let Lynn go. He wanted to talk to them himself. Lynn decided to give in to Diane if he wanted it so badly. Diane lay down on the bed and said goodnight to Lynn, who sat down next to him. Lynn was glad that her kitten was brave enough to handle the problem himself. Diane was 12 years old, sensitive, stubborn, impressionable, and an introvert, and was currently depressed, with his stress level at 68 out of a possible 100. Lynn didn't like Diane's stress level. She was ready to cry from horror. Lynn was glad that at least the system was starting to work a little, so it was easier for her to monitor Diane's condition. But Lynn will only finally calm down if she finds out the reason for the sharp jump in Diane's stress level. As Diana Lynn left the room, she met Raphael, who was standing next to the door. Raphael asked Lynn what she was doing. Lynn told Raphael that she was doing her job, and she also became curious about what he was doing here. Raphael asked Lynn if her job was to take care of sick children. Lynn asked Raphael if he knew what caregivers do. Raphael came to warn Lynn. They are trying to lull her vigilance, distracting her with games of daughters and mothers. The children of the Redford mansion are like the fruits of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Raphael asked Lynn to be more careful and not to show her true emotions. Then Sarah Rose approached Raphael and Lynn. She was looking for Lynn, but was also glad to meet the priest. Sarah Rosa told Raphael that the chef had invited him to demonstrate his skills, but Raphael declined, saying that he did not want to defile his body with slop. Lynn was not happy with Raphael's behavior, while Sarah Rosa thought that he was fasting. Lynn asked Raphael if his words weren't showing his disdain for the archbishop. Raphael did not understand Lynn. She explained that since the archbishop was a gourmet, he himself periodically did not neglect delicacies from all over the world. Lynn thought that Raphael apparently thought the archbishop liked slop. Lynn and Sarah Rosa started to leave. Raphael told Lynn that he didn't mean it that way at all. Sarah Rose asked Lynn if Raphael could help cure Mr. Deschines. Lynn replied that unfortunately, during Lent, the reverends cannot use holy power. Sarah Rose asked Lynn if she was going to have dinner and said that some couples from other rooms were already in the dining room. Lynn thought that since everyone was going to the dining room, she should go too. She told Sarah Rose that she would go to the dining room with everyone. Lynn stood in front of Olivia and handed her something. Olivia didn't understand if Lynn was pretending that they were friends. Lynn smiled and told Olivia that it was her handkerchief, and it was to be expected that she would mistake ordinary kindness for malice. Olivia said that she didn't understand why Lynn cared whether the handkerchief fell on her or not. Olivia asked Lynn if she had forgotten what she had told her the other day, and Lynn told Olivia that perhaps she had misinterpreted her words again. Olivia told Lynn that she wouldn't get any gratitude from her anyway, and suggested that they just leave, forgetting about it. Lynn agreed. Then Serge approached Olivia. Lynn noticed their matching outfits and said they were wonderful. Serge is 12 years old. He was the owner of the 5th room. Serge is loving, calm, patient, and independent. Olivia said she was glad that she was the one wearing matching outfits with Mr. Serge. Olivia was 25 years old, a graduate of the Cerubia Institute for the Training of Educators in the 9th World. Olivia was a rude, straightforward, and simple person. Olivia also said that it was her idea to make such a hair decoration. Olivia had 2 nicknames, the Spearwoman and the Queen of the Beggars. Her current state was coquetry and touching. Lynn was surprised by Olivia's nicknames. She didn't give off the impression of having a dark past. Lynn said that the priest was fasting and would not come to dinner. Olivia was surprised and asked Lynn if Raphael wasn't coming to breakfast either. Lynn remembered Sarah Rose's words about how she had never seen a priest and asked Olivia if she also wanted to see a reverend. because it was so rare to meet them in her world. Olivia told Lynn that she had seen many priests in her life and admitted that she simply liked Raphael's appearance. Olivia didn't understand why Lynn decided that she had never seen the reverends, since she was from the higher worlds. Lynn apologized to Olivia, saying that she didn't mean to offend her. Lynn thought that the world here was divided into numbered territories. Raphael was from the 44th world. Lynn thought that the higher the number, the higher the world. Lynn should watch her words when talking about the peculiarities here. Lynn told Olivia that she meant that priests didn't come to the mansion often. Not only priests, but also basically everyone who lived outside the manor rarely came to the mansion. Olivia told Lynn that she had only been here for 6 months. Lynn told Olivia that she thought she had lived there longer than the others. Because Olivia always acted like a hostess and scolded Lynn, Olivia began to get angry. Then Serge intervened in their conversation, asking Olivia if they were going to eat. Olivia remembered Serge and said that they would go to the dining room right away. Ravon was sad that Raphael was fasting because he wanted to ask him to make a talisman to ward off monsters. Ravon is 27 years old, a graduate of the Campanula Institute for the Training of Educators in the 14th World. Ravon is a sociable, emotional, and willful individual. His nicknames were Peacock and Scoundrel. He was now excited. From this information, Lynn realized that Ravon lied when he said he was from Stella. Minuel was upset. He did not understand why he came here. Minuel said that he should have been warned in advance. Chevy said Mr. Minuel couldn't wait to meet Raphael. Chevy was also curious to see Raphael. Chevy is 24 years old, a graduate of the Lunix Institute for the Training of Educators in the 41st World, and has a friendly, gentle, self-sacrificing, and reasonable personality. Chevy had one nickname, Angel. Lynn, looking at him, understood that he was literally as described in the profile card. Suddenly, the candles in the hall went out. Minuel began to get nervous and asked Chevy to light the candles. The candles went out because of the draft, and soon the maids lit all the candles. Lynn sat and understood that something interesting was about to happen. Ravon admitted that he thought a ghost was about to jump out. Ravon had a bad feeling all day, Marian called Ruska out. Olivia said it was all about someone not doing their job well. Lynn looked at Olivia and said that she better not drink from her cup. Olivia was surprised. She didn't understand why she shouldn't drink. Olivia didn't drink from the cup, however, and poured the contents into a vase with a rose. After that, the rose that was in the vase immediately withered. Olivia realized that there was poison in the cup. She wondered what kind of bastard did this. Olivia ordered to bring everyone who had ever touched her cup. She also ordered that everyone who was there when the candles went out be brought to the dining room. Ravon said that his appetite was now spoiled. He did not understand how one could mock food like that. Minuel told Chevy that he would always try his food from now on. Chevy laughed and said that he thought Minuel appreciated and respected him. Lynn sat and thought about how everyone had this reaction, as if poison in food was something ordinary. Marian didn't care what was happening in the dining room. She said she was leaving. Olivia didn't understand where Marian was going. Because the criminal hadn't been caught yet, Marian told Olivia that they could figure it out without her. Olivia said that the killer could be one of the teachers and suggested that Marian herself could have slipped poison to her when the candles went out. Chevy told Olivia that she was wrong. Chevy can see well in the dark. He assumed that Olivia's drink was poisoned before the lights went out. Olivia couldn't believe Chevy. Then she looked at Lynn. Olivia didn't understand how she could eat now. Lynn asked Olivia to ignore her and continue. Olivia asked Lynn how she knew there was poison in her food. Lynn said she just felt it. Olivia said that if the criminal was not the maid, then it was one of them. She asked everyone not to leave the mansion. After leaving the room, Chevy suggested that Lynn return to the rooms. He thought it would be for a long time. Lynn asked Chevy about what he said, that he saw everything. Chevy said that he can actually see very well in the dark, and he did notice something when the candles went out in the dining room. Lynn ran to catch up with Miss Marian. Lynn asked her to stop. Lynn asked Marianne why she did it, but Martin pretended not to understand what Lynn was talking about. Lynn asked Marianne why she had swapped Serge's and Olivia's cups when it got dark in the dining room. Marianne said she couldn't let an innocent child die. Lynn told Marianne she could have just warned him there was poison in the cup. Marianne said that anyone who sets foot on the Redford mansion must be able to tell whether food is poisoned or not. Lynn asked Marianne if Olivia had died. It would have simply shown her unpreparedness. Martin replied that as a caregiver, she had to be prepared to die for her child. After all, if a teacher cannot protect his child, then someone else will take his place. Marian believed that the most important thing was the child's health, and everything else didn't matter. Marian was 29 years old, a graduate of the 21st World Educator Training Institute, with a frank, strict, stubborn, determined, and noble personality. She had one nickname, Martyr. Her condition now was sad. Lynn looked at Martin leaving and did not understand if this was all. Noticing Martin's nickname, Lynn felt sad. Lightning was still flashing outside, and the weather was terrible. Raphael was glad that he could at least look around the mansion, since he had to hang around in it. He considered the place disgusting. Nobody knows exactly when the Radford mansion was built. About 150 years ago, according to the will of the great saint, special children began to be raised in the mansion. And these children, the salvation and light of this world, are precious creatures that attract attention, including the attention of heretics, and they, in turn, direct all their forces against children. Raphael couldn't stay here for long. He didn't even like the air here. He wanted Lynn to figure everything out faster. Raphael understood why Lynn was chosen as the key figure in this mission, because this place is ideal for people from the lower worlds. But Raphael did not understand why the Archbishop gave her his surname. Then someone approached Raphael and asked why the honorable guest was wandering around in the rain, and at such an hour. It was Chesvy. He asked Raphael if he was lost. Chesvy told Raphael that this might give him a cold. When Raphael saw Chesvy, his own menu with information about Chesvy popped up. The card contained grades provided by the Institute of Educators. Raphael told Chesvy that he was already wet anyway and advised Chesvy to think about himself. Raphael asked Chesvy to leave. Chesvy warned Raphael that all the doors in the mansion were already locked. Chesvy offered Raphael his help. He wanted to show him one open door. Chesvy said that he was informed about Raphael's arrival, but he did not expect to see him. Raphael said that in the lower worlds, it is a great rarity to see a priest. Chesvy agreed with Raphael without further ado. Raphael walked and did not understand why he had a feeling of déjà vu. Chesvy seemed familiar to him. Chesvy smiled and told Raphael that the Reverend's uniform suited the youngest son of the Cardigo family very well. Raphael was confused and asked Chesvy how he knew him. Chesvy told Raphael that even though a lot of time had passed, it was very rude of him to forget him like that. Raphael did not understand what Chesvy was doing here. Chesvy and Raphael hadn't seen each other for a long time. Chesvy didn't understand if this was really all the joy Raphael felt from meeting him. Chesvy stood and looked at Raphael, and at that moment, he was receiving notifications about the danger. Raphael said that this couldn't be. Chesvy asked Raphael if he remembered his words about what would happen if they ever met again. Then Chesvy promised Raphael that he would rip out his eyes. Raphael didn't understand what was happening, because then Chesvy died in his arms. Chesvy stood and looked at Raphael, thinking about how much time had passed. Raphael lay on the ground. From that time, he still had the habit of relying on the guide, and this is what it turned into for him. Chesvy leaned over to Raphael and took something from him. After examining the object, Chesvy realized that Lynn was from Stella after all. In the morning, everyone in the mansion started looking for Raphael. The maid said that no one had entered the room. Uncle John, the coachman, came for the Reverend in the morning, but he was not in the room. Lynn didn't understand where he went. He wasn't in the room yesterday. She thought that Raphael left early. She felt sorry, because she wanted to find out more information from him. Lynn studied the manual all night and learned a lot. The universe consisted of 44 worlds, each with its own culture, customs, and environment. To simplify the notation guides, the central world was used as a basis. But because each world has its own names, it is difficult to interpret everything in a way that an ordinary person from any of the worlds can understand. But what concerned the children of the Radford mansion was an exception, as at the top, the rest of the worlds call them regents. There were also many other terms in the book that were incomprehensible to Lynn. A regent is a person chosen to become the master of the void and close the door leading to that world. An educator is a person chosen to educate a candidate for regent. The gates are passages connecting worlds. The void is a world without a ruler that appeared in 2543. Moros is a monster born as a result of the return of a soul from the voids. It was the first time Lynn had heard of emptiness and had never seen such terms. Lynn thought that it turns out that the world itself is connected by passages called gates, and if you follow all the rules, you can travel between worlds. 44 worlds exist among each other, but people themselves rarely go beyond their own. And literally an empty world, whose existence destroys the entire balance. After the gates opened there, people began to be irrevocably drawn inside. From a place that no one cared about, entities that looked like people began to emerge, and they were nicknamed Moros. The research conducted showed that the souls of the Moros are the souls of people who have ended up behind the door. But soon a solution to this problem was found. The one who is allowed to enter the void can close the door from the inside. In the whole world, only a few of them were found, and they were called regents. Lin realized that this mansion was where the regents were raised. But Lin didn't understand what would happen when the regent closed the door. Would he really be left alone in an empty world? Lin asked Diane why he came to the mansion. Diane told Lin that he wanted to help people. Diane wanted to grow up and pass the exam with flying colors. Diane wanted to do everything to prevent disasters, find a way to increase the territory, and somehow reduce the amount of frost. Lin hugged Diane and said that he was very noble. She was sure that he would succeed. Lin suggested that Diane hurry up. Lin decided that she needed more information first. Lin wondered if the other educators had a guide, or if all the information was only available to the players. Lin wanted to see the ending, but someone would have to sacrifice themselves. Then she heard someone laugh. Lin looked to the side and saw Vivi. He was her headache. Looking at him, Lin was very surprised. Vivi was described as being 12 years old, shy, timid, an introvert with low self-esteem. Now he was scared, but Liz noticed that he didn't look at all scared. Then suddenly, Ravan appeared behind Lin and asked her where she was going. Lin was scared. Ravan didn't understand why she was so scared. He asked Lin if she had really heard him calling her. Lin turned around and said that she didn't hear. Lin realized that Ravan wasn't as stupid as he seemed. His guesses about Stella turned out to be true, which is why she wanted to hear more of his guesses. Lin asked Ravan if he had anything to do right now. Ravan was surprised. Lin said that she would tell him later. Now she had more important things to do. Ravan asked Lin in surprise if she really wanted to spend time with him. Raven asked Lin not to think that he might be interested in her. Lin felt like Ravan was acting very strangely, and he was also worried right now. Lin realized that he was still interested in her. She didn't understand what she could say to him. Lin told Ravan that unfortunately he was not her type, but he said that no one had asked her about it. Vivi was playing with the ball at this time. Ruska sat opposite him and read a book. Vivi threw the ball towards Ruska, but suddenly Marian appeared and blocked the ball. Marian didn't understand what Vivi was trying to achieve and why he was still there. She told him to play with the ball in the street. Vivi told Marian that he wanted to play here. Vivi wanted Ruska to go somewhere else. Marianne told Vivi that this was a recreation room, and it was not intended for playing with a ball. Soon Vivi finally went outside and walked across the yard. Suddenly, Vivi deliberately threw the ball to the side. Then he ran up to Chesvy and said that he accidentally dropped the ball into the pool. Vivi asked Chesvy to get the ball. Chesvy stood and looked at the ball. This time it was quite far away. Chesvy went for the sword. He didn't understand how the ball got there, while Vivi at that moment picked up a stick. As soon as Chesvy moved away, Vivi hit him with a stick. Chesvy fell down and Vivi started laughing. He thought Chesvy was a fool because he fell for it every time. Lin stood and saw this whole situation. She understood why Marianne had scolded Chesvy that time. Chesvy asked Vivi if he hadn't told him that it was dangerous to play by the pond. Vivi told Chesvy that he had dropped the ball again by accident. Vivi asked Chesvy to pass him the ball. Chesvy asked Vivi if he apologized. Chesvy was talking about Diane, because he still hasn't recovered from that incident. Chesvy asked Vivi if he wasn't worried about him. Vivi said he just wanted to help Diane with a gift for the teacher. Vivi asked why he should apologize for that. Chesvy told Vivi that it was because of him that Diane got into trouble. Vivi said that Eugenia says that instead of being good and stupid, it is better to be bad and stupid. Chesvy said that this is true, because it will be easier for the bad and smart to live. Chesvy told Vivi that if being bad doesn't suit you, then there's no need to force yourself. Chesvy told Vivi that he didn't have to listen to his advice since he wasn't his teacher, but Chesvy asked if he was wrong. Vivi started screaming that Chesvy was wet and his head wasn't a handkerchief. Vivi grabbed the ball and ran away, saying that Chesvy was an idiot. Chesvy turned to Lin and told her that Vivi wasn't really that bad. Lin realized that Chesvy knew she was standing there the whole time. Lin apologized and said she didn't mean to peek. Chesvy said that nothing terrible happened, because this place is not big enough for secret meetings anyway. Lynn was surprised. She was wondering where Chevsy used to live, since this place is not big enough for him. Chevsy thought that Miss Lynn and Mr. Diane could have gotten into much bigger trouble because of Mr. Vivi. Lynn admitted that she didn't think Vivi was bad either. Lynn thought Chevsy was too soft for a love interest, but Lynn liked him and she wanted to ask him for a favor. Lynn asked Chevsy if he could help her with one thing. Chevsy agreed. Lynn said that her request was quite unusual. Chevsy smiled and asked if he could take his consent back. Lynn said she needed to go to the Devil's Flower Garden. She wanted Chevsy to accompany her. Chevsy asked Lynn if she enjoyed watching people suffer. Lynn asked Chevsy if he was hurt that time he chased away the flowers with just one touch. Chevsy said he didn't know. That's why Lynn wanted to ask Chevsy to save her from the fate of becoming part of the Devil's Flower Garden. Chevsy asked Lynn why she wanted to go to the Devil's Flower Garden again. Lynn told Chevsy that there was something there she needed to see. Chevsy asked Lynn if there was anything to see there. Lynn replied that yes, and it was very important to her. Lynn told Chevsy that she would never ask him for anything again. Chevsy told Lynn that it was hard for him to refuse her. He asked when they would go. Lynn said she was free any day. Chevsy said they would go in the evening in 2 days. 2 days passed. Chevsy and Lynn walked to the Devil's Flower Garden. There was nothing interesting there. Chevsy turned to Lynn and said that no one else but him would have agreed to accompany her here. Chevsy said that besides that, Lynn was lucky to have him with her. Chevsy asked Lynn what she would do if he turned around and left. Lynn said that it meant she was destined to become a flower. Chevsy said, surprised, that he was just joking and asked Lynn if she was really ready for this. Lynn smiled and said that becoming the Devil's Flower Garden sounded romantic. Lynn exhaled and said she thought it should work here. Lynn smiled and told Chevsy that she would try to touch the flowers. Chevsy was surprised by this news from Lynn. Lynn asked Chevsy if something went wrong. Would he help her turn into a flower? Chevsy told Lynn that he had already told her about the plants here, that they absorb a person's negative emotions, showing him events from the past. Chevsy asked Lynn if self-torture was her hobby. Lynn reminded Chevsy that he had already agreed. It may have seemed from the outside that Lynn had masochistic tendencies, but she had no other choice. Chevsy agreed, but asked Lynn to tell him right away if she felt ill. Lynn began to see scenes from the past, where she was asked why she was the only one who survived and returned safe and sound. Back then, Lynn was called by a different name, Karine, and because of her, someone's child died. The woman asked Karine why they went to that street in the first place and why this happened to her child. Karin was considered guilty. She was loved and adored. The woman did not understand what bad had been done to her, since she repaid in such a way. Karin tried to justify herself. She was not to blame for this. They were just crossing the pedestrian crossing. But then a car flew out onto the road, and only Karine managed to survive. Karin was the eldest child, adopted. The woman's biological daughter had died. People said it was an accident when the girls were out for a walk. After this, the woman could not see Karin's face. She understood that Karin was not guilty, but her appearance was torture for her. The woman, holding Karin's hands, said that they would never see each other again. Karin had not seen those eyes, full of resentment and hatred, for a long time. Here, Chevsy poured water on Lynn, and she began to come to her senses. She asked why he did this, and how long she had been sitting like that. Lynn began to get to her feet, thanks to Chevsy. Lynn said she didn't think she would have to go through it again. She was glad it was just a memory. After this illusion, Lynn felt rested, but she was ashamed that Chevsy saw her so broken. Lynn thanked Chevsy. She apologized and wanted to say something, but before Lynn could finish speaking, Chevsy had already told her no. Chevsy asked Lynn to promise that she would not come back here again, because she herself said that once was enough for her. Lynn didn't understand how Chevsy knew that she was going to the flower garden again. Chevsy told Lynn that it was bad for her mental health. He was sure that something inside Lynn had already broken, and she herself felt it. Lynn bowed her head and told Chevsy that that was indeed the case. Chevsy asked Lynn what was on her head. Lynn said she didn't want anyone to see the redness on her face. Lynn thanked Chevsy again for what he did for her. Lynn asked to keep everything that happened in the flower garden a secret. Chevsy did not mind this. It was late. Diane was sleeping. Lynn was glad that the fever was already subsiding. Diane resembled Lin Heun. He was also often sick. Her smiling image was still in front of Lynn's eyes. She understood that they shouldn't have gone outside that day at all, because they could have had a good time at home. Lynn knew that she shouldn't have stood there frozen when that truck pulled up, She should have at least pulled Haeun away. Lynn didn't want to feel guilty anymore. She hoped that she and Diane would live a long life. A long time had passed. Lynn did not understand why the forced exit did not work. 15 days had passed in the game, and 48 hours in the real world. But Lynn had not received any notification, despite the fact that the system was supposed to automatically log out after 2 days. Lynn thought that the problem might not be with the game system, but with the device itself. Lynn was worried that her poor body was left all alone in the corner of the room, and her boss decided that she had run away from work, which was even more important. The system, meanwhile, was only 28% loaded. Lynn was annoyed that everything was taking so long to load. She would only be able to contact support and use other features once it had fully loaded. Lynn was glad that at least something good had happened. Diane had finally recovered. He wanted to go to the third room. Lynn thought he needed to meet Vivi. Diane asked Lynn to go with him. He didn't want to go alone. Lynn said that she would go with him and stand nearby so as not to get in the way. Diane and Lynn walked up and knocked on Vivi's room. Vivi came out and indignantly asked who decided to knock on the door, without even introducing himself. Vivi looked out the door and saw Diane and Lynn. Vivi indignantly asked Diane why he came to him. Diane said she wanted to talk, to which Vivi replied that they had nothing to talk about. Diane's stress level immediately rose from 36% to 50%. Lynn was terrified that he was growing so quickly. She didn't know what to do. Diane started knocking on Vivi's door and asking him to come out. He wasn't going to just leave. Lynn asked Diane to calm down. Then Evgenia started to approach Vivi's door and asked Diane and Lynn what they were doing there. Eugenia told Lynn that Vivi had nothing to talk about with them and asked if Diane had not learned any manners. Lynn said that Mr. Diane had been looking for a meeting with Vivi for a long time, but he didn't even explain it properly and just slammed the door in their faces. Lynn didn't want to fight with Evgenia in front of the children. She said that if we talk about manners, then the gentleman of the third room behaves so inappropriately for a reason. Lynn thought that Vivi felt guilty. Evgenia didn't understand what Lynn was talking about. Lynn said that Vivi clearly understood what the conversation was supposed to be about. Evgenia said that Vivi had already said that he didn't want to see them and asked them to leave. Then Vivi came out of the room. He was upset. Vivi ran past Eugenia, Diane, and Lynn. Diane told Lynn that they needed to run after Vivi right away. Lynn told Diane that she understood him. She picked Diane up and ran after Vivi. Eugenia stood and did not understand what was happening. Lynn and Diane caught up with Vivi. He was standing in the yard. Diane said that he would go on by himself. Lynn put Diane down and asked him if he was okay. Diane said he was okay. Lynn thought that they were not in any danger and decided not to interfere. Diane and Vivi stood not far from Lynn. She was curious about what they were talking about. Then suddenly, Lynn noticed how Diane hit Vivi first. She was surprised. Soon Diane approached Lynn and said that they were finished and could go. Lynn was glad that Diane was okay. She thought it would be worse. Now Diane was feeling angry and sad. The stress index was 60%. Lynn hoped that Diane couldn't die from that level of stress. The green-haired maid told Melody that they said she was the one who spilled it on the teacher from room 7. Melody asked her how she knew this. The girl said that Rosemary saw everything while she was hanging the laundry. A lot of people work in this mansion, so it's unlikely that someone wouldn't have seen Melody. Melody said that Lynn deserved it. She didn't need to say anything extra in front of Mrs. Marian. The girl asked Melody what if Lynn now demands to kill her, like she killed that Moros on her first day. The girl hoped that everything would be fine, because Lynn came out of the flower garden safe and sound, and the flowers avoided her, so it can be considered that there is something merciful in her. The girl felt that Marian wasn't very angry with Lynn that day, so she asked Melody to calm down too. The girl asked Melody to apologize to Lynn if they ever met, and she promised not to tell anyone what she saw. One of the many rules among the staff inside the mansion was this: they were forbidden to leave their rooms after all the lights were out. Melody was late this time, but the bathroom was not that far from the bedroom. After walking a little, Melody felt unwell. If it is necessary to leave the rooms for some reason, in order not to be poisoned by the acrid night air, it is worth taking with you a vase of holy water and fresh flowers. Melody suddenly began to feel someone's presence next to her. Melody didn't understand where she was, but she remembered that she was going to the bathroom. She decided that she needed to run. Lynn appeared behind her and told Melody that she didn't think there was anyone else there. Lynn asked Melody if the workers weren't allowed to leave the dorm after the lights went out. Lynn had an axe in her hand. Lynn told Melody that it was dangerous to disregard the rules like that. Lynn asked Melody not to stand still. She called her closer to her, but Melody did not understand why. Melody stood and didn't want to approach Lynn. She was scared. Then Lynn asked Melody to stand still for a minute. Then she swung the axe. Lynn swung her axe at the painting that hung behind Melody. The noise was so loud that Lynn's ears almost fell off. She had a task to find living paintings, which she completed. Lynn saw Melody, who was unconscious. Lynn thought she was exhausted. Lynn looked at Melody and realized that she was going to the bath, but she was glad she was in the gallery, so it was the paintings that lured her here. Lynn was glad that she managed to save her, because otherwise the poor girl would have simply been eaten. Lynn asked Melody for forgiveness, because if she had explained what was wrong before hitting her, the picture would have immediately swallowed her up. There was only one thing Lynn didn't understand, and that was about the paintings themselves. All the paintings in this gallery were of children, and Lynn picked up Melody. The next day came. Lynn was tired after yesterday, but she needed to keep a diary. Diane had been looking better and better lately, even though it hadn't been that long since the flower garden incident. Diane even began to put in even more effort in her studies. Although Lynn still did not understand the purpose of their training, she was already quite tired of racking her brains over it. Lynn looked at the dresser where the vase of flowers should have been, but it was gone. And the other vase looked the same as yesterday, as if it had not been touched at all. Lynn wondered why that was. Lynn was lost in thought when Sarah Rose entered the room and said that they had problems. Sarah Rose said that all the holy water in the mansion was spoiled. Lynn was surprised, because she washed herself in the morning and everything was fine. Sarah Rose said it was because the same water was used several times, for example, for morning prayers and washing the next morning. But now the holy water from the storage facility was spoiled, and there was a weak supply. Lynn thought about it. She realized that this was why it was so stuffy today. Sarah Rose said it looked like someone had messed with the water during the night and had done it on purpose. Sarah Rose was nervous. She didn't understand what to do now. Lynn asked her to calm down. Surely the head pastor is already looking for a solution to this problem. Then Lynn noticed Chevy walking towards her. He said that he had been at morning prayers, but there was no one there, so he came to check if everything was okay. Lynn saw him for the first time after the events in the flower garden. Chevy asked Lynn what happened. Lynn told him everything. Chevy said it was terrible, but Lynn noticed that he didn't seem to care much. Chevy said that this was the Radford mansion, and the higher-ups would quickly resolve everything, so there was no reason to worry. The system showed that Chevy was bored. Lynn was surprised and interested by this. Lynn thought that after his beloved Chevy died, he was now incapable of truly worrying. Lynn understood him perfectly. Lynn told Chevy that he could always talk to her. Chevy was surprised and asked what had gotten into her. Lynn said that it was just in case something was bothering him, and she also said that they could have a drink together. Lynn said that there was some pretty good alcohol in the lower levels of the mansion. Lynn said that the alcohol helped her when she had insomnia. Lynn looked at Chevy. The system showed that his current state was boredom and interest. Lynn realized that he liked her proposal. Chevy was surprised that Lynn had only been here for a short time, but already knew so much. Lynn said she just liked to have a drink every now and then someone shouted that they had found evidence of a crime. The man showed an axe and said that the attacker could have used it to somehow pollute the water. It was the axe that Lynn had used to chop up the painting yesterday. She didn't understand why the man had assumed that it was a criminal's axe. People were panicking. People didn't understand what this would do to the man. The holy water was already spoiled, and there was no need to look for evidence. Then Lynn noticed Melody. People didn't know who the criminal was, but without holy water, everyone could become morose. Melody remembered that Lynn was with this axe. Lynn looked at Melody and motioned for her to be quiet. People were asked to calm down and get back to work, as everyone still had a lot of things to do. It was Schneider Fabian, the consul general of the Radford mansion, who said that it would take some time to resolve the problem. He explained that something had happened to the holy water, or rather, to all the reservoirs in the mansion. He said that all the caregivers needed to be on guard. The Radford mansion is isolated from the rest of the world, and it will take several days to restore the water supply in the storage facility. This means that for several days they will have to live together in order to reduce the consumption of the remaining water. The teachers, children, and workers will be divided into 3 rooms in groups. Marian said that it was impossible. She wanted to occupy one of the prepared rooms. She didn't like the air in the room. Schneider asked them to go into the room for the teacher's peace of mind. The students' room was next door. Lynn asked Schneider excitedly if the children had been taken to their room. He said there were children in the room, but not all of them. Chevy asked what he meant by not all of them. Then someone indignantly asked how 7 people could be in one room, because it was impossible. Lynn immediately recognized Minuel's voice. Leo asked Minuel to calm down, because none of them liked this. Minuel told Leo that he couldn't live with a brat like him. It irritated him. The boys started to quarrel. Let didn't like that Minuel called him a brat. Then Ravan approached Lynn and Chevy and asked what Minuel had done to displease Mr. Leo. Lynn thought that now there would be a real kindergarten next door to them. Chevy told Minuel that he was making enemies. Minuel asked Chevy what he was doing there. At this time, Diane approached Lynn. Lynn asked Diane if he could last a few days here. Diane said he wouldn't be comfortable here, but he could hold out. Then Conrad entered the hall and asked which of the people here were sick. Conrad is 24 years old. His unit is the doctor of the 40th world of the Radford Mansion. He belonged to the World Medical Association Thanatos. Conrad is lazy, spontaneous, and cunning. Now Conrad was irritated and tired, but he had great potential. Serge raised his hand and told Conrad that he had a headache. Conrad told Serge that it was all because of stress and offered him some medicine. Olivia became wary and asked Conrad if he had really understood this from one glance. Conrad reached for the jar and told Olivia that it was, because he was a doctor. Conrad said that he would give the whole bottle so that next time he would not be disturbed. Then the man interrupted him, saying that many people began to complain of strange symptoms. Conrad said that the headache was not unusual and asked to tell the workers to calm down. The man pulled Conrad along with him, saying that he would be the one to tell them this. Then Lynn noticed a skirt that flashed through the door. Judging by its height, it looked like it was a child. Lynn didn't understand if she was imagining it. Chevy, noticing Lynn's thoughtful expression, asked her if everything was okay. Lynn told him that everything was fine. Olivia asked Gilbert what he was doing all the time, since he hadn't been seen for a long time. Ravan told Olivia that Gilbert was never seen and asked her to forget about him. Gilbert was 25 years old, a product of the Crowell Institute of Educators of the 28th World, nicknamed the Keeper of the Sixth Room. Gilbert was meticulous, honest, silent, emotional, and introverted. Lynn was glad that she was finally able to see Gilbert's card, even though they had not met under the best circumstances. Lynn looked around and thought about how noisy the teachers were. Chevy sat Lynn down in a chair and said that it was impossible to sleep in such noise, so she would have to sit. Then one of the maids entered the room, almost out of breath. It was Sarah Rose. Lynn thought she had to hold her breath while she was in the hallway. Sarah Rose asked Lynn if she wanted some food. Then Sora said that she had prepared drinks and offered to pour them. Ravan shouted to Sora that he wanted a drink. Olivia was getting more and more bored with each passing second, and one of the maids began pouring Marianne's drink. Sarah Rose told Lynn that she had specially brewed the drink for her. She hoped that Lynn liked sweets, but Lynn was very pleased. Sora asked Chevy if he liked the tea without sugar. Chevy said that he had been dreaming about sweets all day today. Here, Chevy turned to Sarah Rose and asked her to pour him a sweet drink. Ravan said that he liked bitter tea, on the contrary. Then some strange game window appeared in front of Lynn. It said that Sarah Rose had made tea. It was 95% complete, moderate sweetness and bitterness, and the taste was excellent. A cup of tea reduced stress levels by 3 units. Lynn had never seen windows like these before, although she knew Sarah Rose had potential. Then Sora poured water on Chevy. She started apologizing and saying that her hand twitched and she didn't do it on purpose. Lynn was furious, because she saw that Sora did it on purpose. Sora told Chevy that he urgently needed to change his clothes. She said that she would help and ask the maids to bring him new clothes. Lynn noticed that Sora was very persistent. She was interested in what Chevy would answer, but he said that everything was fine and decided to wait until the clothes dried themselves. Sora started telling Chevy that he would be uncomfortable sitting in it, but Chevy said that it was just water. Then Sora splashed tea on Chevy and said that she accidentally spilled that too. Lynn simply had no words for this. She was in shock. Sora started telling Chevy that he should change his clothes. She asked him to take off his shirt. Chevy started to get angry. He told Sora that he can't stand it when someone touches him without permission. Sora was lost in thought. She stood next to Chesvy and looked at the floor. Chesvy stood up from the table and said that he would indeed have to change his clothes. Marian asked Chesvy to take a vase of flowers with him. Chesvy said that he did not need it and he would be back soon. Chesvy turned around and said, just in case, that he didn't need help choosing new clothes. Lynn thought that Sora was not only impudent, but also very stubborn. Sora was 23 years old, a maid of the 27th world, belonging to the first world. Under the question mark, Sora was confident, original, and stubborn. Now Sora was irritated and offended. Dean soon had a new quest to find out the secret of Sora's maid. Lynn was assigned as one of Pandora's key figures. She had to find the sinner who followed Stella against her will in the mansion and destroy him. Lynn didn't understand if Sora was somehow connected to the sinner she was about to find. Olivia asked Ravon if this was the maid he was hitting on. Ravon told Olivia she was talking nonsense. Olivia told Ravon that Sora had spilled the tea on purpose anyway. She found it funny what was happening lately. First the poisoned tea at dinner, now the poisoned holy water. Olivia was sure that when the one responsible for this was caught, he would not leave her so easily. Eugenia agreed with Olivia. Because he couldn't kill Olivia with tea, he decided to kill them all. Eugenia believed that now they would all die because of Olivia. Marian asked the girls when they would shut up. Ravon supported Marian and asked them to calm down. Lynn said that in any case, they wouldn't be able to solve anything by arguing. Lynn asked Ravon if poisonings like this happened often. Ravon replied that it was the first time with holy water, but it happened often with food and drinks. Ravon told Lynn that she knew the mansion was quite cruel. Lynn asked if the culprits had been caught yet. Olivia said that sometimes they were caught and sometimes not. Raven said that there are a lot of people here who are unhappy with what is happening. Olivia said that it is, as some people think, inhumane to send children into the void. Raven said it was impossible to thoroughly check every employee at the mansion. That's why Olivia didn't trust anyone here, because the one you trust can laugh when he's in front of you, but when he's behind you, he'll stab you in the back. Olivia said that when the best regent is chosen, his tutor will be showered with gold. Olivia said it was obvious that many people would decide to get rid of their competitors for this reason. Eugenia asked Olivia if she was really saying this about herself. Olivia got angry and suggested that Eugenia leave. Olivia could not forgive her for insulting her. Then Chesvy came into the room and asked what happened. He was surprised because he had been gone for a couple of minutes. Soon Lynn went to visit Mr. Diane. She was interested in how he was. Diane replied that everyone was constantly arguing, but otherwise everything was fine with him. Minuel and Leo almost got into a fight with each other. Lynn thought that they were strong and lively boys. Everyone's nerves were on edge, so it was no wonder that they were arguing like that. Diane said he heard a noise and asked what was wrong. Lynn said they were just trying to get along. Diane didn't think so. Lynn told Diane that she was sure that when he grew up, he would definitely understand everything. Although there was still something that was really bothering Lynn, she asked Diane if he knew the girl, but Diane had never heard of the girl before. Lynn looked at the table and noticed that the same girl in the yellow dress was sitting on the chair. Lynn didn't understand what was happening and why Diane couldn't see this girl. Here, a game window appeared in front of Lynn, which warned about a quest. It was connected with the night garden of paintings and tag. It was a fun chase after the ghost from the portrait, and Lynn was given 72 hours to complete this task. Lynn stood and read the information. Diane did not understand what was wrong with her and asked her about it. If the mission fails, the 100th portrait will be transported to the Radford mansion. Lynn will be replaced with a fake version. Diane will die. The mission to investigate the mansion will fail. Then the Archbishop will be disappointed. Lynn will be expelled from Stella. The fake Lynn will die in disgrace, and the real Lynn will be demonized. If successful, the first and second parts of the investigation quest will be completed. The Archbishop will be satisfied, Diane will survive, and progress will be made towards completing the quest involving Sora the Maid. Lynn thought that the punishment was quite harsh. Diane was still trying to shout at her. Lynn decided that since the quest was given 3 days, then catching the ghost would not be easy. She got up and went. Diane did not understand what was happening to her. Looking at the girl, Lynn was very surprised. This girl was herself, only little. Olivia returned to the room, wondering where Lynn had gone in such a short period of time. Chesvy read the manual and thought that something might have happened since Lynn had not yet returned to the room. Chesvy didn't think Raphael could be of any use. Lynn wrote to Raphael that there was an emergency in the mansion and there was no holy water. Lynn really hoped for Raphael's help, while she herself was chasing a ghost at that time. Lynn asked Raphael to provide holy water to the mansion within 2 days. Chevy was surprised that despite the current conditions, Lynn was still trying to complete the mission. Chevy didn't understand why Lynn asked for water to be provided within 2 days. Could something really happen? Lynn ran into the teacher's room. Olivia immediately asked why she was gone for so long and what was wrong with her. The manual said that you can only breathe the air that was there now for 2 hours. The air was getting thicker, and the next day would be much worse. This time-limited mission turned out to be much more difficult than Lynn thought. In the settings, she set her stability to 70%, but now, it seems, only her appearance remains from the custom. Chevy asked Lynn how she feels. Olivia suggested contacting Conrad, but Lynn refused. Lynn was in the first stage of poisoning. She felt a bearable headache. Olivia suggested that Lynn at least try to eat, and Lynn did not refuse this. Lynn knew that if she didn't eat, it would get worse. She didn't understand why the quest was activated at the very moment when she couldn't even breathe normally. Then someone touched Lynn and asked her to rest before dinner. It was Chesvy. He told Lynn that she didn't have a fever. Lynn looked distant, so he thought she was feeling sick. Lynn told Chesvy that she was just thinking and asked him not to worry so much about her. Chesvy asked Lynn what she was thinking about so hard. Chesvy told Lynn that if something was bothering her, she could share it with him. After some time, Lynn tried to catch the ghost again. She told her to hide better. At first, Lynn was interested to know what kind of buff they wanted to give her. Lynn's chances of winning gradually increased. She was still running after the ghost and asking her to hide. Lynn's chance of winning was already 60%. Lynn asked the ghost to stop. Lynn began to feel air poisoning again, and her stress levels also increased. Soon the poisoning progressed to 62%, and Lynn could begin to hallucinate, experience severe dizziness and nausea. Soon, Lynn ran up to the ghost and grabbed her by the shoulder, shouting at her that she had caught her. Lynn stood behind the ghost and suddenly had a strange feeling. She felt as if her life energy was being sucked out of her and transferred to the child. The ghost turned around and said that it was her turn now. Lynn was surprised that the girl had grown up so quickly. The girl said that the tag would continue until the remaining time was up. And in the end, the one who catches up with Lynn will win. The ghost thought these rules were simple. Lynn's stress level was rapidly increasing. The poisoning progress was 70%. In a minute, Lynn could get the 4th stage of poisoning. Lynn thought this was crazy, because before giving such quests, all the bugs had to be fixed first. In fact, Lynn felt like the ghost was slowly stealing her energy. Lynn realized that since she was now a target, she had personally fallen into the clutches of a hunter. Lynn was already in stage 5 of poisoning, and her health had deteriorated by 85%. Lynn had difficulty breathing. She had poor feeling in her arms and legs, and it seemed like her circulation had worsened. Lynn had to hurry. She was still breathing this air, and death would occur if she was 100% intoxicated. Lynn turned around and saw a ghost next to her. Lynn didn't understand where it came from. The ghost reached her hand towards Lynn's shoulder to touch her. Lynn stood and looked at her warily. A moment later, Lynn fell to the floor. She had no strength left at all. The progress of the poisoning was 95%. Lynn lay in a pool of blood and thought that this was all very strange. The ghost was disappointed. She didn't even have time to have fun. The girl thought that Lynn would last longer. Lynn didn't understand why she hadn't thought before that if the quest failed, a forced exit would be triggered. Then she would have already left long ago. In the meantime, someone picked her up. They tried to bring Lynn to her senses, but all was in vain. It was Chesvy. He was late. The progress of Lynn's poisoning was 100%. The functioning of her body was impaired. The cause of death of Lynn Dorchester was poisoning. Chesvy told Lynn that it was too early for her to die, because then he would be upset. In the morning, Lynn woke up. She didn't understand how she ended up in this place. The progress of the poisoning was equal to 1. Lynn didn't understand. Hadn't she really died yesterday? She had fallen down the stairs, and the quest was still active. Lynn began to slowly get out of bed. She did not understand what was happening. Lynn looked in the mirror and saw a black-haired girl in it. Lynn was horrified. She couldn't understand what happened to her face. She already thought that she had returned to the real world. But looking around, she realized that she was still in the game. Yesterday's ghost also looked like Lynn. She didn't understand where her custom appearance was. Now, Lynn had an ordinary appearance. She looked at herself and didn't understand what to do. Then Chevy entered her room. He apologized for entering without knocking. Chevy thought that Lynn was still sleeping. Lynn started covering her face with her hair and telling Chevy that she didn't have her makeup on yet. Lynn thought that it was Chevy who could have saved her from death yesterday. Lynn decided that she shouldn't show him her face now. But thinking about how he saved her yesterday, Lynn realized that he had already seen her new appearance. Lynn wondered if he recognized her at all. Chevy told Lynn that she should rest some more. Lynn said that she didn't remember what happened yesterday. Lynn asked Chevy to tell her about what happened yesterday. Chevy turned to Lynn and said that she fell down the stairs. Lynn asked him if he had brought her here. Chevy said that he brought her into the room because she had lost consciousness. Lynn thanked him for his help and said that she was the new maid here. Lynn said that yesterday she was going to the restroom and tripped. She thanked Chevy again, apologizing for disturbing her. She wanted to leave. But Chevy didn't let her go, saying that she needed to get some good rest first. Chevy told Lynn that he helped her as much as he could yesterday, so she would be fine. Lynn looked at Chevy and thanked him again. Here, she saw a game window, which said that Chevy was a former investigator of Stella of the 44th World of the first level, and also the temporary guardian of the Radford Mansion. His personality is cruel, arrogant, selfish. He was called the Messenger of Stella, the Executed Heretic, the Tower Dog, and the Butcher. Lynn didn't understand what she had just read. Chevy stood behind Lynn and said that her back was seriously injured when she fell yesterday. Chevy wanted to see how the healing was going. He asked Lynn for permission to take off her clothes. Lynn tried to stop him, but Chevy said that they needed to check. Fresh blood was already visible on the clothes. Lynn thanked him for his concern and said she thought it would be best to see a doctor. Chevy told Lynn that before he came to see her, he went to get the doctor, but he was not there. Lynn was once again convinced that Conrad was useless. Chevy asked Lynn not to worry, saying that he had basic medical knowledge. Lynn decided to trust Chevy, especially since he had put the bandage on that night. Now Chevy wanted to put some ointment on the wound. Lynn allowed him to do it. She only asked him to be more careful. While Chevy applied ointment to Lynn's wound, she cried quietly. Chevy noticed this and asked Lynn if she was crying, but Lynn didn't want to tell the truth. She didn't understand why she was in so much pain. Was it possible that the protection status no longer worked? Chevy turned Lynn towards him and asked her why she was lying. Lynn frowned and said that since tears weren't flowing, she wasn't crying. Chevy told Lynn that he would give her some painkillers now. Lynn said that he could have done it right away. Chevy said that he had things to do, and it was time for him to go. Lynn also had other things to do. The quest was still active, with 54 minutes left until it was finished. Chevy told Lynn that with her wound, it would be better for her to rest first. Chevy told Lynn that he was only so kind to her, so he asked her to listen to him. But Lynn couldn't rest now. She still had an unfinished quest. Moreover, with Diane now was a ghost in the form of the real Lynn. She played with him in front of Lynn. Lynn was infuriated that the ghost was deliberately being affectionate with him in front of her. Diane asked me not to do this in front of strangers. He was ashamed. At this point, Diane looked closely at his teacher, and his stress level began to skyrocket. Diane was confused, disgusted, and afraid. He told the teacher that he just thought she had something in her hair. Lynn noticed that he started to get nervous after he looked at the teacher's face. She didn't understand if he realized that it wasn't her. Lynn didn't know if it was okay to leave the ghost alone with Diane. She didn't understand if she caught up with this fake. Would everything go back to normal? Lynn had to figure it out before time ran out and keep the ghost away from Diane. But this fake kept hanging around in front of Diane and asking him to spend the evening with her. Then Olivia started to come out of the room. She asked who left the door open. Olivia slammed the door. Now Lynn couldn't see anything. The stress index was gradually rising. Lynn couldn't just leave it like that. She decided it was time to clean up the room. Lynn came in and asked for forgiveness. Olivia asked her if their room hadn't been cleaned in the morning. Diane looked at Lynn in her maid form, her stress level dropping by 1%. Diane pointed to the side and told Lynn that it was dirty over there. Lynn picked up the mop and said that she would clean everything up right away. The teacher turned to him and asked where he found the dirt here. Diane said there was a stain, and the teacher then suggested that he move away and not get in the way. Lynn cleaned up the stain and walked over to Diane and asked if there was anything else that needed to be cleaned up. After thinking for a moment, Diane said that there was nothing more to clean up, and Lynn asked him to call her if he needed anything. Lynn didn't understand whether this dog was really going to hide behind Diane for the rest of the time. Lynn began to feel poisoned by the air. Lynn realized that she needed to clear the air urgently. Suddenly, she noticed a man asking someone to be careful and hold their hand. Lynn noticed someone's face covered with a sheet and wondered what was there. Lynn approached the man and asked him directly what it was. And the man asked Lynn if she had cleaned it up. Lynn told the man that she was almost finished, and he said that the man was found at dawn today. The man advised Lynn to finish quickly if she wanted to avoid a similar fate. Lynn thought it was one of the staff. Lynn asked the men where they were taking him. The man turned around and told Lynn that it was none of her business. Lynn didn't understand what they were looking at. She found it very suspicious. There's something wrong here. Strange employees transporting bodies. Lynn decided to find out where they were going on her own. The men were going down somewhere, and Lynn was following them the whole time. Lynn waited until they had moved away and decided to go see if the door was still open. Then the men started talking. One of them forgot his keys. He started to come back. Lynn realized that she was about to be caught. Lynn became nervous. She didn't understand what to do. Lynn remembered that there was a secret passage somewhere. Then Chevy snuck up on Lynn, reminding her that he had told her to rest. He told Lynn that he liked her curious nature, but now it seemed to him that she had chosen the wrong time for it. Lynn didn't understand what he was doing here. Lynn thought that only she knew this passage. Lynn asked Chevy if the man had left, and Chevy asked if she wasn't scared at all. Chevy said that people were dying from poisoning. There wasn't enough holy water for everyone, and she was walking around the area so boldly. Chevy put a flower of holy water behind Lynn's ear. Lynn said she was fine. Chevy said it was for now, but in her condition, it could get worse. When the contaminated air thickens, the boundary with the empty world blurs, and at this time, something strange can penetrate into the mansion. Chevy told Lynn that it would be a shame if things didn't go according to plan, so he asked her to stay in her quarters until more holy water arrived. Lynn didn't understand what was wrong with Chevy's voice. She felt strange. Chevy suggested that Lynn find something more interesting to do. Chevy asked Lynn if it was really important for her to be there. Lynn said she needed to be here. Chevy asked why here. Lynn thought Chevy was controlling her. Lynn reminded him that she was a maid. She tried to remember if Chevy always spoke in that tone. Lynn decided that she needed to get out of there immediately. Lynn said that she still had a lot of work to do, and since everyone had left, she could go out. Chevy took Lynn by the hand and said that now, of course, they could go out. Lynn was alarmed by the fact that Chevy took her hand. She did not understand why he did it. Lynn started to pull her hand away. Chevy asked what was wrong. Lynn said she had to work. Then one of the maids approached Lynn and Chevy and asked why they were there together. It was Sora. Lynn didn't understand why Sarah found them now. Chevy told Sora that it was none of her business. Sora asked them to keep quiet. She didn't want to know anything. Sora looked at Lynn and said that it was business hours now. She called Lynn to follow her. Chevy said that Lynn was busy. Sora told Chevy that Mr. Minuel was looking for him and asked him to go to him. Lynn thought that it would be better for her to go with Sora than with Chevy. Chevy said he didn't think anything would have happened to Mr. Minuel if he had been alone a little longer. Chevy approached Lynn and once again told her that he would always be happy to help her and that the room was always open for her. In the hallway, Sora asked Lynn if she and Chevy were dating now. Lynn said that it was not like that, and she didn't want to go with him at all. Sora stood in front of Lynn and said that she saw them holding hands. Lynn said that it didn't mean there was a relationship. Lynn, of course, knew that Sora liked Chevy, but she was too meticulous. Sora believed Lynn that she was not dating Chevy and asked if she had seen him naked. Lynn said of course not. Sora didn't understand why Lynn was reacting so strongly, since she had never seen Chevy without clothes. Lynn didn't understand why Sora was so concerned about Chevy's body. Sora told Lynn that she had a cute face and that Chevy was nice to her. Sora asked Lynn if she could do her a favor. Lynn was still weak. She asked Sora what favor he was talking about. Sora asked Lynn to look at Chevy's shoulders and back when she saw him shirtless. Lynn thought that a guide would be in such a place. Lynn said that she didn't quite understand Sora, but Sora simply asked him to look at it and then tell her what he saw. Sora then asked Lynn to clean up the dishes in Conrad's office. Lynn felt like she was just dumping her work on her. The quest called Sora's Maid's Secret was in progress. Lynn realized that this task from Sora was related to the current quest. The door was unlocked. Lynn entered Conrad's office. She was sure that he was inside. Entering the office, Lynn saw that Conrad was tied up. A new quest opened up for her. Lynn needed to save the desperate doctor. She needed to rescue the Dr. Conrad from the clutches of the butler Schnauter. Lynn didn't understand what was going on here. For failing the quest, she would be punished. The healer's revenge, minus 30 favor points, and failing the hide-and-seek quest. Lynn didn't like the rewards for success. Almost all of them were useless. There was a potion with a mysterious name that gave protection from polluted air. The favor of the healer, unlocking a romantic path with Conrad and a hidden task from him. Lynn's potion seemed interesting. It could be useful to her. Lynn looked at Conrad and asked him what he was doing here. Here Lynn felt something was wrong. Lynn took the object and hit the butler who was approaching her. She then apologized to him, saying that he had approached her so abruptly that her instincts had kicked in. The butler started yelling at Lynn, asking her to stop bothering him. Lynn told the butler that he was bleeding, so she advised him not to attack her again. But the butler didn't listen to Lynn, so she had to hit him again. Conrad thought the butler was crazy, but Lynn seemed tired. Lynn didn't understand. Shouldn't the butler be on the first floor, and what was going on? The butler offered to talk to Lynn. Lynn was surprised that he gave in so quickly and easily. She asked him why he tied up the doctor. The butler told Lynn that he did not pay attention to her words because he was too nervous, and he also said that he did not bind the doctor, but the Moros hiding behind his appearance. At this point, Conrad became angry and asked the butler if he had really gone mad. The butler said that he saw 3 employees leave their chambers yesterday and die. Conrad also left, but not a hair fell from his head. Conrad was in the restroom at night and saw Conrad in the hallway. It was very close to his chambers. The butler did not understand how Conrad could breathe polluted air for so long if it was not drizzling. The butler thought it was impossible, and Lynn also found it hard to believe. Lynn realized that it was definitely because of that potion. She became interested in how Conrad would get out of this. Conrad began to say that the butler could not have seen him if he himself was in the toilet. The butler began to say that he was not lying, because he did not have to sit in the toilet forever. The butler said that all the dead had marks on their heads from being hit with something heavy. Conrad said that he had nothing to do with it, and that they most likely just fell. Lynn told the butler that they had a way to find out the truth. They needed to go and check the bodies. The butler said that it couldn't be done. Lynn found this suspicious, and the butler asked to let him go already. Lynn said that this wouldn't do, and that the butler would be better off cooperating with them. Lynn completed the quest. She saved the doctor from the butler. Lynn told Conrad that he was lucky that she had come so promptly, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. Conrad thanked Lynn. She said that she was still suspicious of him. She didn't understand how he wandered around the mansion without holy water. Lynn asked Conrad if he really was drizzling. Conrad wasn't happy that Lynn thought so either. Conrad said that it was just a misunderstanding. He was a doctor after all. He admitted that he had created a medicine that could replace holy water. Lynn asked Conrad why he didn't tell anyone about this. Conrad replied that he didn't have many components, and it was difficult to make anyway. Conrad reached into his pocket, saying he had 2 more copies left and wanted to share them with Lynn. But in return, Conrad asked Lynn to keep it all a secret. Lynn received a potion with a mysterious name. It protects against polluted air. Conrad's potion wasn't useless at all. With it, Lynn was able to get into the basement. But the body didn't really give anything special either. Lynn was already tired of this quest. She thought that all she had to do was destroy the painting. But the painting is not destroyed. Lynn could not catch the ghost either. She decided to come up with something else. Lynn didn't know what to do. She thought about setting a trap for the ghost. Lynn needed to get rid of this fake already. Then Chevy came out to meet her again with a candle. Lynn apologized and said she didn't think anyone else was there. Chevy asked if she had any idea why he was there. Chevy told Lynn that he needed to treat her injuries, but Lynn said she could handle it herself. Chevy was a good man, but now his concern looked suspicious. Chevy told Lynn that she better explain what she was doing and how she got so many wounds. Lynn asked Chevy if things were really that bad there. Chevy said he should have known she wouldn't listen to him. Chevy started to do something. Lynn screamed and asked him to stop. Chevy said he should have stayed with her. He thought he wasn't caring enough. Lynn was still asking him to stop. She was in a lot of pain. Lynn asked Chevy if he was sure he was doing everything right. Chevy said he just needed to bandage the wound. He asked Lynn if it was really that painful. Lynn was crying. He almost made a hole in her. It was very painful for her. Lynn didn't understand if he did it on purpose. He pressed on her wound. Chesvy told Lynn that he brought her some painkillers. Lynn thought that he could have given it to her right away. Then Lynn remembered what Sora had asked her to do. Lynn didn't know if Sora wanted to test Chesvy as a guide, but she decided to check. Lynn began to reach her hands towards Chesvy's back. Chesvy started to say something to Lynn, and then abruptly asked her what she was doing. Lynn apologized to Chesvy, suggesting that he was uncomfortable being touched. Chesvy asked if he had really said that. He didn't remember talking about that with the maids. Chesvy mentioned this when Lynn was a teacher, and Chesvy said that if he did say it, she just misunderstood him. Chesvy took Lynn's hand and said that he didn't like it when strangers touched him. Chesvy told Lynn that she could touch him, and that when they were alone, she could do whatever she wanted with him. Chesvy told Lynn that she was not a stranger to him, but Lynn did not understand what he meant. Lynn remembered that he had told her this when she was still in her form. Lynn realized that Chesvy knew all along that she was Lynn. She asked when he found out. Chesvy said that he knew from the very beginning. Chesvy said he found it so funny watching her pretend not to know him, so he decided to have some fun with it. And Lynn realized that was why he was so suspicious. Chesvy told Lynn that she was easy to recognize, and it didn't matter what she looked like. Lynn was shocked that Chesvy wasn't even surprised that her appearance had changed. Chesvy recalled that he had already said that when the air thickens, something unusual can penetrate the mansion. The Radford mansion is a world filled with emptiness, so it is easy to penetrate, and the fact that Lynn's appearance had changed didn't seem surprising to Chesvy at all. The manual said that the void could spread to other worlds. Lynn thought that this was some kind of exception, and that the children of the mansion were being raised to close off the world with emptiness. Lynn asked Chesvy if she could ask him for something. Diane was walking at this time and did not understand who this maid was. She seemed very familiar to him. Diane was sure that if it weren't for Lynn, he would have met the maid before the night. Behind him walked a ghost in the form of Lynn. She asked Diane what he was doing there. Diane had long since realized that Lynn herself was not his favorite teacher. Diane turned and asked the teacher what she was doing there. The girl replied that she had gone out for a walk. Diane was surprised that Lynn was out at such an hour, even considering the air. Then Chesvy approached them and asked the girl what she was doing there. Then the ghost turned to Chesvy and asked him if he couldn't sleep either. Chesvy said that was true and he really couldn't sleep. Chesvy assumed that the teacher was worried about Diana, and she said that she thought he had been having trouble sleeping lately. Chesvy told the girl that she looked even less like Lynn today. Chesvy thought about the favor Miss Lynn had asked him for. The ghost said she just wanted to check if Diane was okay. Chesvy asked Diane to go to bed. Diane very quickly agreed with Chesvy and got ready to go to his place. Diane asked the teacher not to worry. He said that he could fall asleep alone. He also asked her to quickly go and rest. Chesvy stood and looked at the fake Lynn. He asked her if she wouldn't follow Diane's advice. The ghost stood and looked at Chesvy. She asked him to stop pretending. She asked Chesvy who he was. The ghost felt a dark soul. The ghost told Chesvy that he was an ugly creature, and Chesvy began to cover her mouth with his hand. Chesvy asked the ghost to be quiet, because they could be heard. Chesvy told her that she had offended him, and asked if she wouldn't be upset if he said that to her. Chesvy told the ghost that he would let her go this time, as he was too weak for that face. The ghost asked Chesvy how he got this body. She said that she had a contract with the owner of this mansion. Chesvy replied that it was none of her business, and as ironic as it may sound, he didn't like that she took over Lynn's body. Chesvy cared nothing but the safety of the body's true owner. And of course, Chesvy was concerned about the safety of the children from the 2nd and 7th rooms. Chesvy hoped that the ghost would not get away with this. Lynn was glad that Chesvy agreed to help her. After she told him everything, she decided to check on him. Then Lynn saw Chesvy walking towards her and was confused. Chesvy was covered in bloodstains. His shirt was completely stained with blood. Lynn walked up to him and said that she was just looking for him. Lynn asked if he was okay. Chesvy said he was fine and he just drove out the frost. Lynn asked if it was just morose. Because there was a lot of blood on Chesvy, she asked Chesvy if he was wounded. Chesvy said he was fine and asked her not to worry about him. Chesvy said they needed to get rid of the fake quickly. The painting was in the other wing. Chesvy said that they needed to hurry. Lynn asked him if they could really just go in there like that. Lynn said that she had already shown the first symptoms of poisoning. She decided to take flowers with her. Chesvy asked Lynn if it was really that important. Chesvy began to move closer to Lynn and fell into a trap. Lynn said it was very good that she came to her herself. After all, Lynn was already thinking about how to lure the ghost to her. Lynn touched the ghost in Chevsy's body. The girl did not understand what Lynn did to her. Lynn replied that she was sure that the holy water would work on her, so she had a couple of bullets in stock. Lynn was confident that the church would not let her down. The girl asked Lynn how she knew she wasn't Chevy. Lynn said she just assumed. Lynn pointed the gun at the ghost and said that the game of tag was over. The girl began to resist and even tried to attack Lynn, but Lynn quickly reacted and drove away the ghost. Lynn was not in a very good mood. For Lynn, this was not the easiest quest. She was dealing with evil in the guise of a child. Then Marian began to approach Lynn. Lynn didn't understand why she came to her, if she had been avoiding her before. Then Chesvy ran up to Lynn and said that he heard a crash. He was glad that Lynn seemed to be able to endure it. Lynn said that it was all thanks to him and asked Chesvy what happened to him, because before that, noise was heard from his side too. Chesvy said it was just a run-in with the frost, and the children were being looked after by other caregivers, so there was no cause for concern. Chesvy noticed that Lynn was injured, so he bandaged her arm with cloth. Lynn had become very accustomed to Chesvy taking care of her. Lynn asked Chesvy to let her wipe his face, but Chesvy didn't understand why. Chesvy asked if there was something wrong with his face. Lynn said that everything was fine. She was just embarrassed by the blood. Lynn began to wipe Chesvy's face, with Marian still standing next to him. Lynn wiped Chesvy's face. He thanked her for her concern. They stood and looked at each other. Then, Lynn got a notification that the wandering spirit of the Radford mansion was trying to possess her. It turned out that it was not Marian. The spirit had already made its fourth unsuccessful attempt to possess Lynn, and Lynn did not understand what was happening. The spirit failed to take over Lynn's body. The next attempt by the spirit to invade could be in 24 hours. Lynn realized that the spirit could inhabit bodies, but she didn't understand what Marian's was up to. Lynn assumed it was because she was with her ex. Lynn told Chesvy that they couldn't stay there any longer because the teachers would wake up soon. Chesvy agreed with Lynn, and they walked back to the room together. As Lynn entered the room, she noticed Olivia fighting Moros. Olivia told Lynn that she was at the wrong time. Lynn asked Olivia how many monsters she had already managed to destroy. Olivia replied that she didn't know, because there were a whole bunch of them. Olivia said that she heard that Lynn was also tracking Moros. She asked Lynn if Chesvy was with her. Lynn confirmed Olivia's words and said that they took care of everything. Lynn didn't understand whether Chesvy had warned the other teachers. Lynn decided to think about it later. The first thing she did was go up to Diane and tell him that she was back. Lynn asked Diane if he missed her. All the eyes of the teachers in the room were directed at them. Diane sat in a chair, wrapped in a blanket, and it was clear that he was sad. Diane looked up at Lynn and gave her a questioning look. He asked Lynn if it was really her in front of him. Lynn smiled and said that it was really her. Diane reached out to Lynn and said that he was very scared. Lynn apologized to Diane for leaving him. Minuel looked at this and did not understand what kind of calf tenderness this was. Chesvy told Minuel that he thought it was cute and asked Minuel if he wanted a hug. Minuel began to move away from Chesvy and asked him not to come closer. Minuel did not want hugs. Here, Lynn saw the worker, whom she saw yesterday in the basement. Then he was a corpse. She did not understand what was happening. Lynn ran up to the man and asked if he by any chance had a twin brother. Duke, age 26, apprentice butler of the 11th world. Duke said that he is the only child in the family. Lynn asked Duke to let her check something. Duke was confused. Lynn examined his neck. The injuries were in the same places. She asked Duke how he felt. The injury was serious. Duke said that he didn't even feel any pain. Lynn moved away from Duke and wished him a good day. Lynn walked and thought, could it be that now there were also living dead people? This was something new for Lynn. Lynn thought about how no one even suspected this, and she got goosebumps. It would be good if Lynn was wrong, but there can only be one reason for that. Moros does not know that he is a monster and behaves like a normal person. People who die in the Radford mansion become Moros. It makes sense, considering that this world is a place once swallowed by the void, and the Moros are souls that have returned from the void. But Lynn didn't understand why Duke didn't remember his death. Then Lynn called Chesvy. Lynn walked up to Chesvy and told him that she just wanted to tell him something. Lynn asked Chesvy to be more careful in the near future. Chesvy asked why this prejudice. Lynn said she thought she had found another Moros. Chesvy asked Lynn how she had found it. He wondered if Stella was teaching things like that now. Lynn said she would tell them about it later. Lynn said she would have to leave them for a while. She asked Chevy to take care of Diana. Lynn had little time left for the portrait task, so she wanted to finally deal with it. Lynn was glad that the ghost had fallen into her trap. It was quite simple. Walking down the corridor, Lynn met Marines. Lynn wondered how long she had been standing there. Lynn asked Marines if she had been the first room teacher before. Marines remained silent. Lynn asked Marines if she would like to visit Miss Marian instead of following her. The girls stood and looked at each other in silence. The atmosphere was tense. Lynn walked on, thinking that Marines was probably hiding here. Lynn walked up to the door. Lynn didn't understand how she sealed the door from the outside while being inside. Lynn opened the door slightly and thought that it would be even easier for her. She began to look around for the portrait she needed. Lynn noticed some marks on the floor, but it seemed to her that they were clearly not the ones she needed. Lynn walked up to another door, but she couldn't remember if this door had been there yesterday. Lynn looked at the door and noticed that it had no handle. Then, instantly, a bright light illuminated Lynn. Having come to her senses, Lynn did not understand what had happened, how she had gotten from the basement into the corridor. Lynn noticed that there was some commotion going on in this corridor. The maids had to hurry. The guests were due to arrive soon. Then Lynn noticed Chevy. She walked up to him and said that it suddenly became easier to breathe in the mansion. Chevy looked questioningly at the girl, and she asked if something had happened while she was gone. Chevy told the girl that he didn't know what she was talking about, but he was sure that nothing had happened in the mansion. Lynn thought that Chevy was strange, because usually he was more polite. The maid who was watching this was horrified. The maid pulled Lynn away and asked Chevy to forgive her, saying that she had arrived yesterday and did not yet know the rules. Lynn didn't understand what the maid and Chevy were talking about. The maid asked Amber. That was the name of the girl in whose body Lynn was. If she had really lost all shame, she had been in the mansion for less than a year, and yet she dared to treat the master with such ignorance. The maid asked Amber if she really wanted Mrs. Marines to pull out all her hair. After all, there has been talk in the mansion for a long time about the fact that the teachers of the first and second rooms are dating. Lynn didn't understand what was going on, and the maid didn't understand what was wrong with her at all, so she asked Amber not to bother her head with all sorts of nonsense. Lynn didn't understand what was happening, but she was sure that it was all because of that door. Everything changed so abruptly after the flash. This episode was quite unpredictable. Lynn understood that she was seriously in trouble. Lynn didn't understand whether it was an illusion or reality. Lynn was sure that in the basement, she would find out the answer. Here Lynn ran into some tall man. The man asked Lynn if she was a maid, wondering how long she was going to stand like that. It was the first time Lynn had seen this man. Although his voice seemed familiar to her, she thought he was a famous voice actor. Lynn apologized and said that she was afraid of falling, so she grabbed it without thinking. The maid who stood behind Lynn asked the man how long ago he had arrived and whether the head butler had met him himself. Lynn looked at the maid and realized that she was the girl who would die in the first episode. The maid told the man that the room was ready and asked him to follow her. Lynn walked away from the man and the maid and thought that if she were to run, now would be the time. Lynn didn't understand whether she had really gone into the past, because the teacher of the first room, Marines, and this maid had died long ago. Lynn had no idea who Amber was, but she thought her guess was correct. Lynn headed back to the basement, towards that very door. After all, if something doesn't go according to plan, you can always take a few steps back. Touching the door, Lynn saw that same bright light again. Lynn found herself in her body, standing in front of the ghost, with 25 hours left until the end of the quest. Lynn was glad, because now everything was back in place. Lynn was shocked that only 5 hours had passed. It seemed to her that the system had gone crazy. Then Chevy entered the room. He was looking for Lynn. Lynn, noticing him, asked what he was doing there. Chevy told Lynn that he was worried because she had been gone for so long, and even Diane had already looked for her. Chevy told Lynn that the sun had long since set. For some reason, Lynn remembered that man from the past. She thought that he and Chevy were similar. Chevy told Lynn that she was gone all day, so he was worried. Lynn said that something unusual happened to her. She couldn't tell him directly that she had gone back in time. Before returning, Lynn needed to check the portrait again. Lynn looked and noticed that the ghost was no longer there. Lynn didn't understand where she had gone, but there was something even more suspicious. Lynn asked Chevy if he knew what was behind the door. Chevy asked Lynn what was wrong. Lynn replied that the door seemed strange to her. Chesvy told Lynn that unfortunately, he knew nothing about this door. Lynn returned to Diane. He was almost in tears, asking Lynn where she had been. Lynn ran up to Diane, hugged him and asked what happened. Minuel sat and watched Lynn and Diane, irritated that they were up to their old tricks again. Chesvy asked Minuel not to pay attention to this. Chesvy began to think that Lynn had disappeared somewhere from the mansion, and when Lynn returned, the air seemed to shake. This phenomenon is not uncommon in the Redford mansion, but that door does not respond to anyone except her. Chesvy didn't understand if it was a coincidence or if the door really only reacted to Lynn. Then Lynn asked Chesvy to open the curtains. The sun would soon rise, so the light would fill the entire room, and Marines appeared in front of Lynn. Chesvy felt that Lynn was too interested in the dead. It might not have done any harm to Lynn, but it made Chesvy nervous, and now he was irritated by Marines flickering in front of him. The ghost did not understand why the owner of the mansion did not listen to her. After all, he made a deal with an evil spirit. The girl thought it was unfair, and she was desperate. Then Marines started to approach her. The ghost asked her to leave her alone. The girl wanted to be alone. Marines did not leave the girl. The ghost began to get angry and swung at Marines. Suddenly, Marines came up and hugged the ghost. The girl did not understand what was happening. Marines hugged the ghost and kissed her temple. The girl suddenly began to feel sluggish. She realized that Marines began to absorb her. The girl now hated everyone in the world. She didn't want to die. Soon, Marines completely absorbed the ghost girl. Then, Marines stood up and began to walk towards the very door that Lynn had used to get into the past. Marines touched the door. Nothing happened. She didn't understand. Was it still not enough? Lynn completed a hidden quest called the Night Garden of Pictures. It may have been just a game, but Lynn didn't like hurting children. Besides, Lynn wondered if Marines was trying to protect the ghost in the portrait. Marines also tried to take over Lynn's body again. Lynn was simply horrified by such impudence, because Marines could at least pretend that she had good intentions. And yet, Lynn was tired of playing catch-up, so she decided to leave Marina alone for now. The butler also said that the holy water would be there by morning. What was important for Lynn now was the updated quest. It is known that initially, the Monster Mansion had 2 plot lines. Lynn also needed to report to Raphael. She was wondering if he would answer her letter this time, since she hadn't received a response to her last report. Lynn was sitting at lunch, and not only the information about the quests had been updated, new features were added. Now Lynn could see information about relationships. Diane shared his portion with Lynn. Their intimacy was at level 98. Diane was willing to do anything for Lynn. Chesvy, who was watching this, admitted to Lynn that he was jealous of her. Chesvy wanted Minuel to care for him in the same way. Lynn and Chesvy had a second level of intimacy. Lynn thought about the fact that she and Chesvy had a second level of intimacy. Minuel told Chesvy that he heard everything, and Chesvy told Minuel that he was too cruel to him. Lynn was still thinking about her level of intimacy with Chesvy. She felt like it should be the 100th. Lynn looked at Olivia. They were at level 72 intimacy. Then Dean looked at Miss Marianne. Their intimacy level was 51. Lynn sat and couldn't understand whether she and Chesvy had really become any closer. Besides, Chesvy smiled so sweetly and held Lynn's hands, he confused Lynn. Then Ravon entered the dining room. He walked past Lynn, looking sideways at her. Chesvy and Ravon's intimacy level was at minus 889. Lynn didn't understand what kind of number that was. Lynn wondered what Ravon had done to Chesvy. Lynn continued to watch Chesvy's closeness with the others. Their numbers were slightly higher than with Ravon. Lynn realized that Chesvy hated everyone except her. Lynn thought that Chesvy's attitude towards everyone around him was strange, but he treated her better than others. She didn't understand if it was definitely not a bug. With numbers like that, Lynn couldn't understand how Chesvy felt about her. Lynn didn't understand why Chesvy was so radical. Lynn came out of the dining room, and Chesvy approached her and said that he would like to talk to her. Chesvy asked Lynn if she was upset with him. Lynn was confused and asked why she would be upset. But Chesvy wondered why she was avoiding him then. Lynn told Chesvy that she was not avoiding him and asked why he thought that. Lynn didn't understand if she was acting out of character. She was just lost in thought. Then Olivia noticed Lynn. Olivia was confused when she noticed Lynn and Chesvy standing together in the hallway. Lynn thought she had to leave immediately and told Chesvy that she had urgent business. Chesvy's level of closeness changed. Now he hated Olivia even more. Olivia told Lynn that she and Serge were going shopping for new clothes. Olivia decided to invite Lynn along. Olivia was glad that Lynn didn't mind. The other teachers were uncomfortable with Olivia. Olivia looked at Lynn and said she thought they could get along. Lynn noticed that their intimacy level had risen to 75. Lynn thought it was because she had agreed to go. But Lynn was tense about this sudden change in mood, and then someone greeted Olivia. It was a man with short red hair. He was standing holding a suitcase in his hands. The man asked Olivia who was next to her. Olivia replied that it was the new teacher of room 7. The man was glad to see Lynn. It was their first meeting. He admitted that it was a great honor for him to meet Lynn. The man's name was Ravel. He was the head of the dressing room. Ravel also had 2 assistants. The first was called Maville, and the second Chevy. The girls immediately began to show Lynn their newest clothes. Ravel started showing Olivia the suit for Serge. Olivia thought it was cute. Lynn started choosing a costume for Diane. She took one and thought whether it would suit her kitten. Ravel told Olivia that the design of this costume was based on the clothes of the inhabitants of the 32nd world. Then Serge entered the room. Olivia noticed Serge. She was glad that her sugar had finally arrived. Olivia began to try on Serge's clothes, and Lynn noticed that Olivia was a master of her craft. Serge stood in front of Olivia in new clothes. Olivia thought that no matter what Serge wore, it suited him. Lynn complimented Serge, and their level of intimacy immediately changed. Lynn found it strange that the level had dropped, and she suggested that Olivia finish for today. Olivia said she thought they were just getting started. Lynn smiled and told Olivia that this wasn't their last time in the dressing room after all. Lynn told Olivia that she thought Mr. Serge needed a rest. Olivia listened to Lynn, but still wanted to try on the last suit for Serge. Here, the closeness between Lynn and Serge increased. It was 33 points. Lynn was curious what kind of costume it would be this time, in case someone took a swing at Serge. Olivia and Lynn stood there, confused, both of them not expecting this. Olivia started yelling at the man because she had done so much for him, and he dared to attack her child. Ravel began to make excuses and say that it was not his doing at all. Olivia didn't understand why they attacked Serge. One of the girls suggested that it was because Serge was weak. Olivia immediately attacked the girl. Meanwhile, the doctor entered the room and asked to stop fighting and look away. At that moment, Chesvy ran to Lynn, worried about her condition. Lynn stood with a wounded hand. She said that she apparently cut herself on the glass. Chesvy felt that he should have been there for her, because then nothing would have happened. But Lynn didn't understand whether any scratch deserved such attention. Chesvy wouldn't have let Lynn in if he knew something would happen. Chesvy approached Lynn and asked if she thought she was safer with him. Lynn hesitated. Because of all the teachers, she felt comfortable only with him. Chesvy invited Lynn to go, their level of intimacy changing. Lynn was interested, because their level had jumped as much as 15. Olivia, at that moment, was torturing some man. She needed to find out who sent him. The man said that he does not listen to those who follow the devil. They were chosen for a sacred mission, so they did not fear death. Olivia was furious. The man didn't say anything specific, but now it was clear that Serge wasn't their only target. Marian, who was standing nearby, suggested finishing with the man, since he was unlikely to say anything new. It was customary to take the man to the devil's flower garden. Raven appeared from the crowd and asked Lynn if she was busy. Raven asked Lynn if she would like to be his partner for a while. There's been tension in the mansion in recent days, so you should be on your guard. Raven believed that it was best to take turns watching the children, so he proposed an alliance. Lynn liked Raven's suggestion, but Chesvy wasn't too happy about Raven suggesting it to Lynn. Raven replied that Lynn was the most suitable candidate for this. Raven said that they also kept a common secret. Lynn was confused. She did not understand what he was talking about. Lynn didn't understand whether he was talking about that incident or about the situation with the purple room. Chesvy became interested in the shared secrets between Lynn and Raven. Chesvy and Raven's intimacy level was now minus 950. Lynn was terrified. The atmosphere was as if Chesvy was about to start a fight. Lynn decided to take Chesvy away before he did anything bad, and told Raven they would talk later. Raven left calmly, telling Lynn that he would wait for her answer. Chesvy noticed and told Lynn that she was very kind to Raven. He thought that was why she had promised to think about it, and had not refused outright. Dean didn't understand why Chesvy thought she would refuse, while Chesvy thought he was the best candidate to work with Lynn. Chesvy asked Lynn if she didn't like him more than the others. Lynn froze. She didn't understand where he got so much self-confidence from. Lynn thought he shouldn't be so direct about it. Lynn told Chevsy that it wasn't him she liked more than anyone else, but he liked her. Chevsy didn't make any excuses. He just said that everything was like that. Lynn told Chevsy that it was time for her to go to Mr. Diane, and she began to distance herself from Chevsy. Minuel followed her as it was on his way. Lynn got angry and asked him to leave her. Evening came. Lynn stood near that very door. She thought that with such a drawing, the door was obviously for a quest. At the moment, everyone in the mansion was busy attacking Serge, so Lynn decided to mind her own business. Lynn touched the door again, but this time nothing happened. Then that same glow appeared in front of Lynn again. Lynn stood there and realized that she had succeeded. Marine stood and scolded the maid, who in her opinion was too bold. Marines didn't understand whether the maid was not afraid of her at all. Marines couldn't understand how the maid dared to touch Chevsy. At this time, Lynn was trying to figure out what was happening, and then the second maid stood up for her and asked Marines to forgive Amber. Amber had just arrived at the mansion. The maid said she just wanted to ask for directions. The maid asked Marines to forgive Amber this time. From the quest with Lynn's purple room, it was not clear what kind of character Marines was. Lynn realized that she had sent it back about a year. Marines let Amber go, saying that she was lucky this time. Since Amber was a beauty, it was no wonder that Marines was so angry with her. Then, the maid thought that Amber wasn't listening to her at all, so she started to pull her cheeks, which hurt Lynn. The maid thought it was even better this way, but Amber's cheeks began to burn. The maid called Dean into the room to give her an ice pack. Lynn thought there must be a reason why the door was showing her these particular memories, so Lynn needed to find out. Then Chevsy came up to Amber. He noticed her cheeks and asked if this was really the work of Marians. Chevsy asked Amber how her face was. She replied that everything was fine. Chevsy began to apologize. He said that sometimes Marines is too hot-tempered, but she is a good person. Amber told Chevsy that everything was okay, and she understood. But in reality, Lynn didn't understand how one could call a person good, given how she treated others. Lynn said that she and Marines had a misunderstanding, so she asked Chevsy, as her partner, to explain everything to Marines. Here Chevsy said that it seemed they had another misunderstanding. Chevsy stated that he and Miss Marines were not together. Chevsy apologized again. He hoped that Amber could take care of herself. Lynn didn't understand anything, because as it turned out, Marines and Chevsy were not dating. Lynn's mind was in complete confusion. There were many misunderstandings. Lynn decided to calm down. Then she noticed a familiar figure in the corridor. It was Diane, only he looked kind of sad. Lynn couldn't leave him in this state, so she hurried to him. It was just dinner time. Lynn told him that it was time for dinner. Lynn opened the door and entered the room. Diane told her that he was seeing her for the first time. Lynn introduced herself and said that she hoped he hadn't waited long. Diane looked at Amber and asked if she was his maid now. Lynn said it was just for today. Diane understood Amber and started eating dinner. Lynn stood and watched him. She couldn't tell if he always ate like this, or if he just had no appetite. Lynn had been in the room for an indecently long time, but she couldn't leave Diane in this state. Diane got angry and asked Amber why she was still there. Lynn told Diane that he was cute and charming, especially when he was eating. Diane was shocked, but Lynn asked him to continue eating. Lynn told Diane that he needed to spend more time on his health if he wanted to fulfill all his desires. After that, Lynn flew out of Diana's room like a bullet. Lynn was upset that she couldn't take care of her baby now. She never thought that he was so lonely in the past. Then, someone's screams began to be heard from the corridor, and the maids immediately ran there. Then, some girl grabbed Lynn by the hand and asked if she had been there all the time. It was Marina. She said that 2 Moros attacked. She said 5 workers from room 7 were killed. Marina said that one of the workers had already left for help, but Lynn didn't understand what to do. Lynn immediately rushed back to Diane's room, pushing the other maids aside. Lynn stood there and didn't understand what was wrong with the air. It felt like flour. She was there, but her only weapon was a broom. Lynn hoped that Diane would be found soon. Then she noticed bloodstains on the floor. Lynn hoped it wasn't Diane's blood. At this time, Diane sat and hid from the drizzle. Lynn attacked the Moros with a mop, driving them away from Diane. Lynn was afraid for Diane. She thought about how he was doing there now. Diane heard strange sounds that did not belong to the Moros, and he wondered who was there. Moros, meanwhile, experienced the full power of an ordinary mop. Lynn didn't have time to do anything before this body was already tired. Lynn didn't understand why it was so weak. The Moros were already hunting her at that time. But that wasn't a problem, because the main thing was that they were distracted from Diane. Then someone noticed Lynn. He didn't understand why the maid was fighting the Moros alone. It was that man who asked Lynn if she was the one he had recently bumped into. Lynn realized that this was the very guest for whom everyone had been preparing. At this point, people had already gathered in the room and began to bombard Lynn with questions. The girl looked at Amber in surprise and asked what she was doing here, and whether she killed Moros. Lynn thought it was a chance to help Diane. As she lost consciousness, Lynn explained to them how to find Diane. The last thing Lynn said was to ask for help for Diane. Soon, Lynn suddenly got out of bed and screamed so loudly that it frightened Marina. Lynn asked how she ended up there, but Marina didn't understand if Lynn was even in her right mind. Marina didn't understand how Lynn even dared to ask such a thing, and didn't she remember how she almost died from the frost yesterday? In fact, the drizzle barely touched her, and she immediately fainted. Lynn asked what was wrong with Diane. Marina thought Amber was too selfless because she was in a hospital room herself, but she was worried about others. Marina said that Diane was fine and was less injured than Lynn. Marina said that she heard that Diane now has a wound on his back and a slight concussion. After meeting with the Frosts, this is still normal, so Diane just rests in her room. Lynn decided to get up and go check on him. But before Lynn could get up, she fell again. Fortunately, Marina managed to catch her in time. Marina told Lynn that she shouldn't get up so abruptly, but the doctor said that he had warned her that Lynn was already fine. Conrad didn't understand why everyone distrusted doctors so much. Conrad came over and said he would look at the condition of the wounds. Later, he said that there were no complications, so he decided to prescribe a suitable ointment and an antipyretic. Conrad asked Amber not to do anything dangerous anymore. Lynn, of course, was not going to listen to him, and Conrad advised her not to stick her neck out anymore. After all, if she repeats yesterday's behavior, sanctions will be imposed on her. Lynn didn't think that yesterday, when she saved the child, she did something out of the ordinary. Conrad agreed that she had done the right thing yesterday because there was someone to help everyone. Besides, yesterday she managed to attract the attention of the teacher from the second room. Conrad thought Amber's behavior was too impulsive and asked her if she had forgotten their goal. After all, she can still exchange her life at the decisive moment. Lynn didn't understand what he was talking about, but she felt that the maid Amber was not so simple. Soon Lynn was fighting off the maids in the hallway. She needed to see Diane. Lynn tried to convince the maids that she was okay, but they didn't understand how anyone could be okay after she had gotten into trouble. After all, even educators don't bother with Frost if the child is safe. Although of all of them, Chevy would definitely not be left out. As one of the maids mentioned, Lynn remembered that she had noticed Chevy yesterday before she fainted. Then Marina appeared. She was not happy that Amber was not in the room. Marina immediately sent the maids away and ordered them to work. And Marina dragged her into the dining room. Marina was very kind. Marina advised Lynn to be careful and keep an eye on Marines. Yesterday, after Lynn lost consciousness, Chevy carried her to the ward. Marines' view of this was extremely displeased. The girls talked about a new man who appeared in the mansion. The girls couldn't get a good look at him, but he seemed unusual to them. Lynn also seemed unusual, but at the same time familiar. Amber was asked to take care of the guest room. That very guest preferred that she do it. The girl asked Amber to get well soon. The other maid was supposed to explain everything to her later. That guest was a worker in the field of educational institutions. Lynn didn't understand how long she would be here and what she needed to do to return to her time. The door wouldn't open, and everyone in the place seemed suspicious. Then Chevy came up to Lynn and asked how she was feeling. Chevy heard that Lynn was saved by Diana yesterday. He praised her. After all, if it weren't for her, Diane could have been seriously hurt. Then Minuel approached Chevy. He was unhappy that he didn't come when he called him. Lynn watched Minuel and Chevy go, thinking that she hadn't seen this child for a long time. But right now, she was most interested in what Diane was doing. Lynn walked into Diane's room and was horrified. He had a high fever. Lynn told Diane that she hoped he would recover quickly. Diane opened her eyes and asked who it was. Lynn asked Diane to close his eyes and sleep. She promised to take care of him. Make sure he grows up happy, not sick or sad. As she left Diane's room, Lynn wished him good dreams. But then Diane suddenly asked Lynn her name. Lynn almost introduced herself with her real name. But then she remembered that she was not in her own body. Lynn was in Diane's room yesterday and touched his face without permission. Lynn completely forgot that she was a servant and not a teacher. She realized that she had treated him terribly. Lynn apologized to Diane and said that she only patted him on the head, and that was all she wanted. Diane said he was just curious to know if it was her or not. Diane turned and walked down the hallway, telling Lynn she could go to work. And Lynn was already scared that the cat had started to show his claws. During this entire time, Lynn received numerous days off from management. Now she needed to work, namely, take care of the guest room. Cleaning wasn't the worst thing she could be asked to do. And besides, the room looked like the devil's flower garden. Lynn wanted to go there. Then someone said that it was the first time he heard that someone wanted to go to the devil's flower garden. It was that guest. He said that he wouldn't mind going there too. Lynn thought, what if they went there together? Lynn said it was just her curiosity. The guest asked Lynn how she was after that day. Lynn replied that she could walk. The man thanked Lynn for helping him that time. Lynn said she was always happy to help, and the man said his name was Michael Cardigo. He asked Lynn to call him by his first name, since they saw each other often. After closing the door to the room, Lynn thought. She thought that Mikhail and Raphael were brothers. It was clear from the beginning that he was an important person. But Lynn didn't even think about it. Lynn remembered that the maid had said that he worked in the field of education. Lynn didn't understand if this was the institution she was talking about, Stella. Lynn was glad that at least some clues were starting to appear. Lynn went to the door and asked to be put back. Then suddenly, Marian appeared in front of Lynn and addressed her. Lynn screamed in surprise, but Marian didn't understand what she was screaming about. Now Marian had a ringing in her ears and asked Lynn why she was hiding. Lynn asked Marian why she had snuck up on her, and at first, Lynn thought it was Marines again. Lynn was glad that she returned in time. Looking around, she realized that she was not in the basement. Lynn asked Marian what today's date was, and Marian was surprised. Marian said it was just after midnight. So on the 29th, Lynn realized she had only been in the past for 3 hours, although 3 days had passed there. Lynn didn't even think that the difference was so big. Lynn went to her chambers and called Marian with her. Lynn said that poisoning is a dangerous thing, so it is dangerous to stay in the corridors. Mary asked Lynn to move away from her, but Lynn insisted on her own. Lynn said she would take her home. Marian thought Lynn was just pretending to be friendly. Lynn thought that Marianne was looking for her sister. Although they were sisters, they had different characters. Marine's was completely different from Marianne. Then Lynn noticed a light flickering from around the corner. Lynn was surprised that there were so many people in the hallway in the middle of the night. She noticed Chevy and asked why he was not sleeping and had gone so far from his quarters. Lynn and Chevy's intimacy level changed and was at level 515. Chevy walked closer to Lynn and said that he had been waiting for this moment. The moment she returns, Chevy had been acting very strange since that day. Wherever Lynn went, he would run after her like a little dog. He asked Lynn if she liked his style, and if anything, suggested changing it. Lynn found it all very strange, but the strangest thing was his attitude towards her. It grew by leaps and bounds. Now they were at level 891. Chevy offered Lynn to admire the flowers, but she did not understand how the level could exceed 100 units. One day, Lynn asked Diane if he knew the maid Amber. Diane asked Lynn why she was asking him about her. Lynn said she was curious, but Diane said she didn't know anyone like that. Lynn thought Diane was very good at acting. Lynn said that yesterday one of the maids, either Emma or Amber, helped her. Diane said it was Emma since there is no maid Amber in the mansion. Lynn found it strange. She didn't understand what had happened between them. Olivia asked Lynn for some time. Lynn thought she wanted to talk about cooperation. Olivia told Lynn that she couldn't always keep an eye on Diane either. Olivia said that she was also useful and offered to help Lynn. Lynn thought that her words made sense. Lynn had fought both monsters and rebels, but there was no way they would always be this easy. The children of the Radford mansion are taught how to escape from the empty world. If it is not destroyed, it will stroke this world too. And despite this, there are those who want to leave everything as it is. They are called rebels. They believe that the catastrophe that the empty world will bring is something that must happen. They call themselves the Prometheus rebels. Lynn didn't like all this either, but those who want to solve this problem by killing are crossing the line. Olivia and Serge decided that the 7th room was the safest of all. At this point, Chesvy intervened in the conversation and told Olivia that Lynn had already chosen a partner. He said that he was her partner, and the position was taken. Olivia asked Lynn if this was true. Lynn was confused. Then Raven shouted that he was the first to offer Lynn cooperation. Olivia told Ravan that she was sure Lynn wouldn't choose him because he was so annoying. Chesvy asked Ravan to get in line. Lynn asked if she had to choose just one. Lynn said they could work together instead of pairing up. Lynn said they don't know when or where danger will strike. Lynn didn't understand why they needed to split up. Besides, this is not the first time they will work together. Olivia thought about it and said that Lynn was right. Ravan didn't care. The main thing for him was that the 7th room was on the team. Chesvy looked at Lynn and said that it would be as she said. Lynn went somewhere. Chesvy followed her and asked where she was rushing to. Lynn said that she had business with the doctor Conrad. Chesvy thought that she was injured. Lynn said that she just had a couple of questions for him. Chesvy decided to wait for her here. Lynn was surprised, because lately Chesvy had been with her everywhere. She was sure that now he would follow her. But this way it was even better for Lynn. She said goodbye to Chesvy and moved on. Olivia argued with Ravan over a candy he wanted to take. She wanted him to leave it for Serge. Chesvy sat and tried to act calm, but in reality, he was irritated. He had long dreamed of having Lynn all to himself. He had been looking for her for too long. Lynn had caught his interest for a reason, and perhaps his intuition had realized it before his body. He was glad to have met Lynn after such a long search. But when Lynn was out of sight, everything became meaningless. So Chesvy wanted to get rid of some of the annoying things, and he could use something for this. He now had more power. Marines began to approach Chesvy, and he noticed her terrible smell. So Chesvy decided to get away from her. Olivia, Serge, and Ravan also decided to leave before Lynn arrived. Chesvy walked and thought that Lynn was probably already with Conrad. Only he didn't understand whether she really thought that the doctor would be able to cure her. Lynn didn't even know that it was Chesvy who healed her dead body back then. Chesvy knew that Lynn would come to him anyway. Only an hour had passed. But he already missed her. As soon as Lynn forgot about her injured shoulder, it would start hurting again. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Lynn thought the ghost of the portrait had hurt her, so she needed to go to Conrad. Even if he was a charlatan, he had created a protective potion against polluted air. And after that conversation with Amber, Lynn realized that she could get information from him. Conrad looked at Lynn with displeasure and asked why she entered without permission. Lynn asked why he wasn't answering while he was in the office. Lynn thought that he was shirking his work again. Conrad said he didn't hear her knock because he was modeling, and Lynn asked if he always read the newspapers during meditation. Conrad asked Lynn what she needed. She said that she had recently gotten hurt. Lynn explained that the wound barely heals and becomes inflamed again. Lynn has already tried a lot of remedies, but nothing helps. Conrad said that it was all because of her negligence. Conrad thought that Lynn was being too careless about his wound. Conrad advised Lynn to reduce the amount of body movements and not to wet the wound, and to apply the ointment only after complete disinfection. Lynn asked if there was anything more effective, like the ointment with the red label. Conrad didn't understand how Lynn knew which drugs had higher dosages. Lynn told Conrad that she knew more about him than he thought. Lynn thought that if he didn't understand, he would fall for the provocation. Lynn was curious about what Conrad was hiding. Their intimacy level had changed to 60. Conrad suddenly announced that he was not ready for a serious relationship yet. Conrad said he understood that his appearance was unusual, but Lynn's attention was a burden to him. Lynn looked at him with her mouth open in surprise. Conrad admitted that it was new for him to meet someone so wild. Lynn said that she didn't mean it at all. She admitted that she knew everything even before arriving at the mansion. Lynn told Conrad that he might need her help in the future. Lynn said that, for example, it would be necessary to exchange lives at a crucial moment. Lynn asked Conrad if he understood now. Conrad nodded his head. Conrad decided to return to Lynn's wound and asked how she got it. Conrad examined the wound and said that it was difficult to get one like that even from a fall. Conrad asked Lynn if she had touched any of the unusual items in the mansion. Lynn said she had done this a lot of times and had also talked to strange creatures. Conrad asked Lynn if she understood that her body could not withstand such disobedience to the rules. Lynn was glad to receive help, but she did not want to listen to moralizing from this upstart. Conrad asked Lynn to come to him for a checkup in 2 days. Lynn also needed to stay out at night as little as possible, as polluted air would interfere with the healing of the wound. Conrad asked if this could be the effect of a drug that relieves the symptoms of intoxication, like the black air medicine. Lynn said that she drank that potion. Conrad didn't remember giving it to Lynn. Then Lynn remembered that she was not in this body then. Lynn said she was confused and began to dress hastily. Lynn decided to ask Conrad what she wanted to know. But then Sora suddenly entered the room. Seeing Lynn, Sora said that she would come by later. Conrad was annoyed that everyone walked in on him without knocking, but Sora said it was because he always pretended he wasn't there. Conrad reached for the sleeping pill, and Lynn realized that Sora was not the first one here. Conrad said the sleeping pill should last for 2 weeks. Sora took the jar and leaving, said that she would return in the same amount of time. Lynn jumped up and said that it was time for her to go too. Conrad said goodbye to Lynn and said that he thought he and Sora had something to talk about, but Lynn didn't understand. Conrad showed Lynn the door and asked her not to forget about the next inspection. Sora asked Lynn what she wanted to talk to her about. The maid Sora had a hidden identity. If Lynn could reveal her real name and the purpose of coming to the mansion, then she would be able to learn important facts about the children of the mansion. Sora was surprised and asked Lynn why she was looking at her like that. Lynn told Sora that it was simply because she was very beautiful. Now Lynn could raise her friendship level with Sora. Sora apologized to Lynn and said that she didn't want her beauty to bother her. Lynn was surprised and asked Sora why she was talking. Sora said that she doesn't deny that she has feelings for Mr. Chesvy. Sora thought that was why Lynn didn't talk to her, because she was close to him. Sora said she would try not to be jealous, but Lynn realized that there was a misunderstanding between them. Just then, Chevy came out from around the corner and asked Lynn if she had finished. Sora ran to Chevy and told him that she and Lynn were just chatting. She asked him to understand the situation correctly. Lynn thought that Sora was trying to use her to attract Chevy's attention. Chevy said he thought Lynn was angry. Chevy asked Lynn if they were fighting because Sora was interested in him. Lynn, from Chevy's reaction, understood that he wanted to make her jealous. Later, Chevy asked Lynn again if she was jealous of him. Lynn asked Chevy if he really wanted to think that way. Sora's behavior was unpredictable. After the previous conversation, she thought that Sora's feelings for Chevy were not that serious. Chevy asked Lynn not to hide it. If someone suddenly stood in their way, he would not allow them to be an obstacle. Lynn was creepy. Chevy was smiling, saying such nasty things. Lynn entered Sora's room. The quest was activated. She needed to inspect the room and not let herself be discovered. The room was such a mess. Lynn didn't even know if she was lucky. Lynn began her inspection. The first thing she noticed was a letter with a code, then the engraved blade and revolver. Engraved with a wheel and snake. Lynn became curious. She knew that Sora was not an ordinary maid. Lynn decided not to touch these things for now. Then Lynn began looking for the next clues. But then a warning popped up in front of Lynn, and the timer started ticking to 3 minutes. Soon Lynn had already found the next clue. At this time, Sora, tired, walked into the room. Entering the room, Sora couldn't understand if her chambers had always looked like this. Sora began to carefully examine all of her things. Sora thought something was wrong, and she didn't know if she was imagining it. Then Sora realized that there was definitely someone in her room. After all, her room had never been so messy before. Lynn was hanging from the balcony at the time and almost got caught. Lynn climbed into some window, thinking that she had better hurry. At this time, Sora was already complaining that things had disappeared from her room. Lynn was walking and accidentally said out loud that she almost got caught. Then Chevy appeared and asked what it meant. Lynn was scared. Chevy apologized and said that he could not get rid of this habit. Chevy asked Lynn what happened to her clothes. Lynn hesitated and said that it was all a bit complicated. Here, all the workers of the mansion were called to a meeting in the hall. Chevy froze and asked Lynn if that was what she meant. Chevy pulled Lynn's hand in the other direction, and she looked surprised. Chevy asked Lynn to go with him if she didn't want to get caught. Lynn said she still had things to do, but Chevy suggested she hide. Chevy dragged Lynn to a secluded place where no one would see them. Lynn thought that Chevy was very handsome, and in this position, he seemed huge to her. Lynn asked Chevy to keep what happened a secret. Chevy asked Lynn what it would be for him, and Lynn asked if he really didn't want to help her. Chevy said he wanted to, but there was one thing. But he reached out his hand to Lynn. Lynn froze. She thought he brought her here to help. That's why she followed him. Chevy told Lynn that now it was just the two of them, just like it was before. Lynn didn't understand what he was talking about. She thought that she might have spent time with him in her maid's clothes. Lynn decided to change the subject and asked Chevy how he found her every time. Chevy thought for a moment and later said he would only say one thing. Chevy told Lynn that no matter where she was, he would always find her. After this, Chevy began to approach Lynn even faster. Soon Chevy kissed her. Lynn was shocked. Chevy told Lynn that there were still a lot of people around. That's why he believed that kissing was the best way to not talk. Chevsy said he thought they'd better keep quiet for a little while longer. Then he reached for Lynn's lips again. Lynn was angry with Chevsy. She didn't understand how she could sleep now. Diane noticed that Lynn was worried about something and asked what was wrong. Lynn even spilled soup on herself at lunch. She told Diane that she was just clumsy. She asked Diane not to pay attention to it and assured him that nothing had happened. Then Diane picked up the piece of paper that had fallen from Lynn's hand from the floor. It was evidence. Lynn said she found it in the room. She thought it would be best to return it to Sora. Diane's stress index began to rise rapidly. Lynn noticed that Diana was starting to feel unwell and ran to him. Lynn didn't understand what he saw. Diane fell unconscious and said Amber's name. Lynn picked up the piece of paper, and it turned out to be a photograph. There were little girls on it, one of whom was Amber. It looked like Amber and Sora were good friends. Now Lynn was wondering who this Amber was. She was also worried about what happened to Diane. Sarah Rose came to Lynn and said that she did what she asked her to do. She heard something from a maid who had been working here for a long time. Sarah Rose said she heard that the maid, Amber, made an attempt on Diane's life last year. Lynn asked Sarah Rosa what it meant. She said the details were unknown, but the situation was roughly the same as the recent attack on the gentleman from room 5. Lynn didn't understand if Amber had almost killed Diane. Lynn thought that Amber might be one of the Prometheus rebels, plus Sora and Conrad were also connected to it. They said that Amber died, and some said that she was sent to the Devil's Flower Garden. Also, Chesvy was seriously injured while protecting Mr. Diane. Chesvy and Minuel went to check on Diane. He looked very weak. Chesvy noticed that Lynn had a rather tired face. He suggested that she take a rest, as it was already quite late. Lynn said she was okay. It was because of Chesvy that she couldn't stop thinking about that kiss. Minuel stood in the middle of Lynn and Chesvy and began to drive them away from each other. Minuel felt uneasy that they were behaving like this right in front of Diane, who was sick. Chesvy turned to Minuel and said he thought they were overstaying their welcome. They only came to visit, but they made so much noise. As he left, Chesvy asked Lynn not to work overtime. Diane started to get out of bed. Lynn asked him not to do it. Diane asked Lynn where she got that photo. Lynn said that she found it by accident, and she wanted to find the owner. She, of course, didn't want to lie to Diana, but she couldn't tell the truth. Lynn asked Dane if he had seen this photo before. Diane said he saw her once at someone else's. Lynn was sure that Diane was talking about Amber, because in the photo she was with Sora. Diane told Lynn that she would no longer be able to find the owner, so Diane asked Lynn to just get rid of the photo. Chesvy was asking some girl why she was dressed like that today. After all, before she chose a different style, it was Marines. Chesvy noticed that the girl had changed a lot and had become an ordinary empty shell. Chesvy didn't understand why Lynn didn't come. She was the only one he could rely on. The photo with Amber and Sora disappeared once the quest was completed. Dean thought that Chesvy might have been the one who stole it from her, and it's useless to ask him, because he will deny it. At this time, Conrad was examining Lynn's back and was extremely dissatisfied. Conrad didn't understand how anyone could be so carefree. Lynn knew the wound on her back was terrible, but she didn't understand why it made him so nervous. Conrad was very squeamish, so he couldn't look at such wounds for long. Lynn didn't understand what kind of doctor he was, but Conrad decided to prescribe Lynn a different drug. At first, Lynn thought that Conrad had slipped her a weak medicine, but judging by his reaction, Lynn realized that the wound should have already healed. Here, Conrad asked Lynn about how she came here and how she decided to become a teacher. Conrad asked Lynn if she was working there on someone's recommendation. Lynn asked him if it was really that hard to become a tutor without a patron, and Conrad replied that in some ways it was. Conrad had one more question. He reminded that they had recently talked about his medicine, which prevents poisoning from polluted air. Conrad didn't think that Lynn had misspoken that time. He came to the conclusion that Lynn was the dark-haired maid. Lynn thought that Conrad realized that Lynn was the maid and decided that he was perceptive. But Conrad thought that Lynn killed that maid and took the medicine from her. Lynn was at a loss. She didn't expect this. Lynn screamed that this had not happened and realized that Conrad was not at all perceptive. Conrad decided that Lynn was not lying and reminded her about the next appointment in 2 days. But he asked Lynn to come immediately if she suddenly felt worse. Lynn asked Olivia if she felt like there had been a shortage of workers at the mansion lately. Olivia said it was cold and suggested that many people were simply sick. The number of workers at the mansion has always remained unchanged. The main principle of this game is quite simple. After the death of people, the soul transforms and becomes a morose. A creature that dies as a frost leaves behind only black ash, and a new employee is immediately found in his place. Lynn also felt that there was less frost in the mansion. Lynn, with Diane and Olivia with Serge, were walking around the mansion, but everyone saw how bad Diane was. Soon, Lynn and Diane decided to go on vacation to help Diane feel better. No matter how hard Lynn tried, Diana didn't get better, and her back wound hurt a lot. Here, Lynn noticed Marines at the end of the corridor. A notification popped up in front of her that a wandering soul was trying to take over the body. Marine tried to possess Sora, but her body withstood 5 attacks and gained immunity for a day. Lynn thought she was the only one whose body Marines wanted to get. Lynn looked at Marines and wondered if she would just leave like that. Lynn didn't want to let her go. She decided to follow Marines and keep an eye on her. Lynn noticed Marines enter the room and thought the room was unoccupied. Entering the room, Lynn saw Chevy in front of her, who was putting on a shirt. Chevy looked at Lynn and asked what brought her to his chambers. Lynn was confused and embarrassed. She apologized to Chevy and said that she didn't think he was changing there. Lynn didn't understand what to do now. In fact, Lynn thought that there was no one there. Lynn told Chevy that she would leave right away, but he told her that everything was fine. Chevy asked Lynn if she had any business with him. Lynn said no. Then Chevy asked Lynn if she missed him. He thought that was even better. Chevy seemed unbearable to Lynn. She told him he had got it all wrong. Then suddenly, Lynn noticed that Marines had approached Chevy. Lynn thought that Marines was now interested in Chevy's body. Marines started touching Chevy, and Lynn thought she was being really shameless. Chevy asked Lynn if she was really going to just leave like that. Lynn told Chevy that he was more persistent than she thought. Chevy thought that he had angered Lynn. Lynn didn't understand how Marines dared to do such a thing in front of her, and Chevy didn't even see her. Dean asked Chevy to come to her. Chevy didn't ask anything and simply walked up to Lynn. She said there was a stain on his shirt and asked him to change. Lynn thought that she was the only one in this mansion who could see ghosts, and so because of this, difficulties and awkward situations arose. Chevy walked up to Lynn, grabbed her, and said he had thought of something more interesting to do. Chevy asked Lynn if she was against Lynn. Lynn asked him the same question. Chevy told Lynn that he noticed that she had little experience with this kind of thing. Chevy was embarrassed by Lynn's gaze. He asked her not to look at him like that. Chevy believed that it was Lynn who started it all. Lynn seemed to like Chevy, but she didn't understand if it could be because he was constantly around her. The ghost of Marines was gone. Now Lynn needed to check the progress of the tasks. Lynn completed the quest to inspect the maid's room. Now she was given a reward. Among all the clues, the strangest one was the letter with the code. Lynn felt like she had seen a similar set of numbers before. Moreover, it seemed to her that she had seen it just recently. Lynn remembered that the same numbers were on the newspaper that Conrad was reading. Besides, there was the same newspaper in Sora's chambers. She saw this newspaper, and when she was in Amber's body, Lynn decided to find this newspaper first. The front pages of the newspaper reported on fires in some areas. Lynn saw a light in the window and noticed Marianne there. Lynn was sure that Marianne was busy looking for Marines. Lynn decided not to interfere and go to bed. After sunset, it became very cold in the mansion. If the maid had not needed to go to the toilet, she would never have left the chambers. These night walks reminded her of that incident with Lynn. So much time had passed, but she still had goosebumps. Then she heard someone's footsteps. She became scared and asked who was there. Seeing the man standing in front of her, she was very surprised. It was Marianne, standing and silently looking at the maid. The maid asked Marianne what she was doing there at such a late hour, and Marianne noticed that luck was not on the maid's side. Marianne reached out to the maid. The maid didn't understand what was happening. Everyone knew that it was dangerous to walk around the mansion at night, but the maid did not pay any attention to this. Marianne dragged the maid along with her, hoping to get back before sunrise. The next morning, Lynn met Marianne and Ruska and greeted them. Marianne ignored Lynn and asked Ruska not to go far. Lynn told Marianne that she could at least say hello for the sake of decency. After all, they had been through so much together. Marianne asked Lynn what she was doing there. Lynn said she was looking for a talisman for Mr. Diane. Marianne was surprised, but Lynn said she thought Clover would suit Diana. Lynn asked Marianne why she was not in her chambers last night. Marianne asked Lynn if it was her business. Besides, Lynn herself often did the same thing. Lynn felt that Marianne had been too suspicious these past few days. Lynn told Marian that she was just worried about her and Mr. Rusku. After all, Marian left Mr. Ruska alone when she went out at night. It so happened that Marian and Lynn bumped heads. Lynn screamed in pain, and Marian grabbed her head. The maids immediately ran to Marian, and Lynn asked her how she was. Marian looked at Lynn suspiciously. Lynn said that she didn't mean to. Lynn said a ball hit her back. The maid who was standing nearby assured Lynn that it was not her. Here, out of the corner of her eye, Lynn noticed a suspiciously familiar head. It was Mr. Vivi, and Lynn ran after him. Lynn couldn't just leave it like that, and Vivi was trying to run away from Lynn. Then Lynn heard something fall into the pond. Turning her head, she saw that it was Rusku. Mr. Rusku fell into the pond. Everyone was in a panic and didn't know what to do. Marian ran towards the pond to help her child. But Marian felt ill and fell. Lynn asked her not to get up. Lynn thought it was strange, because Marian hadn't hit herself hard enough to feel that bad. Lynn dived into the pond. The water was very cold, and she also didn't know it was so deep there. Chevy easily dived here. Lynn couldn't understand where Ruska was. Soon Lynn managed to find Ruska. Lynn noticed that there was someone next to him. She didn't understand who it was. Taking a closer look, Lynn saw that it was Marines. Marines pushed Ruska into Lynn's arms. Lynn didn't understand why Marines was helping her. Soon Ruska was pulled out of the water and was examined by Conrad. Lynn was glad that both Marian and Ruska were completely fine. Then Chevy came up to them and asked Lynn what she was doing there. He heard that Ruska had fallen into the pond and came, but he didn't understand why Lynn was like that. Lynn said that she was the closest, so she decided to help Ruska. Lynn thought that Chevy was irritated by this. Lynn said that everything was fine, but Chevy asked why the child's teacher hadn't taken up the rescue. Besides, Chevy didn't understand why Marian didn't even thank Lynn. Lynn said that Marian is not in the best condition right now. Chevy felt like Lynn was very worried about the first room. Lynn said that everything was wrong, and besides, it was her fault that Marian was in such a bad condition. Lynn didn't understand what had happened to Ruska at all. Now everyone was starting to disperse. Lynn suggested that Chevy should leave too. Chevy decided to walk Lynn to her room and reached out to her. Chevy picked up Lynn in his arms. She was trying to prove to him that she could walk on her own. Here, Lynn met Conrad. He wanted to examine her after her jump into the pond. Lynn said she was fine and just wet. Conrad said that this was the reason she might get sick. He wanted to help her get to the ward. Chevy said that Miss Lynn would rest in her room. Conrad said that Dean would still be better off following his advice. Chevy told Conrad that he didn't think he could help her. Conrad couldn't understand whether Chevy doubted his competence. Chevy said he had never been so driven by his work before. Lynn didn't understand what was wrong with Chevy, because even she didn't treat Conrad with such hostility. Conrad didn't understand why Chevy thought that way about him. Conrad felt that he had to take care of Lynn anyway. After all, he is the only doctor in the mansion, so they will hold him accountable. A system window popped up in front of Lynn. She needed to help the insulted Conrad in order to activate a hidden quest. Lynn thought that Conrad and Chevy would continue to bicker. Lynn said that she would go to her room to change and then go to the doctor. Lynn asked Conrad and Chevy if that would be okay with them. Chevy didn't understand whether Lynn didn't know anything or was just pretending. For some reason, Chevy's mood became even worse. Conrad examined Lynn's back and said that the wound was healing. He was glad that the medicine helped her. Conrad hoped that now Lynn would not think that he was a charlatan. Conrad said he didn't think Lynn was that close to Chevy. Conrad asked Lynn if she was building a relationship with him for the mission. Conrad had the feeling that Chevy probably thought that Lynn was being so kind to him out of the kindness of her heart. Lynn, of course, would not want to hear nasty things about Chevy. Conrad did not understand how one could be sincere to someone who was raising the devil. Lynn thought that the rebels thought that the children of the mansion were evil in themselves. Lynn decided she needed to be more careful because they could start acting again. Conrad said that he had a colleague who also decided to try to get closer to the employees of the mansion. Conrad asked Lynn to be careful because Chevy is not as simple as he seems. Conrad's colleague died because of Chevy. Lynn thought it was about Amber. Lynn said she had heard several versions of how exactly that maid died, so it was not a fact that Chevy was guilty. Conrad asked Lynn if she knew about that incident. Since he didn't say that his colleague was a maid, Conrad said that he saw everything then. Lynn realized that it was Chevy who killed Amber. Conrad said he heard that a new meeting had already been scheduled and asked Lynn if she would go. Lynn didn't understand if this group held meetings regularly, and unfortunately, Lynn would have to go there. Lynn asked Conrad if he would go there. Conrad replied to Lynn that if she went, then he would go too. Lynn said she needed time to think, because she didn't attend meetings often. Before Lynn left, Conrad once again asked her not to forget about her wound. At night, Lynn walked through the corridors. She was in unbearable pain. She called for help. The pain from broken bones and torn flesh was unbearable. All Lynn could see was light floating in the darkness. She felt like her organs were going to fall out. Lynn felt like someone was extracting the life from her body. At times like these, when Lynn was in such unbearable pain, the Archbishop always showed her mercy. Lynn needed someone to bring her into this world. Lynn should have immediately sent a report of her injuries. Lynn needed help, but she couldn't turn to her mother. There was only one person in this mansion who could help her. Lynn came and asked him for help, because he had enough strength for this. It was Chesvy, standing and looking at Lynn. Chesvy asked Lynn if she had come to him just for this reason. Chesvy turned away from Lynn and said that in that case, he didn't want to help her. Lynn knew that if she didn't restore her body, she wouldn't be able to help the Archbishop. Lynn asked Chesvy what she could do to get him to agree. Chesvy said he could come up with something interesting. To begin with, Chesvy asked Lynn to come to him. Lynn asked Chesvy if he would make her beg him. Chesvy said he wasn't a fan of that and asked her to think about it. Think about what she wanted to do then, when she just entered the room and saw him. Lynn thought that Chesvy expected her to be submissive. Lynn walked up to Chesvy and fell into his arms. Chesvy told Lynn that they had no one else besides each other. He asked Lynn if that was why she was such a crybaby with him. Lynn asked Chesvy why he was looking away from her. Chesvy looked at Lynn and said that he liked that she was crying because of him. Lynn didn't understand why Chesvy was looking at her like that. She thought that she shouldn't have asked him for help. Chesvy told Lynn that she was so sweet that he couldn't even be mad. At this point, Chesvy grabbed Lynn with all his might by the wound on her shoulder. Lynn screamed in pain, but Chesvy said that everything was fine and he would heal her. Chesvy stood and held Lynn. She was still in excruciating pain. It seemed to her that pieces of flesh were falling off her. The Archbishop's treatment was different. Now Lynn was in a lot of pain. Lynn thought it would be good to switch off and switched off. Chesvy leaned over to Lynn and told her that everything would be okay now. Morning came, and Chesvy began to wake up Lynn. In her sleep, Lynn didn't understand where her alarm clock was coming from, and Lynn didn't want to get up. Lynn began to reach for the alarm clock to turn it off and sleep a little longer. But as she reached for Chesvy, she began to realize that it wasn't an alarm clock at all. Chesvy told Lynn that he would like to let her sleep longer, but it was already time for work, so Lynn had to get up. Then Lynn noticed that her hand was on Chesvy. There was an awkward pause between them as they lay there looking at each other. Soon, having come to her senses, Lynn instantly jumped away from Chesvy in the other direction. Lynn didn't understand what she was doing in Chesvy's room, because last night she was definitely in her own bed. Chesvy asked Lynn if she really didn't remember anything and said that she herself came to him last night. Lynn couldn't remember anything at all. Then, Lynn remembered that she had been wandering through the corridors the previous night. Lynn realized that if this wasn't a dream, then she and Chesvy definitely kissed. But she didn't remember anything after that. Lynn apologized to Chesvy and said that apparently she was not herself yesterday, but Chesvy did not understand what she was apologizing for if she did not remember anything. Lynn asked Chesvy what happened last night. Chesvy replied that he didn't know, and Lynn felt awkward. Lynn told Chesvy that she had to go and suggested that they chat later. Lynn walked down the hallway and realized that this was the worst morning of her life. At lunch, Lynn didn't even notice how she ate her portion. Lynn decided to find out all the details from Chesvy later. She really wanted to pretend that nothing had happened in the morning. Here Lynn noticed Miss Marian and asked her how she was feeling. Lynn said that time at the pond, she also received greetings from Marie. At this point, Marian suddenly thanked Lynn for saving Ruska. Lynn said she was nearby, so she helped as much as she could. Marian said that other teachers would not do this. Lynn told Marian that she thought she wouldn't just watch other children suffer either, and asked if that was true. Of course, the first thing that came to mind for Lynn was the time Olivia got Serge's poisoned tea. Lynn asked Marian to allow her to ask her one question. Lynn asked Marian if she had gone to the purple room 2 days ago. Marian said she didn't remember anything like that happening to her. Lynn thought that Marian was not lying. She thanked Marian for the answer. That evening, Chesvy met Lynn and asked her how dinner went. Lynn told Chesvy that she was just about to visit him. Lynn felt extremely awkward being alone with Chesvy And not only because of what had happened earlier. As soon as Lynn sees Chesvy, she stops thinking sensibly and, for some reason unknown to her, feels an inexplicable pressure. Chesvy told Lynn that he was glad to hear this. He thought that he would wait for her, but his desire to see her turned out to be stronger. Lynn reminded Chesvy that she didn't remember anything about what happened yesterday. Lynn apologized to Chesvy in case she had done something wrong by entering his room in the middle of the night. She asked Chesvy to pretend that nothing had happened. Chesvy asked Lynn if it was possible to pretend that nothing happened, because she didn't remember anything. Lynn felt like her words had hurt him. She didn't understand what she had done yesterday. Lynn asked Chesvy what she had done. Lynn smiled and said that he shouldn't have teased her. He also said that nothing special happened yesterday and asked Lynn not to make such a face. Lynn was furious because she already thought that she had done something irreparable, and he just decided to laugh. Chesvy thought it strange that Lynn did not remember anything at all. Chesvy said that yesterday he thought everything was back to normal. He asked Lynn if she was in any pain. She said that nothing was in pain. Chesvy asked Lynn if she really didn't remember anything at all, even anything unusual. All Lynn remembered was that she had definitely been wandering the corridors the previous night. Lynn remembered that she needed to submit the Archbishop's report. Chesvy didn't intend to pester Lynn with questions any further, so he asked her not to worry. Lynn didn't hear Chesvy and asked him to repeat what he said. Lynn thought that this was the after effect of her jump into the water yesterday. Chesvy asked Lynn what her plans were for the weekend. Lynn was surprised. Lynn had another meeting scheduled this week and told Chesvy she would be a little busy. Since Lynn couldn't spend the weekend with Chesvy, she asked him to let her walk him to his room. Chesvy was surprised that Miss Lynn herself offered to walk him home. Diane was in the room, trying to find something. He was sure it had to be somewhere in the toys. Then Lynn suddenly entered the room. Diane froze in surprise. Lynn noticed that there were ripped toys scattered all over the room. Diane tried to convince Lynn that it was not at all what she thought. Diane said he was just looking for something. Lynn said that's exactly what she thought. Lynn thought that Diane hid something important in the toy. Diane said it didn't really matter. He didn't know what to do if Lynn thought he was weird. Diane thought he needed to get Lynn out of the room as soon as possible and asked if she had any plans for the weekend. Lynn said she had a couple of plans, but she hadn't decided which one to choose yet. Diane began to push Lynn out of the room, saying that she didn't need to be in the mansion all the time. Lynn asked Diane not to let anyone into her room while she was away. Diane remembered Amber, standing and holding a toy in her hands. Diane asked Lynn to be careful too. Lynn asked Diane not to worry about her because she was strong. Diane couldn't believe he had to do this to Lynn. Diane felt incredibly ashamed in front of Lynn. Now he couldn't even trust the maids. Amber left Diana a teddy bear as a gift. Amber also hid something in one of the toys. She asked Dane to find it when enough time had passed. Diane didn't understand what Amber was talking about then, because he thought it was something hidden in the toy. Then Diane turned her head to the side and noticed something. Lynn was glad to see that Diane had perked up a little. Lynn was sure that he was bored in the estate. He hadn't been himself lately, so she decided to do whatever he said. Lynn thought she had finally cracked Sora's encrypted letter. But in reality, Lynn didn't even understand what that was supposed to mean. Lynn thought that she still couldn't trust Conrad. He said he saw Amber die, but Lynn thought Amber might be a ghost, like Marine's, or the girl in the painting. But the next suggestion raised many more questions for Lynn, especially as the caretaker of Room 7. Sora had a hidden identity, and Lynn could learn something important from her about the children in the estate. Lynn thought that Sora came to find Amber, but from the quest, it seemed that she had something to do with the children as well. Lynn decided to attend the secret meeting. Soon Lynn was met by a coachman who was supposed to take her outside the estate. John asked Lynn where he should take her this time. Lynn said that she needed to go to the nearest village. Lynn only changed her hair color. She was sure that it was enough for a quick walk. Soon John told Lynn that they had arrived at the village. Lynn thanked the coachman. Her head was aching like last time. Every time Lynn went somewhere outside the estate, it was like she was falling into darkness. Lynn didn't understand if it was because she was moving from one world to another. Lynn had assumed that the meeting would take place in a more hidden location, but the meeting was in the 19th world near the estate. Lynn thought it was impudent. At the entrance, a man asked those entering whether they had been invited. He needed to see the invitation before letting the guest in. Soon the man apologized to Lynn for not recognizing her and letting her in. Lynn showed him just a ticket for the races. Now it was clear why Conrad always had such a ticket with him. The man bowed his head to Lynn and said that he would take her home. Lynn didn't understand if Conrad was really more influential than she thought. Lynn thought he might be some high-ranking officer. Lynn wanted to know as much information as possible. The man Lynn encountered asked her to be careful. Lynn yelled at him and asked how he could be so careless. The man apologized to Lynn and moved on. In fact, Lynn deliberately bumped into the man. Now she had one of those brooches. Soon the man realized that he had lost the brooch and was told that without it, they would not be able to let him in. Lynn believed that these brooches were for identification purposes, so she stole it. All the guests were sent to different rooms, but no one even checked the identity of the guests. This worried Lynn. Lynn thought that only a select few whose identities were well known could enter, so Lynn thought that she would be attacked once they realized that she was an outsider. The man said they were almost there. Lynn said she wanted to go to one place first. Lynn asked where the toilet was. The man explained that the restroom was in the left corridor and offered to show her. Lynn said that she would go herself. Lynn could slip away there. The man told Lynn how to get to the hall later. People were talking about how the organization should train its employees better so as not to check the identities of guests 100 times. From the conversations of passers-by, Lynn realized that they changed the meeting place every time. Lynn was only able to inspect the 3rd and 5th halls. Each place had its own style, so it seemed to her that people were divided into groups. Then Lynn saw Sora. Sora asked Lynn which hall she belonged to. Lynn couldn't let Sora recognize her. Lynn told Sora that she was actually looking for the toilet. Lynn explained that she found it difficult to find her way around the place. Sora placed her hand on Lynn's shoulder and called her to follow her. Sora said that she was heading to the restroom too. Lynn didn't understand why Sora was inviting a stranger to go to the restroom with her, since Sora had never been friendly. Lynn didn't seem to be particularly interested in Sora, which was a good thing. Lynn felt like it would be difficult to get rid of Sora, so she decided to sneak out later. Then a man approached Sora, and Lynn learned the maid's real name, Nia. The man asked Sora how the search for her friend was going. The man thought that she was unlikely to be alive anymore. The man said that he would also be going to the estate soon, so he wanted to be friends with Sora. But Sora didn't want to talk to him. Sora yelled at the man and eventually hit him. Lynn was surprised that they were communicating as if she wasn't there. The man asked Sora not to trust what the higher-ups said. He believed that it was impossible to resurrect the dead, especially using someone else's body. Sora became so angry that she hit the man even harder. The man began to say that he was mistaken and did not mean that at all. Sora asked him to get out of her sight immediately. Lynn was delighted by Sora's fiery personality. Thanks to this guy, Lynn understood Sora's motives. The man began to call Lynn to him. He noticed that she was with Sora, but Lynn had no intention of approaching him. She didn't have time to waste on this man. There were shouts in the hall. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. People wanted to eliminate the devils and the devilish bodybuilders. They wanted to save the world from the devils born from the seed of the devil. Here the man calmed the people down, greeted the newcomers, and thanked everyone for coming. The man said that they were all united by a common mission to become heroes who would save the world. He believed that they had to kill these demons, and they must also root out their supporters and help this world gain freedom. Lynn didn't understand who these madmen were. She knew it was some kind of cult, but she didn't think that the Nits were so crazy. She didn't understand why they were drawing children into the theory of the apocalypse. Lynn understood that this was the game's setting, but she didn't really like it. A new quest opened up before Lynn. She needed to get rid of the reactionaries present in the hall. It turned out that those gathered in this hall were those who were plotting treason against Stella and the Alliance for a united world peace. Lynn needed to make sure that these people served as a warning to others in the name of Archbishop Rick Dunchester. Lynn had to finish the job before reinforcements arrived. She had 5 minutes and 101 targets. Lynn thought that it was wrong to take killing so many people so lightly, even though it was a game. Soon, Lynn didn't understand why her body was moving on its own. Lynn couldn't control herself and was soon flying at people with a knife. Then Minuel came to Diane. Diane didn't understand why Minuel came to him if they weren't even friends. Minuel said he came because Chesvy told him to stay with him. Minuel said that Lynn asked Chesvy to look after Diane while she was gone. Diane and Minuel started arguing. Minuel thought Diane should be grateful to him for coming, and Diane thought Minuel should be grateful to him for letting him in. Diane had received Minuel before, although he pretended not to be pleased. Diane had changed since he had Lynn. He had become more confident and impudent. which irritated Minuel. Minuel didn't understand how Diane could treat him like that when he had been so kind to him all this time. Diane asked Minuel if he had noticed anything strange about Chevy. Diane said Chevy's appearance remained the same as before. But Chevy was not like the caretaker Minuel had had before. Minuel shouted at Diane and asked him not to speak about such things out loud. Diane didn't really care whether he was really Chevy or not. Minuel told Diane that, unlike him, he had not become very attached to his caregiver. So Minuel doesn't care whether Chevy is a fake or not. The main thing is that Chevy can protect him until he grows up. Besides, the teacher would simply return to where he came from. But Minuel didn't want to do that. Diane understood what Minuel wanted to convey to him. Minuel asked Diane to make sure he could send Lynn if needed. Minuel felt that Diane had not understood at all what he wanted to tell him. Chevy thought that Marines had completely forgotten her place. Cleaning the estate was very good, but he warned them not to go too far. Chevy asked Marines to stop trying so hard. Chevy let Marines get away with such disgusting behavior. The maid noticed Chevy and asked him why he was standing in that position. Chevy said he had something stuck to his hand. The return of Raphael Cardigo has been requested. Chevy felt it was time for Stella to make contact. Chevy didn't know what to do with Raphael. He thought about restoring him and using him, especially when Chevy restored Lynn last time. She spoke as if she knew no other way out, as if she knew no shame. Chevy didn't like this. After all, Lynn didn't even notice that her memory had become unreliable and that her body now belonged to him. Stella's member would quickly notice such quirks, but Chevy felt like something was wrong with Lynn. Chevy remembered that there was a man in the organization named Rick Danchester. Even though Rick wasn't yet an archbishop then, Chevy didn't realize the disgusting things Stella was doing now. Chevy thought he would have to send Raphael back to get the information he needed. Meanwhile, Lynn finished the quest. She killed all the required number of people. Lynn completed the quest and received a reward. Lynn looked at the mountain of corpses and began to feel sick. Then Conrad appeared on the stairs and noticed Lynn. Conrad asked Lynn what she was doing there. He asked her to come up to him. Conrad took Lynn's hand and said that they had to get out. Lynn understood that it was she who killed all these people. Conrad asked Lynn what happened there. Conrad asked Lynn why everyone was dead. Lynn replied that she didn't know. Lynn said that it had already happened when she came to. Conrad told Lynn that she was lucky to have survived and suggested that she hide. Conrad said that if the killer found them, the situation would be dangerous. Conrad didn't know that the killer was right in front of him. Lynn asked Conrad if he thought she might be the killer. Conrad told Lynn that such a cold-blooded killer would not stand there and vomit with a grimacing face. Conrad told Lynn that he barely recognized her and that if it weren't for him, she might have died. Lynn asked Conrad to undress. He didn't understand what was happening. Lynn said that running was safer than hiding, and her clothes were covered in blood. Lynn began to pull Conrad's coat off. Every time Lynn felt the stickiness of blood on her fingertips, she told herself it was just a game. She said that she would soon get out of here and return to reality, that it was all an illusion, and what she witnessed was just data and code. Lynn thought it was just nonsense and that she just needed to wash herself and forget about it. When she arrived, Lynn told Conrad that she would return his coat to him next time. Conrad tried to stop Lynn, but she didn't pay attention to him. She couldn't stand it anymore. During the short trip to the mansion, everything was fine. But Lynn needed to wash it off right now to feel better. Then Chesvy walked up to Lynn and greeted her. Lynn turned to Chesvy and said that she had just returned. Chesvy told Lynn that she arrived earlier than he expected. Chesvy noticed that Lynn's hair color had changed and that she was wearing a new coat. Chesvy asked Lynn what happened. Lynn said that something happened to that coat, and she put on the one she had. Chesvy thought the coat belonged to a man, as it was very big for Lynn. Chesvy asked Lynn if something bad had happened to her there. So bad that I had to change clothes. Lynn stood and looked at Chesvy, not knowing what to say. Then Diane began to approach them. Lynn was confused. She didn't want Diane to see her like this. Chesvy told Lynn to go into the house. Chesvy realized that she didn't want anyone to see her like this. Diane asked Chesvy why Lynn left. Chesvy replied that Lynn decided to wash herself first. Chesvy explained to Diane that Lynn's clothes were very dirty. Lynn came to her senses, wondering how much time had passed. Lynn felt much better after she washed up. Either way, Lynn wanted to find out what was going on. Lynn completed the old quests. Now a new one has opened up before her, called Suspicious Personnel. The most notable thing about Sora's quest was that her name was actually Istinya. Istinya was a member of Prometheus, a revolutionary group created in opposition to Stella's will and the Alliance, who infiltrated the manor to steal Amber's soul and the manor's devil, which are needed to resurrect Amber. Sora was looking for Amber's soul and a body to place it in, and according to all the clues, the most suitable person is Diane. Lynn knew that Prometheus was a group of lunatics who were trying to get their hands on children, but Lynn didn't understand why Sora thought that children were devils. Lynn didn't remember what happened in that room, but what caught her eye was the award. Lynn needed to settle the carnage that had happened today. The new quest required finding out how many of the remaining employees in the estate were real people. Something strange had been happening between them lately. Lynn realized that it wasn't her imagination, that the number of employees had decreased. The most important thing was that Lynn didn't understand what they meant by real people. Lynn was given advice. Real people were called those who never died and whose bodies were not occupied by new souls. The staff included everyone who worked on the estate to serve the children. Lynn had never encountered this in her previous attempts to complete the game. The final answer was determined by the date and time of Lynn's response. Lynn decided she needed to find out how many people were Moros. Sarah Rose told Lynn that a guest had arrived at the estate and invited Lynn to go to everyone. Lynn thought it might be Raphael. It really was Raphael. He would be angry that Lynn had taken so long. Raphael was angry with Olivia. She was pestering him a lot. Raphael told Lynn that he had a message for her. The Archbishop wanted to see Lynn. She was due to return home the following weekend. Lynn thought it was because of the quest reward. Lynn noticed a scar on Raphael's face. She didn't understand what happened to him. Sarah Rosa offered Raphael lunch, but he, like last time, refused, calling their food slop. Lynn thought that Raphael still relied on the guide's ability to change his harsh words. Raphael was leaving. He didn't want to stay in the estate for a second longer. Raphael asked Lynn to remember the schedule for next weekend. Lynn thought that Raphael had no intention of staying. She didn't understand. Did he really have nothing to say about the strange door or the reactionaries that Lynn had written to him about before? Lynn thought he would at least mention them. Diane approached Lynn and asked why she didn't come to him right away. Lynn turned to Diane and said that she wanted to go to him straight away, but a guest arrived. Minuel stood nearby and tried to find the priest. Lynn greeted Mr. Minuel. Then Chesvy came up to them and said that he saw the carriage drive out of the gate. Chesvy asked Lynn if the priest had already left. Lynn told Chesvy that it was. She said that Raphael did not linger. Lynn thanked Chesvy for looking after Diane. Lynn didn't understand whether Chesvy would continue to pretend that he hadn't seen anything. Lynn was sure that he had noticed the blood on her clothes. Chesvy took Lynn's hand and said that there was no trace left on it. At this point, Diane pushed Chesvy's hand away from Lynn. Diane didn't want Chesvy to touch Lynn. Diane didn't understand how Chesvy dared to grab Lynn's hand without asking. He read in a book that only bad people did that. Chesvy asked Diane if he knew what this bad man meant. Diane asked Chesvy not to treat him like a child. He asked Lynn to ignore Chesvy and suggested they go to the room. Lynn smiled and obediently followed Diane. According to Conrad, there was a great deal of commotion in Prometheus after that incident. Unlike Sora, who had become quieter, Conrad now seemed quite friendly. Lynn felt like Conrad was beginning to understand her. And a week later, Lynn, as planned, visited Stella. Raphael, meeting Lynn, asked if she was going to meet the Archbishop. Since Lynn and the Archbishop had not seen each other for a long time, Raphael saw Lynn off. Lynn felt strange walking next to him in her familiar world. Raphael asked Lynn not to open her mouth in front of the Archbishop like an arrogant fool and to be careful with her words. Lynn was supposed to be obedient and grateful to the Archbishop for his mercy. A notification popped up saying that Lynn had entered a dangerous area. Lynn thought that Raphael was very serious today. He was usually sarcastic, but now there was something solemn about him. Lynn thought it was because the Archbishop was here. Lynn introduced herself to the Archbishop. Archbishop Rick Dunchester, 48, cold, selfish, and suspicious. Rick asked Lynn to come closer to him. Lynn didn't expect the Archbishop to look so young. For some reason, Lynn was very nervous. A quest for a private conversation with the Archbishop opened up before Lynn. She had to choose the right options before the conversation ended. Lynn saw two options: hug the Archbishop and be friendly, or kiss his feet and show respect. Lynn felt that all of these options were too extreme. Lynn could also demonstrate a defiant attitude and speak condescendingly to the Archbishop. Lynn chose the first option. Lynn threw herself into the Archbishop's arms and said that she missed him. Lynn's body was moving against her will again. She didn't know that this could happen when you chose an option. Lynn didn't understand if this was not normal. She had a feeling that she had made the wrong choice. Lynn thought that even though they weren't blood relatives, they could still be close. It seemed to Rick that during the time they had not seen each other, Lynn had become very affectionate, but she liked to hear about the outside world more. Rick asked Lynn to return to her seat. Lynn had 3 options: sit in Emprey's place of honor, kneel on the floor, or sit on the Archbishop's lap. Lynn had to be very careful now. Lynn thought that they were not a family, but a master and servant. Lynn knelt before Rick. Rick thought that Lynn felt strange and unusual because he had not seen her for a long time. He asked Lynn how many times she had already been restored. Lynn did not understand what he was talking about. Lynn had some answer options and decided to go with her number in the game. Lynn told Rick that she had been restored 44 times. Rick asked Lynn what 44 was. Lynn was wrong. The correct answer was 43. Lynn apologized and said that she had expressed herself incorrectly. Then she gave the correct answer. Rick asked Lynn not to make such mistakes again. He almost decided that it was time to get rid of her. But from the state of Lynn, Rick did not think that she needed maintenance. Rick asked Lynn who allowed her to be born into this world. Lynn thought that this would happen when she used the wrong option. She only had 2 chances left. Lynn told Rick that he was the only parent she had. Rick said that Lynn was right, and that he was the one who allowed her to live and breathe in this world. This meant that as long as Lynn bore Rick's last name, she was obliged to serve him for the rest of her life. Lynn stood there thinking that someone had gone crazy. She would have loved to shout out all the curse words she knew, but the quest was still going on. Lynn told Rick that she understood this perfectly well. Rick said it was very good, but Lynn didn't understand if there were normal people in this game. Rick said he heard that Lynn had stirred up a hornet's nest in the middle of her mission. He asked Lynn if she had had to deal with these weaklings. Lynn apologized and explained that she lost control once she saw how they dared to go against Stella's will. Rick recognized the familiar Lynn. He heard about her features from Raphael. Rick wanted to go for a walk and invited Lynn with him. As Rick walked past the paintings, he asked Lynn what thought came to her mind when she saw these faces. There were also 3 answers from the options. Lynn could say that she believed they were amazing. She could say that she envied these people. And she could say that she felt sorry for these people in the paintings. Lynn chose the first option. She realized that these paintings also meant something. Rick said that all these people were martyrs who gave their lives for this world. Rick told Lynn that he had prepared a place for her portrait as well, and Lynn realized that martyrdom awaited her. Since Lynn was freed from death thanks to Rick's generous blessing, her role was very important. Rick approached Lynn and said that something about her was bothering him. Then Raphael called Rick and said it was time for a meeting. Rick told Lynn that he had to say goodbye to her here. Raphael wanted to see Rick off and asked for permission. Rick told Lynn that he would call her later as he had something to tell her, but for now he let Lynn rest. Lynn realized that Raphael appeared just in time. He saved her. The quest is over, and Lynn has received her reward. Lynn somehow managed to complete this quest, but she didn't expect that another event would immediately begin. Lynn found herself at a tea party at Cardigo's house. While Lynn was exploring Dunchester's house for weapons, Raphael began picking on her and dragged her there. Raphael asked Lynn to sit here until she left this world. Lynn didn't understand why Raphael kept her around. Raphael said that this place was better than where she was going to stay. He asked Lynn not to go anywhere and to sit next to him. The man approached Raphael and said that he would make sure there was a free place at the table and asked whether he should show the guest to the room where she would be staying. Raphael supported the idea and allowed the man to accompany Lynn. A maid approached Lynn and asked her to follow her. Lynn didn't understand why the butler hated her so much. She hoped that he didn't have any wrong opinion about her. Lynn was uneasy about the man she saw in the portrait. This is the man that Lynn met when she was in Amber's body. He was a part of Stella. Then Lynn heard someone talking about her. It was a conversation between Raphael and the butler. Raphael did not understand whether the butler had a problem with who he invited into his house. The thing was, Lynn Dunchester was from the catacombs. Lady and Lord Cardigo also took in someone from there at that time as a charity, but the butler thought that was a different matter entirely. He hoped that Raphael had no intention of releasing such trash from the catacombs so that she could take her place next to him. Raphael told the butler that it was none of his business and that Lynn should be with him. The butler had to resign himself and agree with Raphael. For the sake of Cardigo's reputation, they had to greet the guest properly. Lynn has a new quest: to survive against the Maid of the House of Cardigo. At the table, they talked about the fact that Raphael is not a priest. Sergio looked at Raphael and immediately said so he couldn't help the teacher. Serge noticed that Raphael kept talking about low-quality worlds and how the air here was disgusting. Serge thought this was rude. But judging by the fact that Olivia didn't get angry, it seemed like the others didn't understand what he was talking about at all. Minuel said he found this strange. Chesvy watched the children. It seemed to him that there was a mistake. Raphael would not be the same as before. He thought that this way he would be useful. Chesvy wondered if Raphael was following his orders correctly. Lynn's condition seemed abnormal to Chesvy. Chesvy thought that some kind of protection should be provided at least. Then Olivia came into the room and asked if she was late for her shift. Chesvy said that she was just in time. Chesvy told Olivia that he was leaving the children with her. Chesvy wanted to see how things were going, but he couldn't, so he would have to while away the time cleaning until Lynn returned. The butler warned Lynn that he would not allow her to steal anything from this estate. Lynn realized that they had no idea about hospitality. She managed to escape, but she didn't understand where she was. Lynn heard people looking for her, so she was still inside the estate. Lynn had to survive in the Cardigo house and confront the house's supporters. The punishment for not completing the quest was death. Lynn didn't understand if there were rooms for rent in the basement too. Lynn heard conversations, someone asking Michael what he was waiting for. The man told Michael that he heard that he had acted arrogantly towards Raphael. Lynn thought that this guy really looked like Michael Cardigo, but he was much younger. Lynn thought that she was looking into the past. Here Michael stood up and said that he thought he saw someone looking in his direction. Lynn was surprised that Michael had just looked at her, but the man had told Michael that no one was allowed in here except them. He didn't understand how Michael could turn away when he was being punished. The man thought that Michael still had not forgotten his life before the catacombs. Lynn was horrified by what she saw, because Michael was so young, receiving such a cruel punishment. The place looked like a room. It was a different time of day, and Michael looked a little older. Lynn touched him and thought he was almost an adult. Then Michael opened his eyes and told Lynn that he saw her. He didn't understand why she didn't say anything. Michael had heard that the catacombs were usually where lost souls gathered. Lynn didn't understand if he was talking to her. Michael said that he felt like he was being watched again. The illusion returned again, but Lynn did not understand why Michael had changed so much. He seemed frightening to her. Michael was ready to swear that he was not mistaken. Lynn didn't understand whether she was imagining it all or not. Lynn didn't understand how he felt her touch, if it was just an illusion. Lynn noticed something fall and pass by her. Lynn picked up the crystal and tried to examine it. It was too dark, and she didn't understand what it was, but it seemed familiar to her. Here the butler found Lynn and called her a little rat. He wanted to kill Lynn here and now so that she could never enter here again. Lynn decided to take the crystal with her. About what was happening, Lynn visited the 44th world for a private conversation with the archbishop. Then she was invited to the house of Cardigo, where the servants were mistaken because of what Raphael said. Lynn fought for her life with the servants of the Cardigo house and tried to escape. After Lynn met someone who was on her side, she managed to escape. Lynn decided to return to the Radford estate immediately. John told Lynn that someone had made the return journey difficult. Lynn thought that whoever was following her did it. Lynn knocked on the room and said that she was back. Chesvy was surprised that after her return, Lynn came to him. Here Lynn realized that Chesvy was right and thought about why she came to him. Lynn told Chesvy that she felt like he was waiting for her. Chesvy told Lynn that there were others who were also waiting for her. Although now Chesvy would be happy to hear how Lynn's journey went. Chesvy reached out to Lynn and asked her how she got injured. Lynn said that she was shot by the butler of the Cardigo house. Chesvy was glad that Lynn was answering his questions honestly. Chesvy felt like Lynn was only half weird today. Chesvy asked Lynn if Raphael hadn't been by her side all day and how he had allowed the butler to shoot her. Lynn said that at that moment, Raphael was not next to her. Chesvy realized that Raphael was not as useful as he thought. Lynn also told Chesvy that she had a headache. She also felt like she had dislocated her other wrist. Chesvy said he couldn't let Lynn go to that place again. Lynn said that she couldn't do it anyway, because House Cardigo and House Dunchester don't like her. Lynn said that it was time for her to return to her place, but Chesvy asked Lynn to stay with him a little longer. Lynn said she wanted to wash herself, and then that crystal fell out of her pocket. Chesvy quickly picked it up. He thought that Lynn had brought it especially for him. Chesvy thought it was a gift from Lynn to him. But Lynn thought she just grabbed something that looked like a button and gave it to Chesvy. Lynn had thought that it was of no value since it was rolling on the floor, but now she wondered if it was of any value. Chesvy kissed Lynn, thanked her, and said that he really liked her gift. Lynn asked Chesvy what happened. Chesvy said that he was happy. Chesvy said it was the most precious and wonderful gift he had ever received, and all because Miss Lynn gave it to him. Chesvy said that he would never give this crystal to anyone. Lynn began to push Chesvy away from herself. Lynn started telling Chesvy that she was going to fall. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of Lynn for no reason. The letters there were kind of strange. They were overlapping each other. Lynn realized that there was another profile behind Chesvy's profile. Lynn was able to read. There was a profile of Michael Cardigo. Here, Chesvy stopped and asked Lynn what she had just said. Chesvy asked Lynn to repeat the name again. Michael was Stella's former first-rank officer and was now the temporary caretaker of the Radford estate.